Goes for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there. Comes from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an 8 around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
Hello, my name is Vito. I'm a player from Conquer, and we will be playing PMPL Season 2. You guys can watch us on PUBGMOBILE Esports on YouTube.
Hola, mi nombre es Ulises. Ahora estamos con el nuevo equipo de Vodafone Jam. Antes éramos jugadores de Killer y espero su apoyo de todos con este nuevo equipo y esta nueva aventura para la PMPL Season 2.
Hi, my name is Will and I play for Exquisite Décode. I would appreciate if you would support us in PMPL Season 2.
So hi, I'm XT from Unicorns of Love. Welcome to PMPL Season 2, and yeah, be sure to support us in the stream.
I am Faker from CL Esports. I am frag in the team. I was invited to play the PMPL Europe with this team, and I wish our supporters and followers that is gonna support us in the live stream, on the post, wherever it's gonna be, because the people who will support us, they are the main reason to give us more confidence to perform something that people on.
We are back once again in virtual reality to bring you all the action happening this week in our Super Weekend of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. It is our second Super Weekend, meaning there's only 2 opportunities left, including this one, for teams to get points to get into the finals, but also to get in towards PMGC. I'm your host, Jason Kapp, and I got to bring in 2 analysts to help, elevate the looks here on the desk. We got Kalaris, of course, elevating everything he does in his life, and MaxMac, who makes everything poggers.
That is what I'm here for. They said in my contract, if I don't make it poggers, I'm not supposed to be here. So I am pogging it up, Jason. I don't know what that means, but yeah, I guess that's
I feel like I broke Kalaris on that one, actually.
Yeah, I'm done. I don't even know what to say. You keep going, Jason.
Okay, well, I will keep going because we did have 2 days of league play conclude. And funny enough, there's quite a few teams who did play in the first Super Weekend who did not qualify into the second. They're going to be very important teams, but we'll jump into that when we do get to it. Let's take a look who came out on top when it came, though, to elite play. And none other than Eastern Stars, the team that's going to get me 10 chicken dinners, is going to get me looking smart, as I predicted at the beginning of this entire event. However, Max, super young roster. They've made a nice performance here in our second week of league play. Extreme Slayers have Team Doom, Deus Sirens, ChasMac Gaming. There's so many teams on this front page that are able to really step up from that first week.
This, Jason, is giving me a lot of hope, I would say, for the second Super Weekend to not see the... We talked about at the start of the league play, right? The golden 6 teams at the very top that were doing so well. Not only do we have some of those teams not even in this Super Weekend, but now the teams not even in that top 6 actually in here and doing significantly well in these last 2 days. So I think the competition could get a little bit closer towards the top, and some middling teams such as Super Young roster that was in the middle of the Super Weekend, if they keep playing like they did this league play with such good rotations especially and transitions from certain positions around the map, Super Young roster could be a dark horse team. Of course, Super Weekend, the level of competition is going to rise up a little bit more, but I think this is a team that could definitely raise their standard even more.
Yeah, I mean, 56 placement points compared to 52 from teams that have got themselves 2 chicken dinners is pretty insane from Super Young roster throughout that league play. If they'd have converted 1 or 2 of those 2 chicken dinners, then holy moly, would they have been absolutely flying compared to the entirety of the lobby throughout that league play. So to consider that they were able to do that after, having, again, a kind of middling first week, Jason, is fantastic for this roster.
Also, I mean, Unicorns of Love, they had a massive bounce back after not qualifying in the very first week. But I guess for me, I wanted to focus on really quickly was Xtreme Slayers. I mean, this team kind of just barely scraped through, basically just getting a chicken dinner in week 1 and then having kind of subpar performances later on. But to see them that high up on the rankings gives me a lot of hope as we get into our second Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, looking on the second page, G, you got some teams that, we said it right, this Super Weekend could be very interesting because some teams that were at the top of Super Weekend Week 1, not looking too comfortable. 4 Romanian Boys in 9th place, Game Lord in 10th place with only a total of 55 points. A little bit more all over the place. Exquisite Décode UK also down in 15th, just barely qualifying to the Super Weekend. So it also might be multiple factors. It might be these teams just, putting their foot off the pedal a little bit, trying to relax. But when you cross the line that close, you better be careful because if you do that again 1 week, you might just not make it into a Super Weekend. But man, these bottom 4, this is rough.
Who knows, Jason? If I didn't predict that Exquisite Décode win, they might not be here in that Super Weekend.
There we go.
I swear, I think people need to come to you for betting advice, pretty much. Like, hey, Kalaris, who should I go on for this match? And I feel like it's a power that you have to be very responsible with. But I'll hit you up for a match 2 and 3 winners later on. Conqueror, not qualifying, 17th place. They were a team who put on such a fantastic performance that first Super Weekend. Destiny longer there as well. And Vodafone Giants, I mean, the team who did struggle very early on in the Super Weekend did have a sort of rise, but they are not going to be participating. And this is tough because Conqueror, this is one of the teams who took away that placing, that #1 placing from Unicorns of Love when it comes to terms of trying to qualify for PMGC.
It's Conqueror not being here this time around just opens up not only a great opportunity for Eastern Stars to overtake that position, because Eastern Stars every single week, every single league play or Super Weekend right now, they have been extremely strong, getting a lot of points their way. They could get first place even just today alone and then start creating a huge lead right off the bat. When you have other teams such as Destiny is not even here, Exquisite Décode was also in the running, they're going to just create an advantage against all the other teams into this event. And Unicorns of Love making it this time around, sure, that's great, that's awesome, but you need to make sure that you actually get yourself a good Super Weekend, and we don't know what to expect from Unicorns of Love in this kind of setting because they've been a little bit topsy-turvy up and down. But yeah, Eastern Stars is definitely looking like the team that should be #1 at the end of these 3 days.
There's also points as well where some of the teams that have not qualified for the Super Weekend, if you think about some of their drops on some of these battlegrounds, they're quite spread drops, which means that paths of rotation slightly open up for some of these teams as well if some of these circles are a bit more extreme, which I think is super cool to actually watch out through this potential Super Weekend. And as we take a look back at some of these highlights as well, who would have called Jew, man, to be the MVP of that last day?
I mean, you did.
Oh, me? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I apologize.
I was really off, to be honest, on that one. So yeah, I'll tell that was the big L that I shall take. You know what? I do not deserve forgiveness on that one. But yeah, looking at the overall rankings from the Super Weekend that we had in week 1, Game Lord still standing in first, but Conqueror not being here this time around. Eastern Stars are looking to not only overtake Conqueror. Of course, that's going to be done in normally one game. There's only 1 point difference, but first place 2 is just not really too far out of the question because Game Lord were just a little bit up and down, I would say, especially in this league play, struggling a little bit around arriving on the second page. So Eastern Stars definitely going to be the team to look at here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy considering how many points we've got coming in for some of the teams that just are either not here, or the fact that teams like Game Lord, for example, Max, I think has a decent opportunity to kind of correct the wrongs that we had in this last league play. They didn't look spectacular, I think is fair to say, in this league play, but considering what they've been able to put up the entirety of last week, I think Game Lord can bounce back throughout this Super Weekend.
Yeah, it could be the case. We'll have to see how that's going to be working out. At the bottom, of course, 7th place is going to be Destiny. They are not going to be playing this Super Weekend this time around. So super young roster. We're talking about the rise of this team. Have they been impressing us the entirety of the end of last week, especially in the Super Weekend and this league play? They might be able to get themselves a little bit closer to that top 5. I think that would be the goal they have set for themselves. But that's it for the first page. We'll have to look onto the second page right now to see how things are going to be running about for this these next 3 days of Super Weekend for week 2, and see how things are going to happen over there. Because now you have only 16 teams. You've got to keep in mind you have a few more teams at the bottom that are going to be added to the mix here. But some teams, ChasMac Gaming had their best few days actually here in this league play. So I'm expecting them to hopefully rise up a little bit closer to that top 8. I think that's the goal that they potentially set for themselves here.
That's what's important to me, is to seeing the teams who did qualify, right? There's 20 teams in total playing in PMPL, and now 19 of them will have played or are playing in a super weekend. So Deus Sirens, ChasMac, Xtreme Slayers, LMV, excuse me, I feel like these teams, even TSC, I want to pair in, like, it was super important for them to re-qualify for the super weekend, because they're battling to stay into the top 16, not necessarily for PMGC points, but they're battling just to get into the finals. So with them qualified, it puts so much pressure on Vodafone.
Yeah, the chase is definitely on for a lot of these teams. If you look at some of the teams towards the bottom, these are some of the teams that I had my concerns about from week 1 coming into week 2. I think a little bit of that concern has been dispelled for a team like Excuse Me, who had a really good league play in this past one. They could quite easily jump up into the first page if they can continue that kind of form. But yeah, we'll see that chase develop here throughout this super weekend and see who can catch up.
Yeah, well, let's dive into a team that honestly you guys have been talking about quite a bit, especially as we saw this last week. Super young roster. I mean, Alush is always going to stand out to me just because of how he did in that first day of league play in week 2, just staying alive as long as he possibly can. You can see survival time actually isn't even the highest in the team, funny enough. But this team has had such a huge step up.
It's really insane. You talked about, of course, Alush being there to survive, but I'm going to sound like a broken record right now. If you allow yourself to have 3-4 players until the late game, if you have Rizzo and Ali, 2 insanely talented fraggers, you can see it by the stats they had over the course of these 8 games. They're definitely above that one kill KDA, so they're looking really comfortable when it comes down to that. But if they are backing Alush in the final top 5 teams in every single game, I think that they could convert some wins pretty regularly, pretty consistently at that. So I think in the Super Weekend, that is one of the things we hope to see them improve upon. And of course, you have the great experience from Faker, only played himself 4 games in this league play. But at the end, they know exactly what they have to work upon, survive a little bit longer as a team. And if you can do so, a chicken dinner is definitely not out of the question.
Sort of makes sense, though, that your result, Alush and Ali are the guys that are effectively the starters of the roster right now, right? Because between them, I think they've looked pretty splendid. Not quite the championship caliber that I'm looking for when it comes to like a top 3, a top 4, a top 5, but they're definitely kind of verging on that if they can kind of bring everything together. And as we're seeing with Alush in these 1v1 situations, we've already gone through this particular situation a few times, actually. The fact that he kind of saves Kapahala from almost certain doom over on the other side, haha. But
I don't get it.
There's been moments of greatness for them.
It's early in the morning for me, so I don't get it.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Yeah. But the thing is, okay, so let me ask you too, like a very blunt question though. Do you think a team like Super Young roster has the potential to take on the likes of the best we have in Western Europe and come out on top, and then potentially be the team to represent, or one of the teams to represent this region in the EMEA Regional Championships?
So I have 2 parts to respond to that question. Actually, I think that their improvement potential is huge. Like, they've improved from league play into Super Weekend into league play drastically. I think from the start of the event to now, it feels like a different team. They just have to build a little bit more synergy and we'll be up there. But I think this is a team that requires more competitive experience. This PMPL is a great experience for that, and I think that if you give them potentially 6 months or a little bit longer, I think this is a team that could very clearly contest with the teams at the top. So give them time, and I think that they'll get there eventually.
I think time is the key in that, right? I think right now, no. Right now, they have components that look good, but not components that have been polished and are squeaky clean. I think, yeah, they do need more time.
Yeah, I think honestly that's completely fair to say, considering what we saw out of Panda last season, right? They were like the #1 team. They dominated everyone. And they went to EMEA, and I think they finished around 12th place. Like, that's very surprising. But we'll see. Obviously, Super Young roster for me, at least, I want to see them have consistency when it comes to this Super Weekend from the league play, kind of carry that on over. But also another team I'd like to see this consistency come out of, at least in terms of how much better they played here in our second week of league play, is Unicorns of Love, the team who didn't qualify in the very first Super Weekend, the team who is pretty much Panda plus fresh into the roster there. But this team still has yet to live up to our expectations, I'd say.
And look at the average survival time in general here. The first day of the first 4 games that I had in this second league play, 19 minutes 55 seconds. So you're about to hit that 20-21 minute margin, which is pretty strong for a team normally to hit. And then the next day you have 15 minutes and 26 seconds average survival time. There's some clear ups and downs for this team, and we talked about the potential internal issues. I don't know if they tried to work upon them for this Super Weekend, but there's, as you can see here, there's definitely some things going a little bit wrong from time to time.
Can I maybe jump in here, Carlos, and give me your thoughts on this? I think Unicorns of Love, at some point in the second day just like kind of stopped caring as much because they knew they were already qualified. At least that's the feeling I kind of got. I mean, it's kind of hard to really give you any stats to back it up or anything like that, but they did have like a last place finish on the match after they knew they were already qualified, and then they finished like 13th place in the match after that with the final 2. I feel like they kind of took their foot off the gas because they realized, well, we're qualified, these points really won't get us anything, these chicken dinners don't give an extra 1,000 in our pockets, so we'll just, you know, have a good time for these last couple of games.
I still think it's difficult to even gauge where Unicorns of Love is at, apart from the fact of where we've been critical, right? We've been critical of, you know, when their splits have occurred. We've been critical of when the cohesion hasn't been quite there between the 2 duos or a duo and 2 singles. So in those last games, I mean, when they went out in 16th, it was just kind of with only that 1 kill alone. I think it might have even been that situation. But beyond that, I still think that as much as the chase is very much on for them here in the Super Weekend, I still need to see more from them to prove that they can even execute it, never mind be able to compete with the Golden 6 or whatever we'd coined in the previous week.
All right, I think that's a fair assumption. And also, we're going to probably talk about a team here that basically needs Clarence to predict them to have a really good chance of winning. Exquisite Décode. I mean, they scraped through the second weekend league play after doing fantastically well in the first week of Super Weekend. The team previously known as Lackadostra MVP, and we can see kind of how things have been inconsistent, or, you know, I guess even a harsher term, the downfall of Exquisite Décode.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough for them. You've got to keep in mind also when you're looking at these stats, the league play week 2, day 2 here, most of those points come out from a singular win that they had at the very start of the day. After that, they had basically nothing really happen for them. And when you look at how they performed in the last Super Weekend and how some teams didn't qualify, this is a great opportunity for Exquisite Décode to jump up even higher, aim for top 2, aim potentially for top 1 if they have a really strong 3 days back to back to back. But I think that now Exquisite Décode maybe is one of the teams also that have maybe put their foot off the pedal a little bit. They relaxed a little bit going into this one, a little bit too much. It was way too close to the wire, but at the end, this is a team that we know what they can do in the games, right? They are a team that can go really far. They can go right into the finals, into the EMEA Championship. I have no doubt about that, but when they show some inconsistencies like that, a bad day or 2 like Vodafone Giants, that could really put you down a bit.
Max is bleak with these titles, isn't he? Bloody hell, it is the downfall. They have 1.5 bad days, and all of a sudden the downfall has begun. Not in my pantheon.
Maybe it was a dig at you, Kalaris. I don't know. Maybe it's just vengeance. You know, I'm petty like that.
Could have put like Exquisite Décode dead? Question mark.
That's a YouTube thumbnail, man. I'm gonna clickbait into it. Let's go.
But I do think there were multiple scenarios in even that last day where they were chasing circles, and then you get to a point where sometimes you're chasing circles and you're like, oh, we've chased this circle and now we're in the middle of no man's land where we've got a field and that's all we've got to play with, right? There's not that much cover. I mean, a lot of teams fall victim to this, and it's no surprise when it does occur if you are chasing circles. But yeah, I still think there is very much so hope for Exquisite Décode. I'm not buying into the downfall just yet, even though, yes, they did have not the greatest results towards the end.
Well, it's funny, Carlos, I mean, it makes sense, right? You usually buy in the dip, so that kind of makes complete sense.
Maybe.
All right, well, in the meantime, while we do get the first round ready to play today, we're going to check in with XT from Unicorns Love, and I had a chance to talk to him before the event kicked off. So let's hear what he had to say. When we come back, we'll be kicking off round 1 of our very second Super Weekend. All right, it's time for another interview, this time with XT coming in from Unicorns of Love, no longer under the Panda banner. I have to ask you off the bat, what was the reason for this switch up, for this super team you guys have made?
First of all, we thought that since we're in the Europe region, it's kind of good for us to add some actual European players in our team to create the diverse, and also for us to gain more English skills, and also like be a part of the community, you can just say. And yeah, the Fresh and Rokis, they're both talented and really gifted players, so it's really it will be awesome, this team. Yes.
So let me ask you then, when you guys were playing as Panda, what language did you guys speak when playing?
Yeah, so we use fully Chinese and no English at all, mainly because we most of us didn't speak too good English, and also because it was our native language, and so it was really natural for us to speak that.
Made more sense. So then now with this Unicorns of Love team, have you guys found it difficult to transition to speaking English then when playing?
It was really a long period where we had to really focus on our communication skills, and it was a lot of problems, which but it's all we can say fixed now. It's getting a lot better, and we're still improving in our skills, communication skills. But yeah, overall it's getting a lot better, and we're looking forward to how the results will be.
So then what's your expectations now for Season 2 of PMPL?
We're confident now. We took the champion both in the regular weeks and also in the finals of PMPL Season 1, so there's no reason we don't expect ourselves at the top again in the Season 2. And yeah.
So something that was talked about a lot when we actually heard from the Team Panda in Season 1 was kind of GK First was generally like this player who would go off by himself and just do things and make amazing plays. And you guys told us you're trying to reel him in to play with the team a lot more. Has he adjusted to that style within the team, or have you guys just let him off the leash again to just go frag out?
I mean, it's done a lot of adjustments in the team. Now we have, we can almost say 4 fraggers or 5 fraggers in the team, where everyone is playing super aggressive. So we have to adapt the game style in terms of each player. But at the whole part, I think GK First is more or less like more cooperating more with the team, rather than being the top player in the team.
Always great to hear from XT and learn a little bit more about Unicorns of Love, but we see take a look at our schedule to remind you guys at home what's all going to be happening over the course of today and of course the next 2 days. We're starting things off on Erangel, heading over to Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. So we're seeing a lot of Erangel being played. I hope it's one of the maps that you're going to be good on when it comes to participating here to get as many points as possible. And you guys at home, maybe you can't participate in-game with us here at PMPL, but what you can do is help support PUBG Mobile by voting for it at the PUBG Mobile as the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year as well. You can head over to esportsawards.com/vote. And we're going to bring in our commentators because the round is about to kick off. And what a better way. There isn't a better way than to kick off the entire Super Weekend with John Allen and Blank once again. Gentlemen, welcome back and take us away.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've appeared from my home in the letterbox in the floor, and I'm here to talk about some Erangel. As you say, it's going to be one of our mainstay maps today. We're getting into match number 1. The playing path at the moment looking to be fairly northwesterly, so Military Island may be a little bit off the cards, but you know what? That's not going to matter because Destiny aren't playing.
They're not in the game. They got completely knocked out. It was very unfortunate, to say the least. You know, I kind of expected a little bit more from these guys. Unfortunately, they did not make the cut, John, which is going to be worrisome for them. And this is, again, one of those times where Unicorns of Love did it during last league play. They had to sit out, watch the other games, figure out what they need to do differently to make sure that they got into this one. And now we're looking at you, Destiny. You've got to make some changes, got to make this happen. And if you don't, you know, it's all going to become harder as we head on towards the latter stages of this tournament. But we are getting players dropping out the plane now. Eastern Star's heading up towards the west side. A lot of drops coming out here already. So not much of this western side of the map should be too free. So Romanian Boys are going to be a little bit miffed about that one, considering this is their zone. This is their spot, John.
This is their space, this is their area. They can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You can't do that. It's their area. But yeah, wow, there is really a lot of teams down in the southwest position. How many is that? I'm counting 4 right now, and then 4 Romanian Boys makes 5 at the moment. So Deus Sirens, I feel like Deus Sirens have probably the worst spot right now in terms of positioning. They've got a couple of buildings there, but then you've got LMV and Primorsk, you've got Team Doom out to their east, and the Eastern Stars to their north. With the circle not on top of them as well, they're gonna have to move. Like, you get vehicles and you get somewhere else right now. I mean, you might even go to military. If I was Deus Sirens, that might be the call that I make, is grab vehicles, go all the way down to military, come back over towards Malta, or even just go all the way to... Honestly, just get out of there.
Yeah, just leave. Just get out of the location as fast as possible. Xtreme Slayers heading up towards Rozhok though, so farm is relatively clear at the moment. So if I was Deus Sirens, you know, farm, Sosnovka, both are respectable choices, but you know, with farm there's always that opportunity that you can get a lot of compound control, and then forward from there you can get down towards Sosnovka military base. Looking at these teams though, you know, there are a few odd teams within this Super Weekend for me. I mean, TSC for instance. I think Deus have kind of stepped up. LMV is definitely one of the big outliers to me, though. They are just a team that heads on in, you know. They're kind of the 9 to 5 team, John. You know what I mean? Like, they clock in.
It's an honest day's living, you know.
Done. Yeah, and then they get to Super Weekend, and then bang, you're in. You can see them there at the overall ranking, 61 points. Like, they're not scoring huge numbers, but they're here. And like during the best part was during league play, we had no worries about them whatsoever. I don't think we talked about them once. They are literally just clocking in, clocking out.
But they're getting the points. I mean, and that's kind of what matters. If you're just trying to get a mid-tier placement in the overall rankings, that's going to do you fine. You know, you just get there, you get 7 points average every game. You're going to be all right, right? But it's not about coming middle of the pack here at PMPL. I mean, this is the pro leagues, right? This is where you want to qualify for the next stages and keep going until you're one of the best, right? So,
yeah, exactly.
It's not going to cut it in terms of reaching the top of those tables. But a team that is trying to find the mustard and then cut it is Exquisite Décode UK. And they're on our screens right now. They're heading out all the way to Pubg. Had a little bit of a downturn as they highlighted on the desk, so hopefully we'll see that return to form.
Yeah, I mean, Clara said it well, is that, you know, Max had really hit them with the apocalyptic movie title of The Downfall, which is a bit sad, but I mean, Exquisite Décode, I hope they can swim back. Personally, massive fan of Alicio on this team. Continues to be a massive force to be reckoned with, right? Sure. This guy is very, very good. But the realistic nature of things is that the rest of the team needs to back him up as well. And it's a bit strange to me because we've seen a lot of very good individual plays. Will's a great scout for the team. We've seen Daddy make some incredible solo plays. I think it's just a matter of getting back on their feet, because that game where they won versus Xtreme Slayers on Sanhok, I believe on the second day of League Play Week 2, was an incredible win, and it really spoke to their prowess. Eastern Stars on our screen, Duby spotted by Athis.
Oh dear. I think they both might have an inkling of each other's positions now. I'm not entirely sure. Well, yeah, stimming up, so I feel like he expects a fight in this position with Daddy coming in as well from the sidelines. Maybe a little bit more there, but out the back of the window, getting the buggy, try and send for the hills. A little bit too high on the hop over the wall, but is with the vehicle now. Creator as well, trying to take a fight, trying to give some space. And that burn will give Creator a little bit of time, certainly to pop that first aid. Only 2 stims, but hasn't got them ticking right now. It's going to have to take a little bit more time there. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Nexus Gaming holding versus the Eastern Stars, but Bazzy sailing in, and Eastern Stars want this fight. Do over the wall, up to the building, back inside, and maintains ground.
Again, though, this seems to be a recurring trend for us that Nexus and Eastern Stars seem to have this massive grudge match against one another, and they don't seem to be even dropping in the same areas to have this grudge match. Nexus is desperately following this poor team around. Eastern Stars, though, looking to move in on Juby's position. Immediately drops up to the second floor. Well played, and Athis now is forced to move over himself.
Oh, they 100% believe he's in the other building. He's in the other position, but he just jumped out. I mean, he's gone back to the rest of his team, reconvened, got behind the wall, and now they've done the old switcheroo. They've reconvened as a single unit, so Nexus Gaming no longer split. I feel like this is smart. Kapahala on the off angle, giving this information away back to the team, and you can see Eastern Stars acting on it almost immediately there. But the rest of Nexus Gaming as well, still locked in the fight. Able to take a fight, but hits the drop shot and is going to get finally flushed on out. Creator, I think, went down there in the meantime as well.
Yeah, I think for Nexus, it's time to leave. Time to get out of there. Rana and co already leaving as fast as possible. I think for Eastern Stars was well played. I liked Kapahala's position, but almost playing CCTV in that current fight there, just watching down, seeing whatever happened. Can you rewind that one, Kapahala? Let us know what just happened before that fight so we can take an appropriate approach to that one, which is good. And to be fair, I think all was lost as soon as Athis and Octavian breached that building, headed upstairs, and Doobie decided to jump out the window, because that's a loss of all confidence, John, right? Because you should be able to hold that second floor with grenades, with utility, but he just completely leaves it. Second floor given to them, and then the fight becomes infinitely easier from there.
I mean, there was a point, right, where he jumped over a wall and was right next to a buggy. At that point, you just get out, right? If you don't want to take that fight, if you don't have that confidence to hold down onto your building, or if your team isn't coming to help you, you leave in that buggy right then and there. But yeah, it felt like there wasn't a clear call, there wasn't a clear decision, and Nexus Gaming paid the price for it.
Oh, massively paid the price for it as well, right? Because it's I feel like Juby's causing a lot of problems within the team. To identify that, because he's consistently away from them and forced them into situations where it's like, God, we've got to go bail Juby out of this situation now. The rest of the team locks in on that location, pays the price for it, and then they more often than not leave with 1 or 2 players on the back burner. 4 Romanian Boys headed down from Gatka towards the coastal side, tried to take some shots towards Team Doom, but they sail on past with their lives intact. So 4 Romanian Boys just going to hold this position for a little bit longer. You know, Deus Sirens, LMV, they know that at least LMV will be playing this location, so there's another team to gatekeep so far, so they can hold on pretty for a little while.
For now. LMV, they've moved on forwards. 4 Romanian Boys, they've headed southeast and playing on the coastline. I feel like a lot of these teams who are on the coast right now are hedging their bets for a military island circle potential to be coming into the next one on a heavy southern shift. I mean, it's unlikely given how far south in the circle military base is, but it's still very much possible, and that's what those teams are looking for. They're playing that percentage, that numbers game.
Yeah, and I think for TSC, all in good spots. I think TSC taking up farm was an extremely good decision. And one I didn't see a lot of teams take early on the game, so that was a little bit odd for me, because I felt like there was a lot more teams who were in great spots to be able to do this. Next circle, though, heads down towards the south side of Sosnovka, very much still within this one, but quite a bit still of that northern island chunked in. But it's mostly those areas where you can move into Sosnovka that are still available, which makes this an awkward circle, because we can remain on that northern side now, John. We can remain on that northern side for a little bit longer before fully committing to Sosnovka. I think it's really going to be these teams who are down on their luck, not in great positions, who are going to opt to take the gamble, head down towards Sosnovka, and try and get a position down there where they feel a little bit more comfortable in their ability to stay alive.
I mean, I'm looking at Unicorns of Love as a potential team to swing around to Sosnovka to try and sail on through. Actually, LMV make the break across the bridge early, and they were one of the teams that were holding around the mouth of the western military bridge. They do go across, and they are going to hold on that island. Nobody else quite yet, by the looks of things, making that full move.
Yeah, so Dolly Parton's already made their way down to Sosnovka, which is good to see. They're going to stay safe for the time being. Unicorns of Love, though, a little bit far out, and I think you are right, though. If I am Unicorns of Love, I would probably just insist on moving on to Sosnovka military base. Most of the efficient areas to hold now should be taken, with Eastern Stars now making their way in. I think there's a little bit of a roadblock currently between ChasMac, Big, as well as Game Lord at the moment, which is making things slightly more difficult on this eastern side. So SKP, Exquisite Décode UK are both going to come into problems with that. And I think if you're playing in Lepovka, Exquisite Décode UK, perhaps you should have been down in Milta, down towards Farm a little bit sooner, John.
Potentially timing quite important there. It looks like TSC have made the jump off the edge of the cliffs and are trying to swim down to the military island as well, instead of going across one of those bridges.
That's a safe play.
Yeah, I mean, this early, I feel like it's actually quite heads up, right? To make the swim play, not draw attention to yourselves, get to that military island and potentially hold a strong position there. When you're playing on that coastline as well, there's not a lot of cover on that stretch of beach, so it feels like probably the better play that they could have made. But this is that roadblock that you were talking about. It is a moving one, it is a rolling block, but ChasMac Gaming and Game Lord, I don't think either of them really want to stop and pitch in.
Yeah, we have a road cylinder on our hands at the moment. So these guys, like you said, probably not trying to chip in on this one. favouring getting into that circle a little bit more. This eastern side becoming more and more clumped at the moment. There are a fair few compounds to play around farm though, so this can effectively hold this many teams. It will look a little bit awkward on our map with so many teams in several different locations. Excuse me, holding out towards Sharkfin at the moment, and SKP, they're playing a gatekeep on that eastern bridge.
Kosti's out, actually really quite wide from the rest of Excuse Me's position, but Akashi spotted out behind the vehicle. That's not going anywhere. And needs to be worried. Maybe need a little bit of a rescue mission coming on through. There's the smoke to maybe allow for the pull-up from a teammate. You see that Narvalo now starting to come on through. There's the vehicle. Spray downs, not quite going to be there. Back into it and doesn't even slow down. Really nice pick up there. Game Lord playing that one by the book. But Victor tries to get some suppression shots in. Not going to go his way, however. Needs to be careful. Everyone's in the zone for now, but the next one's just about to shift, and we are going to the military island. TSC swim pays off.
Yeah, I was about to say that, you know, that TSC call you made was very astute. Like getting across the beach there so early. Yes, sometimes in that situation it looks very early and almost like a bad play. But if you're making the swim late, like Excuse Me or Xtreme Slayers might have to do now, you're gonna have to contend with TSC who are already set up, posted on that beach side where you might not expect them to be.
Oh, he smelt Eastern Stars up this hill. GK first. Looks like Rolkis.
Could be a great nade, actually.
Yeah, this could actually be a phenomenal nade on the top, but not going to get the knock. A little bit of damage over onto Athis, though, as Rolkis finds a second. That's a good nade onto Bazzi. Daddy's position as well compromised. Kapahala hits the deck, looking to try and heal it on up. A second nade to do a little bit more damage to Bazzi and put the skates on Kapahala here. Athis trying to spot this angle, trying to control it, and they've seen each other now. They will know of one another's presence. Kapahala has this info. He knows the Rolkis is moving forwards, but he doesn't know that he's in the smoke. He's waiting for more. He's laying this trap, but Athis falls, and the teammate is fallen. Kapahala up, ready to spray, but is taken down in only a 1-for-1. Unicorns of Love moving through the Eastern Stars well right now. With only Rolkis going down, they've managed to find 3. Looking for more. They need to find Daddy up the top of the hill. They need to get this final knock to wipe the Eastern Stars out. The blue zone will envelop them. This is all the way out in the west, and they will have to cross after this, but they have to move now. They have to move fast. Daddy looking to cook the nade over towards GK first, who's playing around the side, but that's a good one around the edge. Not going to find the damage, just behind the wall. Daddy hunkering down, trying to hide, trying to get anything, and GK first falls. Daddy needs to heal. He's low, but looking for the flush.
There was no refrag there onto Octavian, so a little bit frustrating for me from Unicorns of Love. Losing GK first there in a fight that was practically won is slightly unfortunate. They will get a lot of loot on their hands for their troubles, but I think GK first was a serious force to be contended with there to make that fight happen in the first place. Rolkis dropped some phenomenal smokes during that fight to isolate some sight lines early on. Yes, he didn't know Kapahala was there and basically smoked him away in the first place, but you know, Unicorns of Love now need to make a move. Super young roster already made it across, as did Deus Sirens, but Romanian Boys already found a knockover their way. A little bit awkward now for Unicorns. I love that fight took slightly longer than they hoped it would, but with a few well-placed nades, they ended a lot sooner than it could have done.
Absolutely. I feel like that went very well. I didn't realize Octavian had changed his name. I was quite confused.
Yeah,
with that.
I think Octavian and Daddy from Exquisite Décode UK are pretty good friends. So
okay.
You know, it could be due to that, to be honest with you. But I will remain calling him Octavian and not Octodaddy because we're not playing that game right now.
It's not the game we're playing. We're playing PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
We're not playing silly beggars, are we? I don't think we are. Compound for TSC, that early swim really paying dividends right now. Look at that. That shift gives them a really strong spot. They can control a lot of the river. Their hillsides are good as well. LMV as well in a nice spot. Game Lord moving in to control the southeast.
Yeah, now Unicorns of Love rotation is based on luck and luck alone. They're going to be very unhealthy coming to the circle. They're going to stem up as much as possible, get full HP, and then potentially razz it across this bridge. It's going to be very difficult to get past this massive teams. The only saving grace is there is a massive teams who might be focused on one another and less focused on the guys flying across the bridge.
This is Unicorns of Love first Super Weekend as well. Remember, they didn't manage to qualify for last week. Getting all the points they can while they can. Very, very important. They need to make up for lost time here. They're going down this early, not ideal. Sure, they've managed to get 4 points, but that's not going to be enough to challenge with the top dogs. Deus Sirens, they managed to get across. They've taken a couple of knocks. They've taken a beating here. They have managed to keep 3 of themselves alive. Luna does need to get res. Maybe they'll go for it. Super young roster and 4 Romanian boys. This eastern block of team, this western block of teams, sorry. Really looking impenetrable right now. So Unicorns of Love are going to have to swing down south.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that Lin keeps making these stops right now. I know why he's doing it. He's trying to make sure there's no one gatekeeping their approach in. What they don't know is Super Young roster, just as they made their crossing, 2 of the players that are holding the bridge moved across to try and help the rest of their boys with 4 Romanian boys themselves. So Unicorns of Love could have moved a lot quicker into the circle, but unfortunately, it's just one of those unknowns that you have to almost check for. But they would have been a lot better just to completely send it across, which would have been the worst play, right? But sometimes you have to make those risks. They do make it in though, because of a few fortunate circumstances with the way that those teams were playing in that area. It looked really bad, but it in fact worked out for the better. If there was only one team there, Unicorns of Love, their run during Erangel could be over already.
TSC actually shifted out to the east. They had a pretty decent spot, but now I feel like TSC are a dominant force in this next circle. Climbing up these hillsides, I mean, there's not a lot you can do. You just have to try and be the last one to move in these situations. SKP team eliminated. Excuse me, will be the ones to do so. Now they have the eastern side, but there's so many out in the water. I think there's 4 teams right now swimming.
Yeah, I mean, TSC can just be a massive points vacuum at the moment. Look towards the water, get some shots in there, try and pick up as many kills as possible. They left Bujo behind in that really nice compound, so they have a place to fall back to. He'll be continuing scouting out over towards the west side. The guys down towards the beach have the east. So as soon as he sees a target coming towards them, he'll most likely recall the rest of the team back to his position. But right now, it's working out well. Team Doom, though, going against Super Young roster. 2 of these teams we thought have been doing very well so far, starting to work their ways up the ranks, but already a well-placed nade will take down Ali.
And getting the flush as well. Super young roster taking heavy hits right now. Team Doom swarming over the hillsides. Next up will be TSC, but the shot's coming back from Alush as Faker still down for the squad. They're just trying to control any sort of pressure here, but it's really might be a little bit too late. And I mean, this is TSC all over this next circle. Team Doom as well, with a good western spot.
Lin swings out towards the south side. Unfortunately, it's Trazen there from ChasMac Gaming, so more than likely we are now just down to 2 in Rollkiss and Fresh. Lin gives his life to try and provide a little bit of information. It's just 1 player though, so it's not a huge amount of information that goes their way. LMV down towards the south side. TSC can continue to pick up these big points. Euphoria keeping Team Doom at bay. Good stuff, like to see it.
I'm not entirely sure why Unicorns of Love are so split right now. They were all the way across, and actually they lost a player just now over towards Trazen in ChasMac Gaming. Rollkiss and Fresh can regroup as a duo, but they've really hurt themselves, I think, by not sticking together as 3. They lost GK First early on. And it's far from ideal. However, they are still going. They're still trucking. Game Lord are going to have to leave their compound and excuse me to control it.
I think for Unicorns of Love, it's rough, right? And I said before that Lin dropped down towards the south side to try and scout for the rest of the team. He does give his life doing it, but with the position they're in, they almost have to play split here, John, because of the hillside. They can't have vision on both with the 2 players that remain, so they have to put 1 on either side. Now deciding that moving up towards the north is better for them. Perhaps Lin saw LMV, but they have to take a fight with Super Young roster. They are down to 2 players as well, so it's an even fight at the moment. Fresh already moves forward first, but he will come into contact with Alush very soon.
Very, very soon. I mean, I feel like Alush definitely knows that he's there. Was moving up to that position. Fresh was moving in a vehicle up to that position, which means he will have been heard, certainly. But they haven't taken the fight just yet. Neither of them actually popping shots, so I wonder if a little bit of a standoff there. No one really wanted to pull the trigger, but they're going to have to move.
Potentially. Yeah, they will have to move. There is a quick kill coming through from Rollkiss. So Rollkiss had oversight on that one. They will quickly flush out Super Young roster's player in Alush. Now just 1 player remains. Fresh drops.
Result, able to get the spray down. Rollkiss didn't have oversight on that. Look at those smokes. That's what allowed Result to be in this one still. Nade over the top. This could be good from Roll Kiss. A big shot as well coming through as Team Doom might be looking at third party, but Roll Kiss gets spotted across the way. LMV put a stop to proceedings as both Unicorns of Love and Super Young Roster go down.
Again, Unicorns of Love, it was a tough journey to get into that circle. I think they did well with what they could. Again, it's just so many unknowns for them. Very rough to play that one out on that side. Yes, Fresh could have potentially won that fight and got them up towards the north, but again, they'd have to deal with Team Doom afterwards. This next circle is incredibly rough. Now, TSC, I believe, have made a mistake here. If I'm them, I'm looking to move back towards Bujo's position much, much sooner than this, and now they lose practically all their players on the east, and Bujo staying here has been practically all for naught. He's going to get swarmed very shortly.
Yeah, I feel like in the last circle they should have regrouped over there. They don't need to control Excuse Me in this position. They can stop them from their compound. Excuse Me now can move into this compound. Team Doom could potentially take it. Look at all the teams as well, still swimming. There's at least 3 out there in the water. You can see there's Big, Nexus Gaming still have a shout, Xtreme Slayers, and they're all just popping the reeds in their mouth and trying to stay down as much as they can.
My favourite part is that if someone moved out of this water, they could potentially get a little bit done. But right now, they're so concerned with teams watching over their position that they're continuing just to bob and weave within that water itself. Like a school of fish. We'll see how long they can stay protected as a unit before they have to part their ways.
Oh, it's going down over to Mango. I wonder if they realise that there's only one player in this compound. Certainly a pretty scary prospect to crash onto it. You know someone's going to be there, but with TSC being the ones who were occupying it, a little bit of a vacuum. LMV and Game Lord, it feels like Game Lord have just been in fight after fight after fight this game, but they're still here and they're still going. So all credit to them.
Yeah, Robs went down to the play zone as well. Slightly unfortunate there after taking a knock. Will die to the blue damage at zone 6. It will hurt. LMV currently still taking shots, and Akashi just keeps dropping up and then hitting the deck as well. Back on his belly, Victor hits one from Excuse Me, but they're taking heavy punishment themselves. 2 players alive for Excuse Me. If the guys from Game Lord can sweep over this area, potentially take up residence in Excuse Me spot, they'll be safer for a little bit longer, but it requires a very good fight to make this happen.
I mean, Team Doom are pretty happy about their spot as well right now. No one else on their quadrant.
God, Akashi.
Look at that nade. All right, fair enough. He's here to play. Victor as well, moving around the side now. Costi giving that information over. Excuse Me, really on their last legs, but there's only a duo to be playing for Game Lord. So it's 2 versus 2 on this hillside. Buho has oversight. LMV are waiting in the wings as well. A really nice molly there. That's going to push them out and wide, but there's not really any chance that they're going to be able to get the frags for it. Needs to be careful. On the hillside, Prada spotted. Now it's just Mango behind the tree. Sprays can come through. Team Doom looking to try and strike into this one. Victor goes for the spray, goes up to challenge, but it's Mango to stay alive. Both of the Game Lord players eliminated, and only one player now on the eastern edge.
You're right, they've been in fight after fight, and I mean, their bodies were covered in bandages, and they had no meds left, so it was kind of a last-ditch attempt in that situation. I'm not sure how much utility they have left either, if that Molotov was the last one, but they made the most out of it. Now, the players from the water trying to move out, but someone's got their number. Bujo's still alive in this compound by himself, despite LMV slowly encroaching on their position.
Zero looking to swing around, get some more position advantage there, be able to be the person who spots out the water. Getting behind that car, has cover from the compound, and yeah, he's just going to start throwing nades. He's just going to try and pick up these points here. You can see he's already managed to find one. Beast half HP Muzi's there as well. Is spotting out these players and a little bit out wide, just looking for more. Spotted out by Mango, last player for Excuse Me, and 11 kills right now for this team.
Yeah, Mango still in this one, trying to bring this one home for the boys, but 11 kills is a wonderful game for Excuse Me. I mean, sweeping from that eastern side is always good for you because you're able to catch a lot of teams off guard. And for a team like TSC who refuse to move back to their post, yeah, Excuse Me can fully take advantage of that now. They don't have to worry about oversight on them all the time. They most likely will go out and won't hit this chicken dinner, but it's been a great run so far. 12 kill points is beautiful.
Hang on a minute. Did Muzi just get a knock from the water? I think he did. Well, he is going to go down. It might have been the other way around. Action, yeah, he did actually go down there. Bujo spots Perks, gets the knock. A good start, but needs to be very, very careful. Mango starting to chime in and stole away the flush. Goodness me, 13 kills now for Excuse Me as they're just picking like the carrion. of the other teams. 23 points as they finally do go down. Now it's just Team Doom and LMV as TSC are eliminated.
They'll take that. They'll take that. 12 points for a great early rotation. I think that's a good return for them. Could have been a lot more points, though, if they'd played it differently. LMV, though, start to make their approach on Team Doom. Team Doom's played this position before during this tournament, so they know what to do. Starting throwing grenades outwards. But if they make a misplay on this beach where there's not a lot of cover with the split that LMV has taken, which is the optimal play, it could go topsy-turvy very quickly.
I feel like Zero might have wanted to stay in the vehicle, but position's starting to be given up there. They take a knock, they take two, and now it's just Frosty, LMV, controlling, snaking, moving forwards. And Frosty along the ridgeline doesn't take any damage. Needs to be very, very careful here. Needs to be worried. Back towards the team. You need to get these reses. Finds a knock onto Talon, and that is huge. That might have just saved Team Doom.
Yeah, that knock onto Talon was big. I think Talon could probably drop back down again and bided their time. They didn't need to go for the finish there. Now, Luff starts to move up. Zero has to die, but Frosty's got his number.
Team Doom able to take the chicken dinner there. They rise from the beach side and they do end up taking LMV down. TSC looked like they had control of that game, but they stepped too far and they paid the price. It's Team Doom to take the first in the second Super Weekend.
And that's what overconfidence can do to you, John. When you think you've got that entire beachside to yourself and no one can stop you if you're TSC, like at some point they had to realize there were enough teams over this side. They'd moved from that northern island. It was time to take a better position in that compound. And, you know, with where the circle ended, if they'd taken that compound, I'm pretty sure that would have been a TSC win. Excuse me, though. Again, great low game from them. Very, very loud indeed, moving across from that eastern side and just sweeping. Team Doom, though, you know, surviving off that western coast was a feat, to be honest with you, because where Romanian Boys, Deus Sirens, Unicorns of Love had swept through that area, LMV were over there as well. It was a rough little position to actually fight from, going through the buildings, over to the open ground, and then just biding their time. LMV, though, that last fight was very well set up, with crossfires coming in. Though, again, it's overconfidence in those situations. You get those two knocks, you feel so good about it, yet they stay out in the open. And that one little knock onto Talon was huge. When you're playing as only two players with that crossfire, you almost have to immediately drop back as soon as you get a knock. You can't keep firing.
Yeah, it seems like there were a couple of missteps, I think, in that game. But I think even though TSC ended up slipping up towards the end,
yeah,
I really give them credit for that early swim. I feel like, you know, if you're moving early, it's very tempting to just go for the bridges, try and swing around that way. There's going to be people there, there's going to be taking shots, but making that swim that early, I think, was probably one of the best calls that we saw that game. Then there were those missteps towards the end, but I feel like that still deserves credit.
Yeah, I think for TSC, it could have gone so differently as well, John, because the plays that they made were the right ones. Even sending Bujo over towards that position in the compound was extremely smart. Not sticking in that spot, though, and not regrouping on that spot, that was dumb. I mean, that's a case of, like, having the chicken dinner in your hand out the oven only to pass it off to someone else in the end. You know, they had a good grip on it, but just throw it away in those last moments, which I didn't understand completely.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? But still, they do manage to get a decent game on the boards. I think they managed to get 12 points in the end for that game in this Super Weekend. And I mean, that's going to be all right. They ended last Super Weekend, I think, on 80 points. So getting 12 here, that's a good result. It's certainly over their average, so it's not the end of the world, but it feels like there was more headroom there.
Yeah, you saw that little play there from the Romanian Boys as well, taking down 3 players from ChasMac Gaming, with the only player escaping being Trazen. He moved all the way down to the south side. Lin tried to scout it, and because of those turns of events, Unicorns of Love lose a player because Trazen's able to get away in the midst of chaos. I think perhaps that comment you made earlier, John, about them sticking together, it could have been better for them. I think with the 3 players up there, they could have certainly took Super Young roster and gone for from there. But again, who's to say that LMV wouldn't have taken them down shortly afterwards? They had to do a lot of fighting to get here, though, and almost made it happen. Fresh just misses the shots. I mean, with the smoke down, the buggy in the way, and almost creating this one-way for Super Young roster, I think that fight was a difficult one to take in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was... there is no way that you can always make the right decision in those positions. And I feel like Unicorns of Love
Who's better?
did pretty well. Right, yeah, it's better, exactly. And they managed to get across, they managed to get onto the military island with 3, despite having a late fight there. So they made some good pathing decisions. Unfortunately, though, they go down a little bit earlier than they might have liked. Total of 6 points on that game. So they have to step up in the next couple of games themselves. They want to be in with a chance of qualifying for the EMEA regionals. It's all really about that for them. I mean, especially with the uncertainty around the PMGC points as well. It's very important to be getting into these EMEA regionals.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think these teams are starting to understand that now and just trying to put up as many points as possible. For some teams like LMV, this game is great for them because it means they can put up a ton of points and get back in the game. But we'll be getting back in the game very shortly. But first, we need to go to a break, head to the desk, and see what the boys have to say. In the wise words of Maxman, Puggers, we see Team Doom take down a chicken dinner and get themselves a much needed and much well-deserved victory here on our first round of our second Super Weekend. Also want to give a big shout out here to OnePlus with their 120 hertz refresh rate screens. You can get all the sweet angles, all the sweet tracking as well when you're trying to take down your enemies over in PUBG Mobile. That's what I gotta use when I'm playing some PUBGM. But let's take a look at the rankings now. Let's get an idea of how many points the teams did accumulate through this first round, because we had not only Team Doom doing well, we had a couple of other teams putting up some big numbers, especially when it came to kills.
We talked about it in the pre-show going into this. So many teams that were middling teams even at the bottom of our Super Weekend rankings had a clear opportunity here because you have Destiny that didn't qualify, Vodafone Giants didn't qualify, also a team like Conqueror didn't make it. This opens up a lot of space at the top, and these teams doing so well, it makes the level of competition at the top even closer. So I would not even say Poggers, I would go even further and beyond. I would say Poggy Woggies for this first game. Okay, that was maybe not the best. Whatever. Team Doom, absolutely great finish there. They showed themselves maybe a little bit too much. They could have given the win over to LMV, but at the end, Team Doom just had really good map control and made sure that that win was going to be secured at the end.
Do I have to add anything to this, Jason? Can I just be done for this segment? I don't need to listen to this anymore.
Yeah, well, I can hear Floof behind you, so maybe she has something to say.
Yeah, I don't know where she is actually. She's a crazy dog. How does one small dog make so much noise? I don't know. But anyway, I'll tell you who else made big noise. Excuse
the smallest
me.
Dogs have the biggest barks.
Yeah, and also they're the wimpiest, scaredest, most cowardly creatures. Speaking from, I'm pretty small. Anyway, yeah, excuse me. Had a brilliant position that they were working with. 23 points go their way, and considering how everybody else was playing this military island circle, which was rough in itself because of the plane path, it's pretty good to see. Excuse me. After we touted kind of their praises in this pre-show, being able to put up a big bomb here. Yeah.
TSC Legends, though, I don't know how to feel about this one because they could have a winning position. They had a compound. They were like, we want to have as much of a split as possible to have as many positions under control as possible. Well, unfortunately, because of that, they lost, what was it, 2-3 players to the hands of, excuse me, they were aiming for position like that. I think that TSC Legends had an opportunity to get himself a win and just didn't look any further than that. So hopefully they can be a little bit more opportunistic in the games to come.
Well, we can see here our second page. A couple of big names going to be, well, I wanted to say making their debut here, but hopefully not going to be seeing that again. You have Big in 9th place with 5 points. You got what else? Eastern Stars, who ran into Unicorns of Love, or Unicorns of Love, who ran into Eastern Stars, who came out with just 3 points, but 3 kill points. And I guess ChasMac, Exquisite, Deus, 3 teams in particular we're expecting a little bit more from, more so Exquisite than the other 2, just because of how well they performed in the first Super Weekend. But with how well ChasMac and Deus played in league play, I was hoping for more. But then again, it's just 1 round. We still have more to play.
I mean, Deus ended up the league play with a victory, right? I think that's a real nice step up for them. But of course, only game 1. We'll see how this goes. Kosti putting up the big numbers up at the top alongside Mango and Zero here. And again, considering the vantage point they had, Max, with that hill that Imperium astutely pointed out whilst we were watching the game backstage with him, like that was a really important spot for them to be able to stage their campaign here.
It is by default the most valuable position yet in the circle, because the circle there is so flat, right? You got a portion of water, of course, but it's just the beach and you have 1 compound. That position offers you visibility on the north, the west, and the south all together, and also a good advantage point onto the compound, which TSC, at least only Pubg, was playing from. So they had visibility on everyone, so they had the better opportunity to rotate into the circle. So of course, these numbers are not too big of a surprise when you have a position like that, but it especially feels good to see Zero not just been a one-hit wonder player that we saw pop off once. He's actually been pretty consistently in our top players from games to game, so big heads up to Zero is good to see.
Yeah, he's definitely been the standout player for Team Doom, and we'll get into their stats in a little bit of time here, but that's a interesting sound. I was expecting that.
That's Mario.
What was that for? The 2K?
Good job, excuse me. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. We got, almost 2.2k damage coming in from them, and that kind of, validates the position that they held strong. I'm surprised that GameLore was able to put up the damage that they did here. Despite not getting that many kills, they were playing very edge, and I mean extremely edge. I can understand, considering that they already know that the high priority positions are taken ahead of them, but I expected maybe a little bit more oomph either towards Excuse Me or oomph. I think it was it TSC or LMV that they had to fight with?
LMV.
LMV. Yeah, they had to choose a direction, and unfortunately, I don't think they chose it quite quickly enough.
We've heard Kalars's Mario. I know Maxmed does a Waluigi.
There you go.
And I know John does a Wario. So maybe we can get a Luigi in this, and maybe a Princess Peach. Imperium, I hope your voice is ready. So let's move on to talk about, for Luigi, obviously. Let's talk about Team Doom, though, and this team. They've been able to really step up, and I feel like one of the few teams that have been able to adjust really well here into our second season of PMPL. But their player stats is what we really want to focus on here, because we have seen individuals lead the way for the roster, and Zero is going to be that person that we're talking about in particular here. 4,700 damage. He's got all the blue. The only thing he doesn't have is survival time, because Boom's only played 1 match. Of course, he's going to have a higher average survival time if he made it towards the late game. But we're really seeing that like Zero is like the focal point of the team.
Yeah, that is completely fine to have a player that's always going to be at the top, but you need to try and have the team built around it. And I know this is something Kalais likes, but this is another team that's using a lot of their subs. Every single time, except for Boom, just played only 1 game apparently in this Super Weekend. Would like to see maybe a little bit more of him, if possible, especially when the 1 game he plays got 21 minutes, 38 seconds of average survival time. So he's definitely been up there, but the damage and kills maybe not racking up too much. But yeah, I think that Doom, just like Super Young Roster, one of these teams that has been consistently improving when it comes on a week-to-week basis. Maybe a little bit behind Super Young Roster when it comes down to it, but I think that Doom is another one of these teams that made it through another qualifier, PMCO, PMNC, part of that group of teams that we don't know what to expect from them in this PMPL. But of course, this is another one of these teams where the more time you give them, the more experience you give them in tournaments like this, they can only get better with time. So I think that Doom in the future could be one of the big contenders in the EU scene.
Yeah, definitely steady progression from them, which I think is cool to see given the lobby and the power that it does hold here. Constantly, though, it's always Zero in action that we're seeing in these highlights. They know how to make the nades work. They know how to make the sprays work. I like it a lot.
You know what, guys? I'm thinking about this more and more, and I feel like we kind of have this stigma about PMCL, like these teams aren't on the same caliber of these PMPL teams. They can't compete against them. But honestly, I feel like this entire last year from PMPLs, we've seen these PMCO teams and PMNC teams challenge the likes, and if not be better than the likes of the teams who have been consistently in these PMPLs. So really got to give credit to like the amount of talent we have in the scene in general, especially the new and up-and-coming talent overall. But let's move on into the zone shifts here, Maxman. I know you want to touch on how the zones have shifted, how they went over towards military base. Let's throw it up here and get an idea of what you want to talk about.
Yeah, so this game, unfortunately, I saw a lot of teams not being very opportunistic. There was clear opportunities that happened. In the first 2 to 3 phases of the circle, there was a lot of great opportunities. So just to set the standard, I'm going to draw down the plane path again that's not here currently. So the plane path went from Northern Quarry all towards the position of starboard. So this is the plane path you went with. And of course, a plane path like this, you understand you're not going to be able to drop towards Mill to Power. You're not going to be able to go for Novo, military base. Sanhok Island is a no-go in this kind of situation. And phase 1 circle teams are like, do we go to the mainland? Is the circle going to go to Sanhok Island? We're not too sure. So right now it's a bit of a gamble. So we're going to wait for phase 2 circle shift. So you're going to see the circle move up. Here we go, we move forward, boom, circle shifts. You're like, okay, it seems like there's a very clear chance that military base is going to be into play. And because of the plane path here, Jason, I was able to put back down. You know, as a fact, nobody is going to be on that island that early. So there's a lot of opportunities, and one especially that I was surprised to not see come through, especially Imperium, was always talking about it in the green room, and I agree with this point. Exquisite Décode UK had a drop that they always go for. It's Lipovka / Mill to Power, and you have so many good opportunities when it comes to just going for botation, really. Here you just go for botation from Lipovka, Mill to Power. You enter into Novo if you want, can even go further and go at the southern coastal line of Sanhok Island. They didn't make that happen, but one of the teams that actually had one of the smartest rotations in this entire game, and that was LMV. They were right next to the Western Bridge right off the bat and understood there's no gatekeeping that's really going to happen. So boom, instantly going to make that cross happen, and they are going to take full control of the more southern side of the circle. You're going to see until the next phases, they're going to the next shift, all of the northern side, wait, I'm going to change it, boop, there we go. All of the northern side, okay, no, I want to use this. Come on to illustration, there we go. All of this position here is control. I don't know what's happening with this one, but LMV is the only team controlling the high ground positions to give you literally overview and oversight on every team that's up north. So I think that LMV was the most opportunistic team in this position, but I think that other teams could see those opportunities from time to time.
I will say, whilst we're hanging out here, look at where Team Doom is right now. They were preparing for where they got their previous, they're way far in the north, and obviously they ended up winning out this game. They were preparing for a situation where, you know, they previously got a win from that location because of the cliffs that we're hanging out on. I cannot believe I was criticizing how late that they were rotating, but they still got the win anyway. So, you know, it shows that sometimes, you know, you can be a little bit, you can use different strategies in this game.
I took it as sometimes Claris can be wrong, which just feels really weird to say. To be honest, we do see Miramar as our second map of the day, followed up by Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. Now, Claris, I've been a little bit mean to you here in this segment, but I want to give you the chance to be the first one to predict who you think is going to take round 2. Your predictions have been on point so far. Can they remain on point?
This is a heavy burden to go for here. Let's think. Just give me a second. Max, I can't do it. My powers are...
Do you want me to go first? I can go first. No?
No, don't do it, Max. Don't do it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait. Let me quickly extrapolate some information.
Mention the numbers.
Yeah.
Calculator.
Who has the best stats on Miramar?
3.3 recurring.
Leroy.
I think it's the return of 4 Romanian boys for this one, Jason. Crazy, I think. But
okay.
There you go.
Hey, you know what? That is so far out of left field that I feel like you might be onto something here, Maxman. Without taking 4 Romanian boys, and don't complain that he took your pick.
No, not this time. Not this
time. He was
time.
never going to pick them anyway.
I mean, I'm going to try and do reverse psychology. I think that a team that might not do great on this game, seeing what we've seen so far, is Unicorns of Love. So I say they're going to do good, even though I expect them to do bad, and they might do good. I don't know what that psychology is. I'm trying to outplay my curse. I don't know what's happening here, but Unicorns of Love, I don't know. They had some good plays with Panda in the past, so we'll see if it might work out this time.
Just keep making more Mario noises. It'll be fine. Perfect.
Well, you know what? While we throw it over to another interview with XT, why don't we get your best Waluigi impression, Claris, as we heard your Mario.
I can do a womp. You know the womp? The
oh, you did it so good. Actually, yeah.
All right, here we go. That wasn't very good. I don't know.
That is so close. That's perfect.
Okay, I'll take that.
We also talked to a couple of other teams out there, and they mentioned that you guys like to study a lot of other teams from other regions, especially when it comes to China. How much, well, can you confirm that first of all? And if so, how much have you incorporated the style you're seeing over in, PEL into your own, performance?
Well, first of all, yes, we have studied a lot or looked at some PEL teams when it comes to strategy, and also like how they fight, how they rotate, how they gather information, and their game style in general. But it's also important to mention that the global version, especially in the Europe and North America, is the style of game style of each teams is really different. And also when it comes to the rules, we have no double point rule in the first 2 zones. We have 15 points for chicken dinner instead of 12. It really matters when we're playing, and it's of course we'll adapt ourselves to the European style. But yes, we have used a lot of the PEL strategies in our gameplay.
Okay. Last question here then for you. You guys finished first out of the finals when it came to PMPL Western Europe last year, and then you went on to the EMEA Regional Championship and finished 12th. What have you guys worked on since then to have a repeat performance when it comes to PMPL, but then to perform even better when it comes to EMEA Season 2?
Well, the EMEA last season was a little bit challenging for us because it was really no time for us to prepare at all. In contrast to the PMPL, where we almost spent 2 months preparing before the actual game started. So that was a main reason for us, excuse for us to not finish as well, as good as the PMPL. But since the EMEA, I think our team has studied a lot, especially for the CIS teams like Navi and Power, where we adapted more to the situation, and also we have been playing against these teams recently, so it's we're getting a lot of experience from that, and we hope that we'll do a lot better this time.
Okay, well, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, XT, but I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to your fans, friends, family, anything, and anyone you want to.
I just want to give a shout out to my teammates, Roadkiss, Fresh, GK First, and Linia, as well as Yiz and Kato from last season. And also the UL as the management, and also the organization for trusting us and signing us and supporting us. Thank you all, and we hope you still support us in the future.
Well, thank you, XT, for coming on to this interview, and looking forward to see what you guys do here in Season 2.
Thank you.
I swear, one of these days, I'm going to get one of those players to give me a shout out as their favorite host when they do those at the end of the interview. But you know what? Yesterday wasn't the day, and that one wasn't going to happen at all, unfortunately. But one day, it'll make it work. Anyways, we got Imperium and we got Blank join us back here on the desk to bring us our second round of the day. So, gentlemen, the game start. Let's head straight into it as you take us underway.
Blank, let's go. Second game of the day. Game 1 was a doozy when it came to the circle shifts, but this is Miramar. We tend to see, obviously, a lot less water in play when it comes to Miramar, but those harsh terrains really can be a difference maker between you winning and losing.
Yeah, I mean, you could drown out here on Miramar, or at least suffocate when it comes to those terrain paths you have to take. They're awkward. They're awkward, to say the least, Imperium. You know, you're going to trip, you're going to sprain your ankle, you're going to fall. It's going to be a bad time for some of these teams, but some of these teams, it's going to be a clean-cut path. No need to rotate too much. You know, you could get lucky, you don't have to move anywhere. That's what some of these guys are looking out for. Eastern Stars already heading down towards Puerto Paraíso. You know, Miramar, not the strongest map. I'll put it that way, not their strongest map whatsoever. I think it's because they take this drop approach down towards Impala, and oftentimes, you know, they struggle to move up towards the north side, they struggle to move down towards the west. You know, they're just far out of the way. They had a similar problem to Exquisite Décode UK, in which case they drop over towards the Pubg, heading towards the north side of the map should be hard, but, you know, as we were all told during that green room discussion over there, Imperium, you said, you know, the Pubg's easy to get down towards military base, which case, I agree, it really is. Why are you not in Sanhok? So we'll see what the boys from Exquisite Décode UK can do. This game, Reznov once again out wide for them, and Eastern Stars, woo, sigh of relief, they get the circle.
Yes, sirree. That's a very southeast circle, should I say. And it's also ironic because I started off by saying we don't really see much water in Miramar, and there's a good, like, 20% of this phase 1 inside the circle. Yes, I am the new Maxman. I do curse these players just a little bit, and I'll tell you one thing, Blank. One thing I'd love to see, it would be a lovely, juicy island finish for this game too. Just keep on going to the east. Keep it going, end on the 2 tiny islands, just for the extra level of spiciness.
I think the only time I've ever seen it end over here is was in WEU when we dropped towards the island just east of Puerto Paraíso, but no further than that. I would love to see an island finish. You would make my day. I'd never seen that place before. I've approached it in game as a solo player just to explore, just to see the sights. But yeah, we're having a bit of a beach finish here, which is nice to see. I like to hear a bit of the seagulls cracking, you know, looking for any juicy morsel they can find, just like the players in this game, looking for those kills, looking to swoop in when no one detects them and take the ice cream away from the other teams.
Caw, caw. I don't know if that's the sound a seagull makes, but I want to try and add
scream, you know. I have a couple around my area. It's quite frustrating.
Just wanted to add a little bit of ambience to the
I appreciate it.
Beautiful story that you kind of told and the picture you painted across the board. This is also a good circle for the likes of Unicorns of Love if they can take advantage of it. They normally drop and loot around Valdemar. They're heading in that direction, so their looting phase will be a little bit later than some of the teams, but they're automatically now closer to that kind of southwestern entry point into the circle compared to a lot of other teams.
He has masterfully used that bite to get down there. I've never seen such a more smooth approach on the triped. I think for Unicorns of Love, though, like you said, you know, it kind of reminds me of SEA back when RRQ used to play down towards Minas del Valle. And honestly, it was a rough spot for them because they could never make their way up because other teams would play in that area, gatekeep them on the eastern side, coming towards Chumacera. But for Unicorns of Love, there's no such thing as that. No players are down to this area, no teams are down there, so it should be a really smooth approach. And I would hope with the research they've done, you know, this area has been clean most of the time. So I would just, continue moving down towards the south, head up towards the east, and then insert on that south side. I think so many times Unicorns of Love had a rough time moving up towards the north, either going through La Cobradilla or even towards El Pozo and getting caught by Vodafone Giants too many times. Vodafone Giants, though, they're not in this Super Weekend, so things are a lot easier for these boys.
Excuse me, started today with 13 kills in Erangel. Very controlling, dominating game, and game 2 doesn't seem to be any different, picking off one of the Nexus players, and that's an unfortunate product of what Miramar is as a map. You have 2 options when you're rotating, whether it's very early or kind of mid or late into the game. You take the open road, you're there for the taking in terms of that kind of, you know, out in the open, easy to shoot at. But at least it's a quicker path into a better position. Whereas if you take the harsh terrain, technically you're safer, but it takes you a lot longer. It was just unfortunate for Nexus that they had a player go down on their rotation.
Yeah, it's kind of a gamble, right? You're kind of flipping the coin in that situation where, you know, you take the open road, like you said, it's fast, it's comfortable, you can move through, and a lot of times someone does take shots at you, you just kind of have to pray to God for about 3 seconds that you do not get hit. Unfortunately for Nexus, you know, God was not listening in that instance, but over that rocky terrain, when you're rotating slowly, a lot of times you can get caught off guard, and it's even easier to blow up the vehicle, but your chances of being seen are a little bit lower. It's all about those decisions that you have to make. I think for Nexus, they wanted to get into the circle as soon as possible, as you put Imperium. So now they're here. they can start to feel a little bit more comfy because they shouldn't have to move around too much going forward. Heading out towards the very outer skirts of Los Leones provides them a lot of opportunity to move around and even leave Los Leones if they need to.
I'm a little bit surprised that Kyle Harris didn't pick Game Lord for the chicken dinner winner in this game, because statistically, they are very strong on Miramar. In the first Super Weekend, their average points per game was over 16.5, compared to a couple of other teams such as Conqueror with 8 points per game, Eastern Stars with 6 points per game in Miramar. So Game Lord stand out massively compared to the rest of the teams in my eyes. And even in League Week, they had 19 points per game in Miramar, where you had those 4 Miramar games as well as the 4 Erangel games. So in my eyes, Game Lord, statistically based on what we've seen, should be finishing in a very strong position in this game.
Yeah, and I think much of that is to do with the fact that Miramar doesn't invite many fights until late on in the game anyway. So the boys from Game Lord can make it quite far. And I think that's where Game Lord struggle the most, is when they start losing players out early, and that happens quite frequently on Sanhok, it happens quite frequently on Erangel.
That's true.
I think once Game Lord can get to the end of the game with the 4-man, they're very comfortable. Each plays their role very well. It is quite obvious to everyone watching at home that Victor is kind of that linchpin in the team. He holds it together, he makes sure they're getting those kills, but the rest of the team is all very talented. But I do think as a unit, they are way, way stronger than perhaps a team that can lose vital parts but continue running at full capacity.
Unicorns Love also being able to pick off one of the Team Doom players, Rolkus, with his M16, going to look to take a couple of shots, not choosing to. I like that. I appreciate that, because it's that element of, well, we've already made a bit of noise, but now he can shoot towards Action, who's inside the truck. He's going to dip down and towards the coastline, hits a tree. A little bit of an F for that one, but Rolkus, he's chasing it for a little bit longer. What do you make of him chasing that? Do you think it's a good idea or a bad idea?
I think it's fine to give this one a bit of a chase down, right? Because for Rolkus, he can just get Team Doom out of the scenario, keep eyes on them whilst the rest of the team catches up. They're going to have to make it their way through this area anyway. So having a good idea where Team Doom is good. I take back what I said earlier, because Team Doom have moved down. Unicorns of Love could have got to this location a lot sooner, but they spent their time looting, and that's fair play. But Team Doom make a very, very good decision. Like, we can gatekeep potentially anything that comes through here, and it's very difficult. There's a nice compound where currently Team Doom are, so we'll see what happens with that one.
Phase 2. It's not to the Eastern Islands, so I'm a little bit sad, but it does still include the water. And I don't know about you, Blank, but I love this kind of area of the map for a finish. I think it has a really nice balance of some sweeping, controlling high ground availability, while a couple of compounds towards the center of the circle that you're able to, if you want to play a little bit more passive, do your best to control. There's a lot of variabilities in play with the southern edge of Los Leones still open for a couple of teams to hold on to. Nexus are the first to get there. So this circle shift is a plus in my eyes.
It is a plus in my eyes, 100%. I think it's an enjoyable one to play around with. There's a lot of fun areas that you can drop down into. There's a few compounds here as well, so tactical play is going to be rewarded. But look at this Eastern massive teams that are all grouping up one another. ChasMac Gaming currently trying to take the fight with Eastern Stars.
They are indeed looking to take a couple of shots, or at least suppress the members of Eastern Stars away. A couple of nice shots we see from the replay of Rolkus picking off Action. So the second player, Team Doom, did go down. So that's good aggression from Unicorns Love. Good control sends Doom a little bit further away. But getting back into this battle between ChasMac and Eastern Stars, I think it's very good when you look at ChasMac's spread of that kind of 1-1-1-1 without being too far away from each other. It just gives them so many more angles to push teams back, specifically Eastern Stars.
True. I think for Eastern Stars, it's nice they have their back against things for the time being, but ChasMac Gaming absolutely do have them locked into a corner at the moment, right? So a little bit of a rough time ahead of them. hopefully they can bring it back.
Yeah, hoping they can bring it back. Super young roster with the blue zone. The phase 2 closing in, picks up the kill on the dealo of SKP inside the vehicle. It's just one of the, again, the products of Miramar when you're rotating through the terrain and the vehicle can get blown up because it's not going as fast because it's a little bit of a harsh area to hold on to. TSC missed an opportunity previously in Erangel when they were too heavily split and they got picked apart one by one. Something that we've consistently seen from them, and it's the same here. Bujo sends it in on his own. He gets knocked down. Jaja can't really do anything to respond because Tamtam and Euphoria are only starting to rotate out of that compound. TSC, they have a lot of potential, but realistically, they need to get their act together when it comes to rotating and moving in the same place at the same time.
It is true, yeah. I mean, that is a rough thing to make happen, but again, with the amount of teams in this area, like, it's unsurprising that this is the case, right, Imperium? Like, you're really, really struggling to make it work at this point in time. For Romanian Boys, though, they found a decent position. You know, Clara's prediction, but it's TSC trying to hold off against LMV.
Nice molly being thrown up by Tamtam. Talon is going to have to move around. He gets a couple of pre-fire shots off. He gets knocked down. Where's the rest of LMV to respond? I know Talon normally scouts a little bit on his own, but when you rotate together, you can push together, you can respond together. Jaja still looking to hold things down. Tamtam's on his own for the time being. Hit out with the unpicked up. Chucks out of smoke. Talon's yet to be confirmed up, and that's simply because TSC are still not really pushing together. Tamtam left on his own once again, but he picks it off. That's going to be hit and knocked down. But finally, perks up and goes, okay, I'm here with the help of Lou.
There are still a couple of players from TSC, though, off in the distance. Imperium, Euphoria trying to make his way in. Jar Jar just healing up. LMV, though, slowly will get themselves back on their feet. Here, you said it, though. You want more in the circle. We got a lot in this one, to say the least. This is a rough position to play in. There is a couple of spots down towards the southeast side where you can drop beneath the ridge towards the mountain and hold out and just pray to God they don't find you. Jar Jar slings back up again. 2 players alive, but it's just Jar Jar himself. Has to drop the first aid kit. Backs up a little bit, Imperium.
Jaja Bing's up on his own, but the LMV push is absolutely perfect. And one thing I absolutely love about that end engagement from LMV is that they opted to go for the push instead of going for the revive. It's so easily missed. So many teams miss it. LMV didn't, and they got the squad wipe.
Nice and easy, Imperium, to say the least. I think LMV were a little bit worried, but luckily don't lose too many members in the process. Coming back into this one with a 4-man, which is nice to see. Deus Sirens, though, moving down from the north side on that coastal. We'll keep them safe for the time being. Eastern Stars, though, have managed to make their way through. They were in kind of a gridlock situation and have moved down towards the south side. Where Exquisite Décode UK, though, have already taken up residence down towards Puerto Paraíso. Again, it's just all this really awful terrain towards the center that players can't make their way into.
Circle went from bad to worse. Blank, excuse me, trying to deal with it on the west. They're having to fend off Super Young roster and Unicorns of Love. That Super Young roster rotation is very weird, going backwards, further away from the edge of the circle, keeping one close by. Don't know how heavily that's going to work out. It could be the thing where they're moving away so that, excuse me, and Unicorns will all pick each other off. But a little bit of a weird decision making for them.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's very difficult to make your way into this location. And they're just looking for a little bit of cover. Alush gets taken down by his own teammate. Bit of car wrestling in the process. Now, GK First has to drop up early, try and defend this location. Ali gets low, but there is oversight from Rolgus and Lin.
That's some great predicting coming out from Unicorns a lot. They moved into this position off the back of seeing what Super Young roster were pulling off as a rotation, and Rolgus comes in, gets a kill on board. Result, Ali and Alush holding on to the wall. Be careful about those nades. Jumps on up. We see GK the first coming in and not come through. That's going to be a squad wipe. And as quick as you go, Unicorns of Love picking things up. 8 kills for them in this game so far. And I gotta say, that was a great team-orientated fight.
Yeah, and they've been barreling through a lot of tough scenarios as well, Imperium, because, you know, moving down from that south side, getting caught up within Team Doom's web of control there, and now they're going to have to make their way through Excuse Me as well, who have certainly saw this. You know, they're setting themselves up for a gatekeep. Realistically, they cannot move east or west. I mean, they could probably barrel it down the coastal side and try and hide against the ridge, but Excuse Me moving up now, Mango taking a proactive position, could spell doom for them.
Could spell doom for them indeed, as two Romanian teams go up close to each other in this compound near the center of the circle. Nexus, Romania, Eastern Stars, Biniba, Teo best to both teams in this lobby. But Eastern Stars opting to move away, realizing they can't really get an engagement, so why not just hold on to the high ground and we can control teams coming in from the northeastern edge of the circle. Good decision making.
Yeah, I mean, for Eastern Stars, like, this position is quite difficult to get up to in the first place, so taking it nice and early will make it so, you know, anyone who tries to get towards their position later in the game is going to struggle and give them more time to take shots. Unicorns are love, though, starting with some beautiful shots. Fresh will be taken down by Royal. 4 Romanian boys have oversight on this fight, so Fresh down. Lin, Rollkiss, and GK first trying to make
Mango!
building. Goodness me.
Mango! Nice play. It does end up getting knocked down, though, and I believe it's just Rokas and Lin that are left up. We all knew that. You predicted this was going to happen, right, for Unicorns of Love. There's not really much that they can do about it, but I gotta say, for the time being, they've low-key made the best of a bad situation, and Michi makes a big mistake by trying to go for that revive and gets caught out in towards the open. Rokas and Lin have a bit of an opening 2v2. They're playing on towards the hillside. They're not getting third-partied by 4 Romanian boys from this angle, so that will leave them time to focus on this team fight.
Yeah, Deus Sirens got ripped apart on the eastern side by Exquisite Décode UK, but you are right, they're moving up right now. They've isolated those line of sights from 4 Romanian boys. Excuse me, though, looking to drop some nades, drop some smokes, give themselves a little bit of cover, but you can't find cover from this team.
Prada's left on his own. Lin is taking a lot of damage in the front line, though. Rokas pushes up forward. Lin from behind gets the final kill, and that's another squad wipe, and that is 12 kills for Unicorns of Love. Yes, Lin's being found by 4 Romanian boys. It will just be Rokas left on his own. We are going to see this next circle shift, but this is a brand new Unicorns of Love team as we see a yeet to the north on the next shift.
I mean, for Unicorns of Love, this is probably one of the best things that we could see for them, is that they can take fights and they can efficiently maneuver difficult rotations. I don't really care that they're not making it to 3rd or 2nd place, because this is a very good change to see. Yes, they lose 3 players. Rollkiss is down to now on his lonesome and most likely will not make it past 8th place. But for Unicorns of Love, this is a great change of pace for them. And, you know, a lot of teams off the back of this kind of momentum, especially on round 2 of the day, it's going to bleed into the rest of the maps that we watch these guys play. So good stuff, and that was greatly needed for them as well. So 12 kill points, probably the most we'll see them get this game, but we'll see what happens afterwards. This next patch of land is gruesome. Eastern Stars now looking down towards the southeast side. Xtreme Slayers moving up on their position.
Oh my lord, ChasMac having to try and deal with a Narvello looking up on the roof of that building. It's important that Game Lord, though, get a bit of a controlling spread, that they don't let a team get too far in front of them. With 2 or 3 teams hanging around that area, like you said, it's a gruesome time for all of them on the northeast.
It is a gruesome time for the guys on the northeast. Game Lord with ChasMac trying to face off against one another, and most likely at some point it will move away from them, and that is the difficulty. Exquisite Décode UK, though, on the backside. Good grenades coming through from Victor will lay mayhem in the midst of the guys from ChasMac.
Indeed. Rob's pushing forward, M249. I believe there's just one player that's left up. Once again, Trazen, the solo star for ChasMac, normally always left to his own devices. He did push further into the circle, but that's some great aggression from Game Lord. I said they needed to try and control. I was thinking a bit of a sweep more towards the north, but they took that direct fight against ChasMac, realizing that their area was being breached by an opposing team. Another French team as well at that. Now, Exquisite Décode, you mentioned them. They've been a little bit quiet. They took out Deus Sirens early on, as you correctly pointed out, but I think LMV are going to be their next challenge.
LMV is going to be difficult to get rid of, but Exquisite Décode UK should be able to use the terrain to their advantage in this situation. So hopefully they can make their way down, but currently taking a lot of casualties, Imperium. Game Lord, though, needs to start thinking about that next circle, but it doesn't move too far away from them, just need to deal with the players from ChasMac.
Yeah, indeed, that's all they need to do. Rokus does go down. You said he probably wouldn't get further than 8th. I think it was 9th or 10th that he went down in, but a hell of a lot of kills for the Unicorns of Love side. Extreme Slayers. They haven't really been too aggressive across this PMPL so far. They've been relying on towards that late game position, but when it comes to controlling the southern edge of the circle, they do it in this game, in this moment against Eastern Stars. But another Romanian team is looking in their sights. Nexus holding things down, but they have to move in.
Nexus, though, struggling to move up. You know, they've got teams on the left of them, teams on the right. I think cautiously moving for this position is going to be difficult for them, to say the least. Big. They've lost Beast already, so I don't see them getting too much further. Rollkiss, in the meantime, has led up to 7th place. I did not expect that happening.
I thought he was still going.
Yeah,
I thought he was dead. Sorry, my apologies.
He's still on it. It's insane right now. Extreme Slayers down towards the south side. Exquisite Décode UK, they're on the east. I think that, honestly, if I was to put my money on anyone, it would be Game Lord, and I think you made an apt decision early on, Imperium, saying that this is probably one of their best maps, and, you know, they've got 4 players alive. This is exactly what I'm talking about. When they can keep that many up and running, they tend to do extremely well.
And you said they had to clear out the last player, ChasMac, and that's exactly what they did, so you're on the nail in that regard. I do apologize about that, make a mistake about Rokus. It must have been him getting a kill rather than him being taken down. A lot going on as Big trying to survive in the blue. You mentioned Beast being knocked down. Sway tries to move out. Dewey is aware of that one, takes him out. The Nexus down to 3 players. LMV being pushed upon by the members of Exquisite Décode. They took down Will earlier on, but it is still a 1v2. Talon waiting in the wings at PP mode. Blows up the door, make sure there's absolutely no surprises of here's Johnny as daddy. Playing on the outside, you have Licio in front of him. Nice push outside of the building from Talon. Tries to dupe the players from Exquisite Décode. It works to an extent, but not enough to get a knock. Initially played out Alicio Maria, the MVP of PMPL Season 1. Lovely pre-fire shots by Talon. Considering they have a body advantage, Talon's the one that's been way more proactive in this team fight.
Yeah, he's looking to move down and try and make something happen from it, but, you know, Exquisite Décode UK are playing this out well. They're slowly moving up between Daddy and Alicio. I mean, they don't want to lose any more members, so I don't mind this kind of play, Imperium. It's safe, but it means that they perhaps have a better chance to make their way down. Rollkiss finally goes out. I think that was 6th place, so good stuff from them. Extreme Slayers out on that side, but this game is practically decided on Game Lord. If these guys from Exquisite Décode UK can stay alive, it would be good, but Talon is absolutely dominating in this building.
It's insane. Like, I understand what you were saying about Exquisite Décode, that they were playing someone safe, but Talon gets taken down by the man, the myth, the legend, the best of Albania. Alicio clutches it up in the final moments. Will look to keep Daddy alive as well, more importantly. Game Lord, Nexus fighting it up. Victor is driving around looking for his teammates to try and get a bit of a controlling position. Creator, Rana, Bam, should I say. The last 2 players up for the side of Nexus. Extreme Slayers, they can come in, they can assert themselves, they can third party, and that's exactly what Pappy is looking to do, but he opts to back off a little bit. His teammates slightly further back. I don't think the support is quite there.
No, the support is not quite there yet. I think for the guys from Exquisite Décode UK, they have a little bit of ridge to play around with. Nexus towards the south side can still make their way in potentially. It's going to be a bit rough though.
Four-way dance. I could really see any one of these four teams. Technically, from a body standpoint, Game Lord have the advantage, but they don't have as much of the circle as Xtreme Slayers for the time being. That could come to be to their advantage because less teams are looking in the direction of Game Lord compared to Xtreme Slayers. But I think the slowdown from Xtreme Slayers could be at their loss. They had a bit of an opportunity to find Nexus. The support wasn't there. They might pay the price.
Perhaps Imperium. I think for Xtreme Slayers, it's all about lying in wait right now because so many teams around them, it kind of stealth plays to their advantage. The fact that Exquisite Décode UK have been so patient though has been really good for them, Imperium. I don't know what they're going to do after this one. With this next circle though, it's actually good for them and they can start to play off the ridge side. You can see how close Nexus is to Game Lord at the moment. I don't think Game Lord have any idea, Imp.
Don't think they do. Blankety blank. Steady. Steps it on up. Alicio is supporting him. They have one either side towards the edge of the hill. It seems like Nexus are trying to stand up and looking for an initial knock. Not quite. Doesn't see him. Sprays into the distance. If Game Lord didn't know Nexus were there, they do now. Together they stand united. They fall. The Romanian side does find the initial opening knock onto Akashi. Taken out just like that. At the drop of a hat, 11 players left up. Still 4 teams left standing. Holes from Xtreme Slayers. Doing his best to hold on against Exquisite Décode. Exquisite Décode, they need to focus on one direction, one path, and push as a duo.
I think we need to wait for this fighting to ensue right now. Nexus take 2 down already, and it's not enough fighting for Exquisite Décode to UK to even get up on towards the ridge side. Robs does go down though. Victor tries to get out the way, but Exquisite Décode UK, they're more preoccupied with the guys from Xtreme Slayers.
They are indeed. Alicio does say out, the patience is a virtue. You've highlighted that with Exquisite Décode up until like 2 to 3 circles ago when they were up against LMV, and they are still in this game. Nexus go down. Game Lord survive. Xtreme Slayer 6 kills in this game so far. They've stayed covered by the dips. Daddy holding on to the sidelines of Xtreme Slayers. Alicio was looking in the direction of Game Lord. That dip is so perfect for information from Exquisite Décode, but it is at the risk of a couple of nays. The information, the push from Narvello, a little bit of a help, I believe, from Exquisite Décode. Gets a knock onto Pappy. Bardo and Halls still holding on. A lovely Molotov by Narvello, using the hay bales to cover himself against the members of Exquisite Décode while focusing on Xtreme Slayers. And knock on to Daddy. Elicio's the last one up. Narvello plays in towards the blue. He's on his own. He goes for the kill, but it doesn't work out. That is the side of Game Lord taken out, and we're left with Exquisite Décode and Xtreme Slayers.
They were in such a good spot, and it was such an obvious as well. That was the place that everyone would look towards. Now Alicio versus Bardo, so extremely low for both players at the moment. Alicio drops over the top, and that's Exquisite Décode UK taking the win from an almost unwinnable position. The way they played that one out, Imperium, just the information game was so solid.
I really couldn't have been proven more wrong than what you highlighted from them. Patience was a massive virtue to how Exquisite Décode executed that win. Yes, I would say that they definitely did slow down a tiny bit too much against Talon, but you were dead right about that one. So good, and what better man to come out on top of that game than the man himself, Alicio. He's one of the best in Europe right now, and that's it. So let's go for a break. And afterwards, we'll have the desk breaking all down.
Oh man, Exquisite Décode. They didn't need the call-up from Clarus this time for themselves to take home the chicken dinner and that victory, not to mention extra $1,000 in their pocket. Looking good at the very end, but them up against Game Lord, seeing Victor up with Navarro as well. I was a little bit scared for all the teams out there, but in the end, Exquisite pull out the victory and looking like a little bit of a turnaround that we saw since League Play, guys.
I can't believe it. I should have just stuck with my usual guns, right, Jason? But I didn't need to. This is crazy. So I think, Max, by proxy, I get the prediction right. Exquisite Décode, 24 points up at the top. Brilliant stuff by them.
What? Huh? How did this happen?
How does that logic work? Your team was 4 Romanian Boys. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, your team just kind of got clutch 2v4. I'm just saying, okay? But okay, no problem on that one. But yeah, it's really good to see Exquisite Décode. I did not think they would be able to convert a win because they lost some players relatively early towards the end of that game. But Elicio, being Elicio, the MVP of PMPL Season 1, MVP of Super Weekend 1, this guy's just deadly when it comes down to it. And that 1v1 was just not a hard task for him. He just executed that so cleanly.
Well, we saw, unfortunately, Do with 0 points after winning the last match. It seems to be a trend that we have happening quite often. But honestly, Unicorns of Love, you know, maybe we should give them a little bit of love here for this one because they somehow survived with Rollkiss. I mean, the thing is, he wasn't just surviving. He was still killing players while he was the last man alive on his team.
Yeah, he 1v1 versus Thrasho at one point towards the end of the game there. But even before that, as a 4-man crew, Unicorns of Love were not being the proactive team, but they were in a position where teams understood it's a northern playing path, the circle's going down, some teams are going to try and rotate to enter through the southwest. And some teams did that. We saw teams such as Excuse Me do a rotation like that, Super Young Roster tried to do that, you also had Team Doom that tried to go for a rotation very similar to that. And so all the teams would come in the way of Unicorns of Love, and they were just waiting and picking them up. You had 14 teams at one point, and they got 8 kills. They took down the 2 teams instantly that got eliminated. So it's not because of them actually hunting down the kills, but it's more like the teams are coming their way and we were like, we're in a strong spot, let's just go for the kills, and it ended up working out.
Yeah, I mean, finally, Unicorns of Love have a team fight where they're not all 500 meters away from each other. That's brilliant to see over in that compound. But yeah, Exquisite Décode up towards the top. I thought they were a bit more quiet during this game, but things work out. Let's ignore that clip, guys. Just don't watch this one. Big, looking really cool, taking out an unnamed teammate here in this cliff field.
Oh, these guys, I can't see them. Yeah,
but I'm not sure. Yeah. ChasMac though as well, falling kind of prey to Game Lord, and Imperium was totally right in terms of what he was kind of throwing out at the beginning of this game. Game Lord has a great record on this battleground, and they continue to prove so by how far they're able to get here in this game again.
But not only that, also Game Lord were playing that position so well because, and I was mentioning that before we actually got onto this this death segment. This circle is so hard for teams because it's just made of dips. It is just dips, high ground, low ground. You got a few trees and rocks to play with. If you have mollies and good nade usage, and which is what Game Lord we saw especially from Narvalo OP and also Victor doing, you just nade everyone and you're just going to not only push them away from you, but potentially get some knocks, get some damage, get some kills potentially off the back of that. So their control of a position like this when they were down to 2 players at the very last moment was really well played, and them understanding the terrain, once again proving that they are one of the top teams aiming for the top here.
I mean, let's be fair, Exquisite Décode as well, we're down to 2 players. You had Elicio having to clutch out against Talon to somehow stay alive, to keep them into this. And if he doesn't hit that 1v1, if he doesn't get that that damage done, then they never win the match.
Yeah. A moment of panic there from Narvalo. You saw him as he's doing so good against Xtreme Slayers there, but then all of a sudden realizes, I don't have any bullets. I've just strayed into the blue slightly. Panic. But Narvalo was playing that situation for the most part before all that occurs really perfectly.
You also forgot Clarus. He did probably run through his head of, oh crap, Clarus didn't predict us.
Yeah, true. Panic.
Well, you can see our damage here from the last match. Unicorns of Love again with just Rollkiss alive, 2,500 damage done. The leaders in this last match. Game Lord as well. You can see Exquisite Décode taking things a little bit slower, though they did put out 9 kills with the 1,400 damage. It's not too bad of a ratio, to be fair to them.
Yeah, I'm looking at Nexus Gaming here. Actually, a significant amount of damage. Conversion rate, maybe not all that present, but especially taking himself a good fight. I believe it was versus some players of Xtreme Slayers at one point he was trying to gatekeep. But Nexus actually, maybe not being the most aggressive team in the lobby, but when they had a strong position against another team, they made sure that that team had no chance in the world to actually make it out alive. So I think Nexus Gaming showed some good sparks, some good sparks in this game, and I'm hoping that they can try and build upon that in the next few games today and the rest of the Super Weekend, because not making it in the first Super Weekend, of course, Nexus needs to put even more effort for the next 3 days to make sure they can try and play catch up a bit with the other teams.
Yeah, playing catch up. To be fair, there's a lot of teams out there that need to do that here in this week, but we can see our top players in the last round, and Roke is going to be up there. 915 damage done with 22 minutes of survival time. It's not quite 27, it's not quite 28 minutes, but it's damn good considering the situation he was in. But Alicio, I mean, #1 spot yet again. Navarro as well. We're seeing a lot of consistent names, I'd say, over these last 2 weeks, which is great to see. Again, like, I like to see players be consistent in how good they're playing.
Alicio and Navarro, of course, yeah, for sure. I feel like Rolkis joining this group here as well is a name that we kind of expected to be here a lot of times throughout the tournament so far, but hasn't quite been here. So it is nice to see that kind of addition of Rolkis finally kind of making one of these top spots, all things considered.
And when it comes to this PMPL, right, there are not many players that you could point out as saying these guys actually have PMGC experience. Rolkis is one of those few players that actually has that PMGC experience, so we'll see if that's going to shine through in the Super Weekend.
Okay, well, we're talking about Rokas, we're talking about Unicorns of Love. Let's actually look at the player stats from this last match to get an idea of how effective Rokas really was at the very end and how him staying alive netted them so many extra points, but not to mention kills as well. He finished, 300 damage more than the person next to him with Lin. He ended up having an extra kill, extra couple of knocks as well. I mean, the thing is, this team has so much fragging potential, so much fragging power, but Claris, I feel like we still have really yet to see it.
Yeah. I mean, we heard it in the interview with XT as well, right? Like, the team believes that they have, 4 extremely powerful fraggers on this roster to be able to push forwards and get that done. But sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes, it's funny because even though they've just had a great game, I'm still critical of them. You're critical of the people you love the most, Jason, in life. It's kindness. It's kindness. And I think that Unicorns of Love as a roster deserves a lot of love, but let's get all this together and let's get some wins on the board, boys, eh?
I mean, it comes down to what we were talking about in the first Super Weekend for Vodafone Giants. It happens for teams to have bad days. It happens for sometimes teams to have good days when it might not be, I don't want to say deserved because I think that's a bit harsh, but sometimes when you might not expect it for Unicorns of Love. And most of these kills came off the back of teams just coming their way and they're just picking them up left, right, and center. So I still think there's a lot of things to be worked upon, but it's good to see with a win like this that there's something they can build up in this Super Weekend.
Because honestly, like, especially in the first season, I think a lot of us had this love affair occur with the way Panda was playing, right? And you think about GK First and Lin and these guys. GK First right now, yes, he did some damage. Yes, he got some kills. But does GK First look the same as the GK First that we saw in our first season of the US? Not really. Where is that spot? I want to see that back because honestly, in the first season, that was magical, Jason.
It was very magical, and it's a shame we haven't seen it happen just yet, but I feel like he's trying to play more team-oriented, which I don't know how well that really worked out for them in the end of things, but either way, let's move on past that and actually ask you two with your predictions of who is our top fragger so far in our Super Weekends. I'm curious if both of you can get this right, or either of you can get this right, I should say.
So you're talking about both Super Weekends?
Yes.
Alicio.
I think.
I was also going to go Alicio. Yeah, I'll stick with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it is both Super Weekends. I have to do confirmation. Let's take a look at who it's going to be. Who's our top fragger overall in the Super Weekends. Again, remind you guys at home, every time you get a chicken dinner here in the Super Weekends, you get yourself $1,000 for your team. So these kills definitely matter a ton. But look at the kill and damage difference. Exactly. It's super close.
Yeah, I mean, Alicio might have been a name I think that probably sprung out to us even at the beginning, potentially because he was the MVP of the previous EU West. But I don't know if Navarro would have been one of the names that was on the tip of my tongue when you think about the people that is contesting right at the top here, Max. Is that the same for you, or is your French power?
I agree.
Okay.
I would have to agree. Like, probably not a name that you were thinking of going into this PMPL as like, MVP caliber team. But teams have had how many months has it been since the last PMPL? Like, it's a long period of time in which teams have been able to improve a significant amount, maybe pinpoint the issues. They also have potentially other tournaments to try and get more experience, and the scrims also that's been happening is great. But we saw it in that top players there. Result actually been in the top 5, and we talked about him being the rising star, but if Result can make it to the late game, SYR is going to get so many more points. If you have Ali on top of that, it's going to be even better. So I would want to see, not Alish being the survivor, but I want to see Alish with Result, and SYR could just go even further and beyond.
I mean, it's pretty crazy to see the Octavian as well as the top fragger for Eastern Stars. We're not seeing Kapahalo no longer in the top 10 anymore, where we did see him previously. And also, Alicio is the only member from Exquisite Décode in the top 10 too. So he's really been able to stand out for the team. But for you guys at home, to remind you once again what's coming up next as we take a look at our schedule. We're heading back over to Erangel as our third round of the day. But we still have a Sanhok, another Erangel to come up thereafter before we end off our first day here in our Super Weekend. Okay, well, I'm a little bit hesitant to ask for predictions of who you guys think is going to win, but I'm going to do it anyways because, you know what, we got some time. So Max Ben, Colors had to do it first last time.
I have my prediction ready for Sanhok. Oh.
It's not Sanhok though, mate.
Yeah, it's not Sanhok, that's the thing. I didn't think you were going to do on this game. I don't know, I'm just going to go for a random team. I'm going to go with... You know what? Nexus had a decent one. Nexus Gaming. Let's go. Let's go. We'll see how it goes.
Oof, that's more wild than 4 Romanian Boys. I'm going to go Northern Circle Big.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. We got Big. We got Nexus. We'll see what's going to happen in this next match. We're bringing our commentators once again, as we have John, Alan, and Blink joining me here in this virtual world. And gentlemen, as we send you guys off into the match, what about your predictions?
Do you want to go first or do you want me to go first, Blank?
You go first, man.
All right, fair enough. I'm feeling Eastern Stars. You know, I feel like we haven't really seen as much as maybe we normally see from them today so far. I'm gonna go for Eastern Stars, plain and simple.
All right, buddy. You go for Eastern Stars. You take that one. I think that could be the play here with Eastern Stars. Although, 4 Romanian Boys.
Ooh.
You got to keep predicting these guys.
I hadn't thought about that.
Keep predicting the 4 Romanian Boys. Look, I'm going for it.
Playing, you're doing the stop clock strategy.
I am, yeah. Like they've got to win eventually, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It
Yeah.
always comes up. Look, it always lands on red once at least, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. Easily done. But we are heading down from Kameshki down towards Hospital, so very even playing path here. Past Yasnaya down towards Gaka. So realistic for Romanian Boys, they will be rolling out the plane quite late in this situation. So we'll see what they can actually get done here. I think just decking out our top 5 fraggers though, Alicio, 38 kills, and Narvalo not far behind with 37. So, you know, Alicio has been doing some ridiculous work for them, and Victor's fell off a little bit with Narvalo really taking a massive lead ahead for this team.
I mean, you say fell off. I mean, sure, he's decreased rate, but he's still 3rd top fragger in the tournament.
So this is the down.
Okay, yeah. Fallen off, washed up, 3rd top fragger. But this is interesting. Kapahalo wasn't on that top fragger list, but look where he is, sat there 2nd for the Eastern Stars on the most knockouts.
Yeah, 33 is pretty huge. I think for Kapahalo, though, it doesn't really matter to him about getting all the frags in the world. He's more concerned with himself of making sure his team wins. And if that means that he needs to hang back, as we see him often do, and just get the knocks and then provide opportunities for the rest of his teammates, that's exactly what he does. He gets in the midst and allows Octavian as well as Athis to pick up kills from distance once he sets them up perfectly. So honestly, I'm happy with it. But Alicio even topping the tables and knockouts as well for them. Exquisite Décode UK, they have a monster on their team, and his name is Alicio. TSC, though, again, good position. Circle heads up towards the northeast side, big. This is an opportunity for them. Again, it's the weird thing where in league play, these guys seem to have such a command and control over the lobby. Coming in the Super Weekend, they look like a very, very different beast.
Interesting. It's a departure from normalcy, but you know, maybe that's what you need when you need to turn things around. You need to change things. Do you remember what James said? His last words before he threw to us. It was Northern Circle Big are going to win, I believe. That was what he went for.
I don't like that. I don't like that he has this kind of power. It's becoming too much for me to handle at this point in time. So realistically, I wonder if we can get that sorted out. Perhaps talk to someone about, you know, getting his powers removed, because I think they're becoming a problem at this point in time. You can't just keep allowing people to win like this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Watcher's sort of on the verge of intervening here, because it's getting pretty ridiculous for the multiverse. I mean, the timeline is really at risk at this stage.
It is, yeah. Looking towards the top of the screen, though, we can see our live standings. And what is interesting is that we're starting to see large gaps being formed. You can see there as we head down from 14th place down to 15th, you've got 81 to 55. Luckily for ChasMac, Vodafone Giants out in the game, so there is a chance for them to actually bump themselves up. I think it was from 5th place and 6th place. I think it's like a 40-point jump from like 170 to 140. So those leaders of the pack are starting to separate now, and you know, we're seeing them be like the top teams. One of those teams is big. Like, they're putting up numbers in the Super Weekend. Yes, it's not how I'd want it to be done, because I want to see that fire, that oomph that they show in league play, but equally they're getting points, and I can't really, you know, fault that.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to, right? You can't, if it's working, it's working, you know? What are you going to do about it? Working. Working is working. But I feel like, yeah, I mean, it's always pretty difficult to, well, certainly at this level of gameplay, to find these correct strategies. But I feel like I do have a problem with Unicorns of Love moving as late as they do from their North George position. A lot of these circles. I don't know if you have the same qualms.
Yeah, I think that every time I look over there, there is some kind of issue forming for them, right?
Yeah.
Either they get caught in a rotation down towards the south side, or hesitantly poke their head into the circle to the east towards Severny, and end up taking so long doing that it all goes southwards. So, well, not for them, they're towards the north, but, you know, figuratively. I think that for Unicorns of Love, there was a much better game there for them on that Miramar, right? Like, it looks so much nicer, and I'd hope that can continue, right? Because with that kind of confidence comes the ability to no longer hesitantly poke your head in towards the east side of the circle. Just understand that, you know, we can take these fights and we can win them. Sometimes we need to take risks early in the game, and that's why it was so good they were taking those fights early on Miramar, because it gives them that ability to know they can do it.
Can-do attitude. I feel like that's, you know, that's a good way to go into this. Good way to go into this. My prediction, the Eastern Stars, they're going to need plenty of can-do attitude. Playing on Milta Power, not actually moving all the way to Milta Main at this stage. It's interesting to me as well that no one has filled that Destiny vacuum on military base. I mean, sure, it's not an ideal spot if you don't know those rotations well, so potentially just not really going to see too many teams have that as even a secondary drop. But I'm surprised, especially, you know, Deus Sirens, who haven't found a home. One of those is Novo. They should know a lot about those east bridge rotations, at least. And they haven't filled that vacuum, not yet.
No, not yet. I think Deus Sirens was struggling on last Miramar as well. And I think that a lot of times we do see Deus Sirens struggle is when there's not a clear-cut path into the circle itself. Lucky for them this round, with the way that the playing paths dropped, like Farm, Milta, Pachinki, weren't huge areas that players were intending to get towards earlier on. A lot of the Western Europe players prefer to prioritize towards Yasnaya, also Pubg, whereas you see at NA and SCA, like Pachinki, Farm, Milta are all very, very popular areas. So, you know, we do get this change in meta when we go from region to region, which is always nice to see. But this does mean that Deus Sirens can get into the circle nice and early. The question is, can they find a home towards the center, or will it be a case of being relegated towards the edge again?
And Yadov's already got the scout across the river at this stage. Across the, I guess it's a river. Do you think does that count? Does it count as a river between Military Island and the main island, or is it part of the sea? Is it? It's a channel.
Part of the sea.
It's a channel.
Yeah, it's a channel.
Yeah.
It's a channel.
There's not a sea.
I want.
Not quite.
But it's going through places.
But it is a channel.
You know, the sea encompasses the island.
Well, because it's like the English channel, right? It's not a sea, but it is a channel.
It's part of the sea.
It is connected to the sea. It's salt water. So it's not fresh water, right? It's salt water.
Yeah.
See, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere.
We are getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. You know, I think our buddy Blake would have something to say about this conversation, but we shall continue onwards over towards the game. Deus Sirens start to move their way up. I think that Eastern Stars is one of the teams that I do worry for. I know you said you want them to have a good game here, but I think whenever they play from mill to power, they do stutter and start to stall a little bit from this position. I think they spend so much time like attempting to get out this place safely when there's no teams around them anyway. Like, it's a similar scenario we saw on the first Erangel where realistically Unicorns of Love could have just belted it across that western bridge, but opted not to because they had to scout first. Well, not necessarily didn't, right? So I think for Eastern Stars, perhaps, you know, get that scouting done a little bit quicker. Bazi, I'm 100% confident to say this, is not as good as a scout as maybe Will, Reznov, or Mickey from Big. So I think that they are hindered by that slightly. He's not confident enough to leave the team in huge portions as those two players are.
Oh, look, Unicorns of Love are in the blue on North George. It's a change of things, isn't it? Wow, goodness me. LMV, though, they're a little bit further out and they're still in Primorsk. They have a straight shot. I mean, this is what they tend to do. The circle goes, again, quite, well, I say central, but I mean central to the landmass that was in this previous zone. It is a little bit of a shift southwest, but it's fairly kind to most of these teams. A lot of areas that are going to be pretty happy with still in it, but the river is still a main feature, and this is a river, Blank. This is a river. I'm pretty sure this is fresh water and flowing, but it's right slap bang in the middle. And whenever the river's in the circle, I always talk about how much of an important feature it is, how you have to make a decision pretty early on, actually, as to where you're going to lay your bed, north or south of it.
On the other hand, though, John, this is a position that every single team has played so many times during PMPL Western Europe. Like, a lot of teams should be comfortable with this now, deciding where they want to play. I think 4 Romanian Boys most likely have the best idea of this because they've had to rotate from several different locations to get into this area. Like, they've come from the west side, they've come from the east side, they've played on that small island between Rozhok as well as Severny. So I think that 4 Romanian Boys, they've got a great idea how to play this position going forward. You know, what would be a great spanner in the wrench, well, spanner in the works would be, you know, if we got that south shift. So, because we've gone northern so many times with the circle, that it would be good to see the players have to deal with something different this time. But again, I think a lot of teams know what they're doing on this particular map. Super young roster are coming in to headbutt against the guys from Big, but currently have taken an immediate knock from Mickey. Forward scout makes it happen.
Ran out low, ticking away, should be able to flush that one down. Big crashing onto Super Young roster. Ali very early down into the fight, leaving Super Young roster on 3 to defend against this crash, and a nice shot from Michi as well to be able to do a little bit more there. Alush falls. Really nice stuff going on now for Big. This is, I mean, they've just found all of these shots. They found all of these sprays. I don't think there's been a spray that they haven't managed to land just yet. Result, trying to get away, but taking damage from the back even more as well. Will finally fall. Big just mow down Super Young roster.
Yeah, don't even let one player get away from that one. And Swave was on the actual hunt in that moment of time, whereas the rest of the players are playing on top of the ridge side. Difficult compound to crash as well. And to be fair, that comes down from Mickey with some great shots, using the UMP no less. So none of these accurate assault rifles to make that work either. So really well done to that player. Kind of makes short work of Super Young roster in that case.
Big starting off well. James feeling pretty chuffed right now. But then again, Max was feeling pretty chuffed at towards the early portions of last game, and that didn't turn out, well, the best. I mean, they still did really bloody well on the Unicorns of Love, but, you know, early kills doesn't mean win. It just means do well.
Oh, yeah. Maybe Max's curse comes with the fact that you get a lot of kills as well. It's like, you know, that energy of evil creates kill points, but doesn't necessarily create that chicken dinner. By the time you get to it, it's all nasty and rotten.
Yeah.
4 Romanian Boys, though, waiting for this next circle shift, which will be very important to see where these circles do end up. And where these players have to head on off to. Exquisite Décode UK, moving up from Pubg, are heading towards this eastern side of the map. Ooh, yeah, gross. Very nasty. But again, a place that we've played so many times before. This is not a shift that these players are unfamiliar with. So LMV, again, straight shot into the circle. Like you said, these guys are like an arrow at the moment, shot by an expert archer, straight into the circle. Very comfortable position to play from the south side. No one's really around the area, and with Potato Hill being in their midst as well, they should have got some good scouting done off towards the eastern side.
I'm trying to remember who it was who was able to win last time we had a circle like this. I think it finished in Sunken City last time.
Yeah, I believe it was Xtreme Slayers who were able to take down super young roster in those final moments. Oh no, it was
SKP team, wasn't it? Yeah, SKP.
Yeah. I think Extreme Slayers had the good position though, and SKP just won out because their actual fight just went in their favor, and they did really, really well.
I think it was Deus Sirens in Sunken City. You had Eastern Stars, I think, competing for them, were competing with them for it. I think Unicorns of Love had gone down to, I think, Romanian Boys just a little bit earlier. I feel like I might be mishmashing a few games because, as you say, we've had quite a few games finish around this area.
Yeah. It's difficult to keep track of absolutely everything. Exquisite Décode UK, though, they'd set themselves up for success here. I mean, they put themselves in a position where they could have swung south or north. In this situation, you know, they're going to head towards the north side and try and move in towards SKP's position. I do think that rotating through the blue is not necessary, though, for Alicia and Will at the moment. I think they could have just moved over to the top side. I don't think anyone's looking your direction at this point in time, and having that information of people moving in the circle is good. Perhaps they want to move in stealthily, though, John, so that could also be an option. But with so many teams already towards the north and already in, Exquisite Décode UK's approach is going to be hindered.
Rolkis is in a really risky spot right now. Both SKP and TSC are trying to push in to maybe take a control of the area that Rolkis occupies right now. The Unicorns of Love are not grouped back up. They're playing 2-1-1 right now in a hillside that is prime real estate. There are going to be a lot of teams waiting in the wings, and they need to be careful. Rolkis, luckily, doesn't get crashed on by TSC. They draw up a little bit shorter of his position, but they are still at risk. GK first, I'm not entirely sure what he's trying to do, but maybe control the bridge across that middle island.
Yeah, making sure no one comes in. I think for Unicorns of Love, though, Fresh's knock onto SKP was absolutely paramount in this situation. Getting one of those players down before they can fully crash on to that location is really, really good. I know it kind of opens up SKP for fire from other teams whilst they're, you know, momentarily stopped to get that resurrect through. Exquisite Décode UK were able to swing past ChasMac Gaming somehow, so a very, very quick approach to the circle, realizing the urgency that was required. Eastern Stars, though, going head-to-head versus Game Lord. Couple of great knocks come through onto Kashi as well as Narvalo, and that's down to Victor to bring this one back into action.
Not looking super likely, though. Kapahala are able to get the flush out there as well, leaving Game Lord with just the two. Victor gets the spray down. Actually got a nice strafe shot there against Athis, who's out in the blue. Is going to get ticked away. The circle shifts out to their direction, so we're not going to have the Sunken City finish. It's all the way over to the eastern side of Rostock, probably towards the north as well. And Game Lord really getting the revenge just a little bit. Eastern Stars, they lose Athis. That's going to be flushed out, but they have the riverside. And actually, Kapahala's in a really nice spot for these next few circles.
Absolutely. He's in a great position where Yasnaya is fully cleared. They knew that happened earlier. Game Lord really their only opposition. Now teams have to move over towards them. For Romanian Boys, though, beautiful compound. They selected it earlier. They know where they need to play. It's going to be very hard to get onto their spot. There's still a chance it can move down towards the south side, but not too far away. ChasMac in all their movements and rotations and acrobatics just proved too little. You know, they were kind of floundering towards the end of that game. SKP, though, do stop Unicorn of Love in their tracks.
Oh dear, that's not ideal. Rolkis does go down. They're going to have to move pretty soon. Rolkis maybe looking to get flushed on out here. GK first, spots the play with a nade up the stairs. Not quite able to get away. And Unicorns of Love stay alive. They keep all four in, but the blue zone's coming. They need to get this res and get out of there.
Absolutely, John. I think it's important that they get moving at this point in time. Luckily, they took away a component that was going to be very difficult for them to maneuver around. Lin sends out very, very early. I like this from Lin. This guy is always proactive on his movements, making sure he's in the right position at the right time. It's good to see.
A lot of teams trapped in Rostock right now. A lot of teams. That's 5 teams, I think, are there currently. Actually, maybe even 6 now, actually, with Excuse Me on the south end, Xtreme Slayers in the middle. And LMV, I mean, they're not quite in Rostock, so, you know, 4 or 5, depending on how you're counting it. 5 or 6, even. Exquisite Décode UK taking punishment on the hillside. Eastern Stars have to be big as well, very close. Unicorns of Love, potential to third party towards big.
There is a big potential here, especially with Big being so split up at the moment. If Unicorns of Love lose a player, it will be disastrous, but instead they move up towards the north side.
They've lost
they are moving pretty quickly. Yeah, losing Rolkis isn't great. Lin's already moved up, and now it's time for Fresh and GK First to try and get that way as well. But Fresh goes down also. Goldie just guarding the body. And now it's just GK First and Lin back in the game. So they're going to have to try and live for a little bit longer here.
2 players, though, and GK First and Lin, they're very capable players here in these spots. They need to get across this road and into the circle. And there's a full 4 squad waiting for them in the wings. Exquisite Décode UK not willing to let this one happen. GK First, though, already across, already making it. Will, taking a lot of damage. Lin, not quite as up front as GK First right now, but he's been spotted by the Eastern Stars as well. Nade starting to come through from Alicio. Lin yet to cross. GK First position really very known, and the Eastern Stars playing third party to this one beautifully.
Eastern Stars, like you said, they have their backs to a very protective wall, so taking fights over towards their western side is fairly easy for them. They're a little split at this moment in time, but Daddy will go down to GK First. Now it's up to Lin to protect him.
That's not going to happen, though. With the crossfire coming in from the Eastern Stars, blank, the circle shifts, and my, what a shift, all the way down to the south. The northern shore now looking a little bit more dicey. Do you stay there? Do you go south? LMV right now looking good, but there's so many teams who want to exit from Sanhok.
Really, really good rotation coming through from Eastern Stars right now, heading straight across the bridge down towards the eastern side. They know there's going to be barely any teams over towards this position, so quickly taking that up early is going to be perfect for them. Big instead heading towards the western bridge. That is going to be bad times for them because there are so many teams here. TSC currently holding the bridge. See if Big can get past safely.
Lincoln, you miss it. Deus Sirens send all the way to the compound that LMV's on, and in come Big as well. They want to be a part of this party. Perks, did he 2v4 hold out? And there goes Deus Sirens. Big looking to try and crash, but no, they divert. They go down into the river. They take the swim because they don't want a part of this fight. That was a 2v4 hold from the players from LMV.
Yeah, LMV just absolutely owned that one, to be honest with you. There's no way they're getting into that building. Deus Sirens just take so many casualties on the approach with some great oversight coming through from Luff and Talon. Talon being down, though, is a bit of an issue, and it's going to be doubtful they get him back up again. They have to hold these spots. They know how important these compounds are. So Eastern Stars, again, we're checking them out. Bazi just looking over towards the other side of the bridge. Exquisite Décode UK, who's just a little bit late to the party now, trying to move up.
Alicio spotted out, takes a lot of damage. I don't think you're getting out of this one. I don't think you're getting out of it live unless Will can land the shots. Not quite going to find the angle. The rest of Eastern Stars are there as well, but across the river, I think actually Daddy's managed to make it. Do they know? Are they aware of this? I mean, they've got to be. They've got oversight on the ridgeline. Bazzi, yeah, I feel like you do just need to get out of there. You can allow Exquisite Décode UK to cross because you know the strength that your compounds have right now is incredible.
Yeah, I think you can fairly easily hold them down. So Eastern Stars do not want any part of this. I mean, most likely teams over towards the western side can see Exquisite Décode UK as 2. That's 4 Romanian Boys off in the distance. Excuse me, going against Xtreme Slayers. A nade goes in the wrong direction, and Pappy takes full advantage of that situation.
Moves on through, but everybody's taking casualties in this urban environment. Blank, they're more than likely going to have to leave it, and that is going to spell disaster. LMV just want to guard this out as best they can. They want to stop anyone from moving away from these positions. It's so hard to break away. Big still in the river. Miki actually taking a back seat and going all the way back over to the western side of this circle. TSC yet to cross 4 Romanian Boys. They are all alive still on the northern shore.
They're making it happen. Again, the circle's more than likely going to move down towards the south side as it just does. So for Romanian Boys, they're going to have a rough time ahead of them. Most likely the best approach is just to get in the river, get in the sea, mate. Make it happen and hold your breath as long as possible. That is your one chance here. So maybe if the guys can get into the river and then come out later, it would be good. But TSC taking shots over towards them. A lot of damage goes over towards 4 Romanian Boys. And yeah, it's into the water for them.
Eastern Stars need to leave their compound as well, try and play out on the east. Get some sort of cover, some sort of ground there. The 4 Romania Boys very close to Big. They both know that each other are in the river. They are aware of each other's presence now. Exquisite Décode UK trying to skirt along the coastline, or along the riverbank, sorry. So everyone looks to go for the swim. Miki there, Royal, very, very close to those players. Exquisite Décode UK are going to have the oversight. TSC was swimming as well.
I know I said LMV is our 9 till 5 team, but it feels like today they're really working overtime. Some great games so far from LMV, and you have to see it. Perks, one of those players that I've had those moments where you think to yourself, God, this is a really good player, and then just whispers in the wind. You don't hear too much of him after that. But today, LMV really showing up, and Perks showing that he is an extremely good fragger and very, very much patient with a lot of composure in his fights.
Oh, there they go. The kill starting to come through for Exquisite Décode UK, but they did lose Daddy on the back lines to an off angle from Eastern Stars. You are still trucking on this eastern side of the circle. LMV still guarding at everybody in the city as the players in the river start to go down to the depths. The nades start to come through and the shots as well.
Eastern Stars still have a lot of room to play with. I think Exquisite Décode UK are having a rough time of it because Eastern Stars' line of sights are very well hidden to a lot of these other teams. Whereas Exquisite Décode UK, they have to constantly keep glancing back towards the riverside, make sure no one's dropping up on the bank. LMV get delivered the nice little loot crate just for the troubles. Currently holding a lot of these compounds down, and I think perhaps soon it is time for these guys to start to regroup onto one position. But they're so comfortable at the moment, you wonder if it's even worth it moving.
Kapahala on the off angle. I mean, he's so good. He's just so good at this game. Honestly.
He's so good.
I admire.
Beautiful player.
And he has been good for such a long time as well, which is the mark of a true legend, certainly, in the European PUBG Mobile scene. If he can lead the team to victory as the Warlord against LMV's indentured position right now, and I feel like it's getting even stronger with these circles.
I think for LMV, look at the terrain around them. Like, you've got to clamber up towards their position, jump over walls, crashing with a vehicle is going to be hard because of the hillsides. It's tough. Octavian looks down towards Elysium, takes him down. Now just Will.
What a rude dude. That's a run up from Bazzi as well. Eastern Stars play that one smoothly, swiftly. Yaya trying to get up the bank and actually managed to hit the deck, but does get spotted. No way you're getting away from that one. And another kill comes on through. Kapahala, did Kapahala die just then? No, just a knock there. So don't worry. No harm, no foul. 3 players still alive and 11 kills for Eastern Stars.
Yeah, still up and running. Shots going through to Big now as well, so they're struggling. 8 kills now for LMV Gaming, and Perks just has to have this wooden door as his savior because there's a Molotov inside he doesn't particularly want to run into. So just keep him out in the open for the time being, and it was perfect. Just enough time for Bazzi to hit Perks. He had to decide between bullets and fire, and he chose bullets.
Straight down onto Bazzi from Miki, able to get the knock there. No real way you can go for this res either, but Big do go down. Actually, that might afford Eastern Stars the space to get this res, to crawl back in together and look for it, because of course that angle was being held down by Big, so if they can get that, fantastic, back up to 3. But Nexus Gaming still in the fray, but they're at the circle. Actually finding Xtreme Slayers as well on the back lines. Nicely done, but immediately swiveled and dealt with.
Yeah, it was cheeky, that one, John. Great little Molotov from Kapahala, though. You are right. This guy is a legend.
Able to get the nade down as well, but Octavian, the up close and personal, is going to fall to a nice long nade there from Hidan. Shots can come through, but Eastern Stars are looking to try and stay in it now, trying to dismount, dethrone LMV, because they're down to 3. Hidan is low, has been spotted.
Luff, though, just has to stay alive. Muzzy drops towards the deck, tries to take some shots. Great little crouch from Luff there to prevent anything from happening. Grenades out the window. This is a great spot to play in. And a lot of teams fumble playing this position, not being able to hold teams off for a long time. But LMV have bought themselves a beautiful amount of time bank here just to run away with. Luff towards the window. Molotov goes out the side and quickly he runs away. But Michi's going to be enveloped by the blue very soon and should be able to be taken out.
LMV starting to flag just a little bit. Their pace is slowing. They aren't in the same buildings, and this is where you talked about them maybe being a little bit stretched too thin here. 2 players from the Eastern Stars looking to try and take this one on. Xtreme Slayers, they've taken heavy punishment. Eastern Stars still all 3 alive. And LMV trying to hold on to these spots, but they're down to 2. Excuse me, last player standing as Michi crawls on out to a corner of a wall.
Managing to get out of that building from Michi was an incredible little feat, to say the least. Kapahala, though, and his co have moved up from the bank side. And yeah, I think LMV not regrouping onto a singular position has kind of hurt them a little bit. I know they like to play split, but in this situation, it's just a little bit too much here, John.
Eastern Stars, all three of them in the same building, in the circle. I mean, they actually not anymore in the next circle. They are going to have to shift on out of it. But it's what versus 2 versus 1. But at this point, LMV, it's 2 single players, really. They're so isolated from one another. They have to leave the building. That could be difficult. That could be dangerous.
For Eastern Stars, your prediction, John, it's been going beautifully at the moment. Grrr, oh my lord. That is a pincer and a half. Crushing weight on you if you're LMV. Now, Hidan and Michi. And it's all but over here for Eastern Stars, and it'll be a huge game as well.
15 kills so far on the board. Playing for the nade. They know where Hidan is. Look at this cook. It just sails on in. The nade just off the window, but Hidan had repositioned anyway. Michi, if he can spot out Hidan's position, pop a nade in that bathroom, it could be curtains. That's what I'm looking for. I wonder if he has the utility for it, but Michi, I think his position's known as well. Out in the blue, drops the smoke, needs to vault, and Hidan's going to pick this one up. Yeah, okay, it's just the play zone gets the kill as well. Now it's just Hidan, LMV taken on out, but barring a miracle, Eastern Stars should be able to close this one down. Hidan on the outside, 3 players from Eastern Stars. They're disciplined. They're not over-aggressive here, even in these final moments. They know he's out wide. Ducks back on in. Hidan on a sliver of HP now. Looks to go back around the building. Looks to try and play do-si-do. Playing silly buggers, but it's just not going to happen. Hidan, though, lands the shot to Bazzi. A little bit more dangerous now. Octavian in through the window, in through the door. Moves around, but they can't quite find the final shots. Looking to close it down, and the ankle gives it away. Eastern Stars take a huge game, 16 kills and a chicken dinner on Erangel.
Quite literally, the Achilles heel there was Eastern Stars for LMV. Beautiful stuff coming through from them, and I think that, you know, LMV, they had an opportunity there to regroup. They didn't take it, but the fact they've been able to hold off against so players was because of that split. They garnered so much control throughout the entire game, and it was only a matter of time before Eastern Stars were able to make their way up to the bank, and it was with a lot of discipline that you said there, John, that they were able to even approach that first building and kind of force Perkz out of it. I think that Perkz was kind of offered a difficult situation of choices, where it was either run into the Molotov and potentially get knocked, or stay on the balcony and get shot by players. I think that maybe running into the Molotov and taking chances of it was the better idea. But again, between fire and an unknown enemy over the ridge side, it's a very difficult decision to make in the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe if you get knocked inside, your teammate can come and pick you up. You know, it's a little bit more visible there as opposed to being out on the balcony. But you're right, it's split seconds that make all the difference. But Eastern Stars, I mean, I knew it was going to happen, obviously. I'd seen the future. I've been borrowing James's script today, which is why he hasn't been getting those predictions. I mean, he's been a little bit off, hasn't he? But they played that very, very well. They were controlling over those hillsides. They stopped a lot of those teams crossing as well. They played really, really well on those compound maneuvers as well. I mean, that pincer to the top floor, it was great. It was great.
It was beautiful. It was very sound, and the way they played it out, I don't think there was a team that deserved to win more than Eastern Stars. The amount of brutalizing and tenderizing they went through to get to their position, they were basically flat by the time they got to that building. So good stuff for Eastern Stars, and from that position towards Milta Power as well, it's nice to see that this team has now figured out how they can make those rotations safe, how they can make them doable. And Kappa Harla, you mentioned this guy's a legend, and he absolutely is. He'll be spoken for decades to come, because he makes these improbable scenarios become just a little bit more doable, and that's exactly what you want to see from a player who really is at the head of that team.
I feel like he plays terrain better than almost any other player in this lobby. I mean, you saw the number of times he was fading around the side of a hill, just using that rotational path to keep line of sight in his favor at all times, and making sure that he had those angles. I mean, that's what you expect from someone of that caliber. Phenomenal play coming through from the Eastern Stars, and they did that all with 3 for the most part.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, you know, they kind of create this almost disgusting combination of concoctions in Octavian and Kapahala, where they're both so good at isolating little angles around the map that, you know, if you get shot by Kapahala and try to shoot back, more than likely you're getting shot in the side by Octavian at the same time. It is really difficult to deal with, John.
Certainly is. Well, Eastern Stars take a big chunk of chicken dinner and points as well in this second Super Weekend. Fantastic stuff from them. We're going to head to a break and we'll be back with the Analyst Desk.
Eastern Stars take home another chicken dinner, putting their tally up to 5 if I'm not mistaken, and getting me one step closer to being right. My prediction of a team getting 10 or more chicken dinners, but that's $5,000 in their pockets. That's more than they get just for participating in this entire event, and we'll find out if they continue to grow that salary even more further on. But let's take a look at the match ranking here, get an idea of how many points some other teams did accumulate. And LMV, I don't know what it is, but today, guys, this team in particular has been massively stepping up.
2 top 2s when it comes to playing Erangel in this first day of Super Weekend, so that they can feel very comfortable heading into this. And this is a team we somewhat built up, right, Jason, on the first league play of this PMPL. Saying that LMV might be one of the dark horses next to potentially Excuse Me and other teams in a position like that. So I think they have a really good understanding about which positions are best in every single circle. Sometimes, unfortunately, you just have a little bit too much pressure on your shoulders. Here they were in a position where a lot of teams are trying to contest their position, so it just stretched them very thinly, and it was hard for them to try and regroup, and because of that it did cost their game at the very end. But still, 2 top 2s in Erangel, showing that today that they are definitely looking very comfortable when it comes to this map.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Good for them in terms of the position they're able to take up. I must say, is in general though, the fact that Eastern Stars gets the win off the back of the amount of kills that they did, and the way they were sweeping these circles towards the bottom, I can't believe they got the victory here, considering how difficult these circles were, and how the positions on the east side of Rozhok had been all pretty much occupied. A ridiculous win here for Eastern Stars.
It was out of the Warlord.
I mean, never that. I mean, especially when you have the circle going hard shift to the west and over to the east and down south. I fully agree, Kalaris. It's horrible for them to deal with. But bottom page, ChasMac Gaming still struggling when it comes to the Super Weekend. Not going to be going too well on their side. But for Romanian Boys, get himself another 1 point. So once again, it comes down to it, right? The teams that were at the top, that there's a clear opportunity for some teams that have been able to get themselves some good points, like LMV, to actually maybe push themselves towards the top 5.
Don't forget about Team Doom. I mean, they start off the day with the chicken dinner, and now they've gotten a 0-pointer and a 1-pointer. Like, this is not the consistency you want to see out of this team, but also, speaking of consistency, Game Lord have just not shown up yet again, I feel like, from what we saw prior. I mean, yeah, they had one good game on the last match, but I feel like they've just been generally quiet so far here in this first day of our second Super Weekend.
Yeah, week 2 has not been very kind to the Game Lords. It's I couldn't really pinpoint down exactly what's happening, because when you look at their gameplay in general, there's not many inherent changes, but it just seems like today, especially, they're losing a play or two pretty early, and that's something that Game Lord cannot allow themselves to have, because their team all about synergy and communication. We talked about how their team from last PMPL that remained as the main roster, right? But losing a play or two early, that definitely hurts their chances to get themselves a win. As a few more highlights, and yeah, Eastern Stars sweeping early versus Game Lord on the East. They were really aggressive right from the get-go.
And one thing unfortunate for Game Lord is actually, we feel like, I think both of us feel like more teams committed to the north to this circle compared to what is usual. And then from there, you know, you've got if you've got your Eastern Stars, your Exquisite Décodes all up there and kind of jostling for position, and then everyone having to move down south, you're going to have casualties. It's going to be difficult. Unless you're Eastern Stars, of course, apparently, who are able to play this splendidly. So, yeah.
I mean, they were trying to mostly hold on to the east of the circle of the time, so they could make sure that they could be one of the first teams to rotate in case of the hard shifts, especially if it went down south, which ended up happening. So they just went a little bit back into the blue, crossed the river, and then try himself to push from the east side towards LMV, towards Exquisite Décode UK, which is when Kapahala did so good. But one player in particular that really stood out to me in this fight versus Exquisite Décode UK is Bazzi. That guy fragged out so well. Normally you talk always about Octavian Kapahala, but Bazzi really being in the spotlight this time, which if he can play on the level that Kapahala and Octavian play, this team is just going to get even more dangerous by the second.
I think he's trying to make a statement here. He's like, I heard you guys were talking crap, as we always mention him being like the quote-unquote worst on the team. You can't forget about Athos in there as well. But yeah, he's definitely had a huge step up today. And like you're saying, Max, if this is the Eastern Stars who can keep all 4 players running like this is easily the team to beat when it comes to this entire PMPL season.
Yeah, when we talk about Unicorns of Love, we say about how this is a 4-5 fragger team. This is what Eastern Stars is currently doing is what I was expecting from Unicorns of Love, really, at the start of this entire PMPL. So yeah, really good from Eastern Stars, getting himself first place. And once again, down to the fact you have Conquer in this event. You have Destiny does not hit either. And you have all these teams that were fighting for that spot to the PMGC. Eastern Stars not only, I believe, should be in first place right now in those points, but they're going to create a huge buffer for themselves to make sure they're super comfortable after this week.
The scary thing is that if Eastern Stars keeps doing this, even if they have some low lows, they're having so many high highs. We talk about that kind of the peaks and troughs of them, right? It doesn't matter if they're consistent, as long as they keep hitting those insane highs that they are getting with these chicken dinners, they'll win out everybody, despite the consistency from other teams.
Well, let's not forget, if they keep this pace up, they should be pretty heavily handed the #1 placed team at the moment in PMGC points. So if they can't get into the finals, which I'm pretty sure they're going to be, if they can't get into the May Regional Championships from there, then they might just get a spot alone just from their performance of these last 2 seasons.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the aim. Of course, you've got 2 different ways to make into the PMGC. That could be through points alone from PMPL Season 1 and Season 2, or it could be through making into the EMEA Championship Season 2. We'll see how things are going to work out. But hey, we've got Perks going to be on the board here this time. Blank's been talking a lot about Perks in this game, and he's been one of the few players I was looking out, and it feels good to see him actually present on the top.
Perfect.
We didn't have one, so I wanted to...
Is that your sound now? I don't know.
It's my attempt at James.
I was going to say, I feel like he's trying to make a surprised sound, but with a slightly English twinge to it from his American accent. That was
very British.
As he raises a cup of tea.
I'm glad you could see the accent in the sound I made. I mean, 1,100 damage for Kapahala, 7 kills. Bazzi as well, 800. That's like 1,900 damage alone just from 2 players. It's pretty damn ridiculous. And again, he starts really showing how good they can be. But yeah, I guess you have to wonder like how often will those low lows happen and how consistent will they be? But let's talk about maybe the top 2 teams here in this last match. We had Eastern Stars and LMV, but Klaris, these 2 teams had such a different avenue to get to that late game.
Yeah, for sure. If you look at LMV holding down the compounds the way they were able to, you see kind of those knocks and kills come to fruition in spades, because that high ground on the east side of Rozhok is looking down on the rest of Rozhok, which is fantastic for them. And then also they're split across all the buildings. Now, that split, which for them at the beginning of that was fortuitous because they were able to hold off so many angles, eventually becomes their downfall when Eastern Stars pushes up from that north side up onto those compounds and then kind of slowly dismantles them one after another. So for me, in my mind, I feel like LMV should bite the bullet and get together a little bit quicker, and maybe they give up one of the houses, but at least they kind of potentially go straight to the victory, as you know, they're not losing constant positions.
100%. I'd have to agree on that one. I think that was definitely a mark of what LMV should have tried to do, but of course they were stretched very thinly. Teams are pushing from the north, from the east, from the south. There was even Mitchie from down south that was trying to push. So it is pretty hard. You don't have a big window of time to try and regroup. But when you look at the other side, Eastern Stars, it's such a good team when it comes to clearing out positions quickly and efficiently. And that every single time allowed them to clear from the east and getting closer to LMV. When they were split, that was an easy fight for Eastern Stars. So no big surprise they were the one to come out on top.
Oh man, they're just shy though of passing Game Lord by 2 points. But you can see 5 chicken dinners though. 5.
That's insane. The fact that they've got 5 and we are what? Not even halfway through our second Super Weekend. So you are on track for your current prediction, Jason, with how they're able to fare. The one thing that is slightly ridiculous, though, is again, if you think, yes, you've got your 5 chicken dinners, but again, it's that peaks and troughs situation where a team like Gamelord and Exquisite Décode is keeping up, but is having that more like steady line of performances throughout all of this. So let's see which of those styles is going to win out at the end.
I have the impression you and me, James, we're like playing a kids game and we're just trying to guess the winners of every game, and then you have Jason is just trying to guess the winner of the entire tournament. Like, okay, I see you there. But Big still not a single chicken dinner. If they can get it, that'll be insane.
I don't guess. I know. Okay.
Oh, you read the script? Oh, okay. You both read the script. I get
the script in advance, actually.
Oh, okay.
But let's remind you guys at home, Conquer is not playing in the Super Weekend, currently in 5th place. They're probably going to continue to fall here. I mean, there is a decent lead, about 32 points between them and Romanian Boys, but I find it hard to not have, out of our next, 12 matches, 12 rounds left to go, that Romanian Boys won't close that gap. Even Team Doom has the potential to do so. So unfortunately for Conquer, they're going to see themselves fall, as Destiny's going to see themselves fall as well. Vodafone Giants are going to fall eventually. It's going to be tough here for these teams, and then they have to look forward to like week 3. If they requalify, or they have to requalify, or else, well, at least Giants are looking like they won't be into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, Vodafone Giants already fallen. I'm going to go that far. It's not looking too good for this team. They had a really good start of the PMPL too. The first league play was like, wow, this is the team we expected in PMPL Season 1 with this type of roster. Unfortunately, not able to quite show up, but Destiny slipping down, LMV Gaming just shy of the top 8, so I think that is definitely going to be their goal at the end of today, is to be top 8, potentially even get himself close to top 7, top 6. I think that might be definitely possible for them to do, but yeah, towards the bottom now, of course, the race for the finals, you need to be top 16. ChasMac Gaming, Vodafone Giants, Deus Sirens, that's where things start to get tight, and Unicorns of Love, in just 1 day of play, are getting close to Deus Sirens and might be able to overtake them when Deus Sirens play 2 Super Weekends. That's insane.
Yeah, 15 match difference, and Unicorns have only 20 points behind. We have Nexus there as well at 22. SKP having a little bit of a tough time, though, I have to say, so far in the Super Weekend. But there's still a lot of matches to come, and our next round is actually ready to go. So you two get out of here, as we got to bring in John and Imperium to cover our Sanhok match of the day. Don't worry, Maxman did say while we're watching the last game, he meant for Eastern Stars to win this match. I don't know what Claris picked, but we'll see how it turns out here as John and Imperium take us into it.
Yeah, we're going to be heading over into Sanhok. Imperium, let's kick things off very, very fast. What do you got in predictions in terms of what we're looking at for this game? Are you going to be early into it? Who are you thinking?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, you kind of caught me off guard with that, John. Ooh. But I will give you that. I'm going to look for Big. I want to see Big take this chicken dinner. The guys on the desk pointed out, and it's pretty much obvious in the overall standings. They have a big fat 0 of a chicken dinner. So I want to see them take this win in Sanhok. The roster played PMPL Season 1 and they looked very good. It was minus Swave, but they did look very good. So there's no reason why they can't get a win in this Sanhok game.
It's a matter of time, really, for their first win. You have to feel that for a team like Big, but look at this circle. This is potential. But hang on a minute. I was going to say it's potential for an Eastern Stars circle there on the Northwestern Island, but let's look at where half of the Eastern Stars have dropped. That's a boot camp split going on.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a little bit of a drop glitch coming out from one or two of the players, or whether that's an intentional 2-2 split. They haven't been afraid in a couple of games of having those massive 1-1, 1-1 individual splits. Out of what we've seen from them so far in Sanhok, I like this one a little bit more because 2-2 allows them to protect this mountainside area a little bit more heavily. Bazzi and Kapahalev, they've done a great job so far, John, of getting an initial kill onto SKP and even separating them. So a bit of a mistake from SKP side as well, because if you're going to drop on the mountain of Sanhok, where you should know that Eastern Stars are going to have some form of stranglehold at the start of the game, you better be prepared. Dilo was prepared. Bazzi gets caught out.
I thought Bazzi knew that there was a player there. I thought that they were aware of that.
Yeah.
There you go. And that's immediately going down pretty low. SKP, they're taking a bit of damage over on Hamoud as well, but should be all right. Both Eastern Stars and SKP down to 3.
LMV onto Atzer, that's good. Lou getting a knock with the Vector. talking about the Vector, actually, John, I've given a bit of a challenge to Swave. It was a couple of days ago. We were talking about different guns in the PMPL chat, and I said to him, "Yeah, Vector power is OP." And he was like, "Okay, I'll use that in PMPL." I was like, "Bring it on! Show me the Vector power in the next day of PMPL." So I'm expecting some Vector power plays from Swave on Big. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that.
I mean, if you're not using the VSS, then what are you doing, really? It's
really
very important.
Really, VSS guy, really?
Nah. Well, yeah, for fun, for a little bit of good times and banter. You know, you just got to pull out that classic gun.
The VSS is a little bit of an underrated gun for an early game prospect, right? Those first kind of maybe circle and a half, the silent but deadly weapon, especially in Sanhok, it can be a bit of a difference maker. But LMV, John, this team has really stepped up today. 50 points in 3 games, over 16 points per game. Compared to what they've shown in the league plays and the Super Weekend, it's a big improvement, and it was great to see Perks highlighted on the graphics, because I've watched this player grow massively over the last couple of years. I remember casting him back in the Gamers Without Borders event in 2020, and one of the main things that makes him so strong as a player is his aggression. But in the past, what really hurt him was he would push on his own, whereas now in this iteration with the rest of this roster that have grown massively together, they are pushing aggressively as a team. They're playing a lot more as a team. That Perks is able to rely on the support of his teammates, and are really looking to sweep in through these games. It's just been a great improvement and an evolution from Perks as a player, and of course as LMV as a team.
Development. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? That's what we're all about here in the pro leagues. Make sure that you're keeping at the top of your game and making sure you're working to stay there. Big, I feel like you're feeling pretty good about your prediction in terms of first circles, early positions, about your big prediction here with them on the west side of this northwestern island. No one really going to challenge for their position at this stage. Maybe they have figured out that they need to try and challenge for the top of the mountain a little bit earlier against the Eastern Stars position that won them out so dominantly. But SKP have got that memo too.
You know, as teams play more Sanhok games, there's this evolution of, well, the only way we're going to be the best is by kind of beating the best and knocking them off their perch. And Eastern Stars, let's be honest, throughout this PMPL, yes, we didn't see any Sanhok games during the first league week, so we had to wait until Super Weekend. They've had pretty much free reign on this mountaintop, right? Let's be honest, nobody's massively challenged them in the early parts of these Sanhok games. SKP, I gotta give them credit for at least attempting to do it, but if you're gonna do it, I would recommend earlier on in the game at the very start of drop spot, drop as a full team, while TSC, I found one of the Exquisite Décode players.
The North Painan pandemonium going on right now. Nox going just the one way, actually. As you rightly say, onto Exquisite Décode UK. You don't get your player back from that. So that's Exquisite Décode going down to 3. Playing from Painan, I feel like now's the time where you move north from Painan into the hillsides around that trifecta, try and get some control there, maybe even put a player over the top of that river. Unless you're locked into this fight with TSC, but I don't feel that they are at this stage.
Yeah, that begs the question, how did Exquisite Décode get to that point, right? When you're playing from Painan, and you made a really good point to playing in the north, but you got to do it much earlier in the game, because you know that this is the North Painan Hills and the South Painan Hills are great crossing points for teams, because it's high ground, it gives you a lot of information as a team, and if you get there early, you're able to sweep through in towards phase 2, phase 3. The fact that Exquisite Décode allowed TSC to get to the North Painan and Doom on South Painan shows that they were very slow on their rotation away from Painan, and even when they did do it, obviously it was just Reznov on his own and he got caught out. But one thing I'm kind of curious about in your thoughts of, John, vehicles in Sanhok, do you think they're kind of a good thing, bad thing? Are they being overutilized by teams in this kind of level, or are they having a right balance?
I think that I think you can. It's very easy to overuse vehicles on Sanhok. I think obviously it's a lot more viable in general to make rotations on foot. There's a lot of close cover, a lot of ability to move slowly through the ground and do it fairly safely. But then going for a slightly longer rotations, I mean, of course, you have the boat rotations that LMV are currently doing, for instance. But that's sort of a separate thing. I feel like there is a lot of place for vehicles, and I feel like a lot of teams have sort of figured that out. In general, when I'm playing Sanhok, I don't like getting in a vehicle because I know that there could be any player just in any hill behind any rock, just ready to pop out and pump me full of lead, and that's I'm not a fan of that. I prefer to take a little bit slower personally, but I feel like once you're at a professional level of play, which I certainly am not.
Really?
Yeah, who knew? But no, it starts to become a lot more viable and actually a little bit more necessary. You can get ahead of people, you can move through dangerous territory a lot faster, and I think that you can have a better impact, especially when it comes to mounting up a hillside like this. I mean, I know it's really, really hard, but the faster you can do it, the better, especially when there's so much open ground.
That's true. That's true. Timing is imperative. The situation really needs to work out, but I love your thoughts on that. And you even highlighted in between that the players from LMV picking up the rotation on towards that northwestern side. SKP, two of their players in the compound down below the mountain. I really did like that Eastern Stars had joined together as a trio, recognizing that they'd lost a player, a team was close by, but that one player that went into those buildings ended up getting caught out, and that's a little bit of an F. But we see phase 2 shifting over to the west once again, similar to what we've seen in a number of Sanhok games. John, it's going to be important for Big to gatekeep that southern bridge, stop SYR from getting there, stop Unicorns of Love, basically allow them to third, fourth party each other while they just stand tall on the northwest island.
I'm slightly disappointed in Exquisite Décode UK because they are still in Painan. They had all the opportunity in the world to move up the coast of that southwest island, play on that hillside, have control of the crossing. TSC's now gone across that ahead of them. They were the team that was on the northeast of Painan, on that main eastern island. And now TSC have managed to make it all the way to the foothills of the mountain on the northwest. But Exquisite Décode UK, they've got in vehicles and they're now heading further southeast. Are they going to go try and find a boat and go all the way out wide? I mean, honestly, I feel like they've really missed a beat here for Exquisite Décode UK.
Yeah, I'm full on scratching my head, wondering what they're doing. Like, they're literally heading onto the. They're heading towards Kampong, John. Like, I'm kind of bamboozled.
Hey, you know what? I have no idea what they're doing. If it works, great. But right now, I am in the camp of thinking that that's kind of weird. Kind of weird, certainly. For Romanian Boys, they've got up the top of this mountain with Eastern Stars thinned in numbers, down to 2. It's up to Athis. Player who wasn't in that last game win, plays up close, waits for redox, but doesn't get the knock. That's crucial, and the 4 Romanian Boys can now really start to put the pain down. Athis, and a real big risk at this stage. Nades can start to get cooked. 4 Romanian Boys. Struggling to get past, though, the headland. Octavian has some off angles. Athis doesn't take too much damage there. Ex Machina not able to get one, but able to get taken down there by Athis. Nades still continue to go on through, and that one should do the trick. Actually, a team damage there to be able to find the flush, and it's not ideal, but Athis does go down.
Sometimes you got to be a bit of a sacrificial lamb. One mistake I think Athis made is not cooking up a pre-nade, unless he didn't have any, because our looting phase has been a little bit thin, but I would argue if you're going to be in that kind of position, pre-nade would have been perfect, because that could have been a double knock in a row. That could be in a much bigger level of suppression than just a gunshot. But because 4 Romanian Boys now lost a player, they're not pushing on it further. Athis was able to crawl away, and Octavian, he's going for the revive. SKP can get involved and can third party this if they want to. Super young roster, look at where they're hanging around on towards the southwestern side of the big mountain. Let's see if they hear the shots and look to try and get involved.
I feel like it might just be a little bit too steep for SKP to have angles on Eastern Stars. I'm not entirely sure about the exact sight lines there, but given that there's a lack of shots, I feel like they just don't have the ability to challenge it out just yet. Maybe they don't want to make too much noise, but Doran wandering the hillsides right now. And actually, given that Athos was rezzed, is now healed, for Romanian Boys, they just lost a player for no real retribution.
Yep, you're dead right. It was 1 step forward, 2 steps back for 4 Romanian Boys on top of the mountain. Team Doom, Unicorns of Love clashing up. This is what the likes of Big want to see. Xtreme Slayers could look to get involved. A pre-nade by Raucus as the blue zone is choking them down a little bit one by one. It's a great spread by Team Doom, John. They have all the area in play, and that's good stuff.
Easter Stars get taken down. I think there might have been a nade taking down both of them from the 4 Romanian Boys. Eastern Stars taken down, so no more will they control the mountaintop that they were able to dominate from before. This time around, it's going to be 4 Romanian Boys up top there with SKP and the super young roster in those foothills. TSC looking to move up and take a compound. Team Doom and Unicorns of Love, they're locking horns, but Raucus takes too much damage, needs to get a bandage. That ticker, Jesus, that tick of the booster really saved Raucus just then.
But I'm left wondering, like, I understand kind of maybe playing for a bit further of a gatekeep, but you don't turn your back on a team like that, right? Unless you have somebody absolutely 100% ready to cover you. Bit of a mistake from Team Doom in that moment. The revive will get pulled out. Fresh in a Raucus continue up as a 3-0 and even GK making them a 4-man team. Extreme Slayers, again, a team we've seen to be very passive in these games. Don't like to take a lot of early game fights, but they are still waiting in the wings by that bridge line. The circle shifted up towards the northwest on the sideline. ChasMac opted to go for a rotation, but very late into the game, and they paid the price at the hands of LMV.
Speaking of late into the game, I have an update on Exquisite Décode UK. They are past Barn right now and heading over to Paradise Resort. I wish I was making this up, but I am not. Team Doom taking shots over towards Unicorns of Love, still looking to slow this progression down. They're on the circle. They know they're going to have to cross, and Team Doom want all the room behind them that they can get.
But you're then pinching yourself in between Unicorns of Love and Team Big. Because, yes, okay, the blue zone is not the ideal place to be, but you can still shoot when you're in the blue zone rather than when you're in the water. A very, very weird decision-making from Team Doom, considering they've looked to be a much more aggressive, proactive, controlling team over the last couple of days that we've seen them play. This is quite unorthodox in my eyes. We'll have to wait and see if it does end up paying off for them. Who knows? Anything can happen. It is Sanhok at the end of the day.
Getting the vehicle, I feel like this is a really good example of where it's great that vehicles are being used on Sanhok, right? You're just able to keep up with the blue, even though you're in these scraps, and they are able to pick up a kill for it, because you know Fresh has a little bit more safety, can get picked up by one of his teammates. There's quite a few meds left, but they will struggle getting across here. It's not going to be easy. Northern side now, as you transition on our vision here. Nexus Gaming, they're trying to eke their way in. Game Lord have other ideas. 2 players up for Nexus Gaming. 3 up and kicking for Game Lord, but out in the blue, need to struggle their way forwards. That's a flush coming on in. Not ideal. They can really get Nexus Gaming trying for the res out here. I feel like it's a little bit too late in the day for that. It's really going to start to tick. Victor, even further out, has the vision on the rock. Narvalo does go down there as Creator lands the spray, gets the flush as well. Game Lord suffering.
I think Game Lord mainly suffering because I know LMV are gatekeeping him in the edge of the circle, so the second they peek over that hill, you have LMV looking in their direction. They really had only one area to go, and that's towards the members of Nexus. Credit where it's due to the player of Nexus keeping Game Lord on their heels. Victor still looking for a couple of shots. Exquisite Décode finally entering in out of the blue and into the edge of the circle. Hey, 9,000 IQ rotation? We question it, but it's technically working for the time being.
Every named location on Sanhok tour, I feel like they've just come off that. They did start in Painan. They went all the way around, down like past Kampong in the southeast, up through Barn, past Paradise Resort. They swung all the way over the northern bridge, and now they are in this fight on the northern side. The circle, a really heavy shift to the north, and LMV feeling pretty good about their rotation right about now. Well, though, ooh, that's not going to do you so strong when you crash straight into it. That's how strong the compound is for LMV.
Yeah, you're down to 3. You can't really afford to do that on your own. Elicio gets caught out as well, with Creator finding that one. Akashi and Victor, as a duo, credit where it's due, they've done a good job of protecting their area inside, but now they have to get the push on the Nexus.
Everybody's starting to try and force their way in here. Gaming still putting the nades towards Gainlord. I don't think these two teams are going to leave each other alone for the rest of this map. Very difficult to disengage here. Only Daddy remains from the World Tour Exquisite Décode UK. As Unicorns of Love take a little bit of punishment there, losing their first player. GK First does go down. Still 3 players alive for them.
I can imagine that Unicorn Love might have switched up to a little bit of a heal strat. Fresh gets taken out by Xtreme Slayers. Halls finds that one a good spread from Xtreme Slayers, although one of their players is knocked down. Pappy is inside the circle. Super young roster, by the way. I like that idea of pushing into Camp Alpha. It's maybe a little bit of a long form mistake, but short term, I get it in Sanhok.
And if you're just looking to ladder up as well, you're going to be able, from that position, I feel like you make it to at least sort of top 7, which is not a terrible result. Oh, look at that shot, nicely done there. Across the way, big landing, some decent pops. Xtreme Slayers now having to regroup. 3 players for them alive, one of them is downed. Exquisite Décode UK finally eliminated. TSC with their last remaining player hold on the junction compound, but there's another northeastern shift right towards LMV's spot, right towards Gamelord and Nexus Gaming.
I would argue, even though the circle is once again shifted in the direction of LMV, that they may be committed too much to that coastal line compound. However, nobody's really challenged them. Deus Sirens, they get challenged by 4 Romanian boys who have dealt with these circle shifts rather well on top of the mountain, sweeping in on the side. There's 6 kills so far. Once they deal with the last player of SKP, that'll be one and done. Just like that, they have control.
Very nicely done. They've swept it, sure, but now they need to descend. If they haven't got a path, it's going to be a little bit harder, but there's a moped there. Should be right for it. Beast taken down by a nade. Suave tries to control the outside, but that's not where the main threat comes. Pappy in through the building. Suave tries to slow things down. The Molotovs are on the outside as well. A nade in through the windows to try and stop them from coming out wide, but it's not going to be enough. And Xtreme Slayers take down big.
That's good by Xtreme Slayers. Very good indeed for a team that are known to be a little bit more passive. They've been punished by Big in previous games, but now they protect their land. They're still inside the circle though. John and LMV are waiting. They moved up from the coastal line compound into the controlling area of this map, and Hidan is standing tall. He gets knocked down though, runs straight over.
Crunched between a rock and a car. Very painful stuff coming through. Now Luff able to get the spray down. Hidan Shaw goes down, but moves on in. For the rest of the team, there's no way you can really commit to this flush. There's a nade there, so maybe that's what you're looking for, but instead, send it towards that tree. Move the players out, and that's great nades from the Xtreme Slayers. A second as well, and there's the flush. Perk's not going to be able to control the angle just behind the headland, and Xtreme Slayers still going. LMV not having any luck today, holding down compounds.
Like LMV, it was the right position that they had. I get that Hidden was outside of the compound on his own. It was the right call and play, but the pre-fire comes in. Talon picks it up, and that is a squad wipe. They hold it down as a duo into the top 7.
It lost maybe a little bit too much there, though, and that is going to make it tricky. Excuse me, 3 players alive. Down on the southeast side, they will have heard all of that gunfire coming across the way. Bujo as well, still in a little shack there, in a small little building. Maybe a little bit unnoticed as well. Has been here for quite some time. Nexus Gaming as well, don't count them out. They're on the north side, and they do have quite a few players there, 3 of them alive.
I have to give a lot of respect to Nexus. We massively counted them out. We really laid into him, to be perfectly honest, and we kind of counted him out in a big way after he didn't qualify for this first Super Weekend. But it seems like they woke up, they've learned, they trained, and they are looking a lot stronger.
Trying to guard on the edge. LMV still putting the pressure down. A nice knock onto Costi for Excuse Me. Stops them short of the next zone. Do needs to be careful. Oh, I think he knows there's someone in here. Is he going to pop it in through the window, or is he trying to send up a little bit further? Yeah, I mean, he had no idea, but there's 2 players for Nexus Gaming. Redox holds 1, looks for a second. The drop shot, not good enough. And Do able to save the teammate. 3 players still alive as the circle shifts up towards Nexus Gaming yet again. Creator down, out in the blue. 2 players going to be keeping on going for Nexus.
What did I say? Vector power, man. Vector Power came into play for that final kill on the 4 Romanian boys. SYR, they're taken out. Excuse me, they're still going strong as a duo. It's 2v2v2 as we're down to our final 3 teams.
Duos on the hillsides of Sanhok here, a northwestern shift, pretty much as far northwest as you can get in this map. Right on the coastline, some nice high ground for LMV, but they held the target. Or both of these other teams, and the circle doesn't lie on top of them. A lot of open ground in this next circle, Imperium.
I'm trying to think who has the advantage. LMV have the hillside, but it's flat out into the open. And that's going to be Dewey taking down Perks.
Great start for the players down the hill. There's shots echoing back over towards Mango. One player from their squad getting taken low, and now Mitchie very, very low as well. Looks for the shot up to Talon, and he takes him down, and just like that, with a snap of the fingers, it's Nexus Gaming who stay alive. They didn't go down from the northern edge. They fight their way through, and Nexus Gaming get the chicken dinner.
Oh my god, the 3-way dance right at the end. I knew it was going to be difficult for LMV, right? Although they had the hill, that technically means that they're the most exposed team. And although Dewey did have information on one of the Excuse Me players, he got 1 knock, so that meant that they were able to focus their attention a little bit more heavily on towards the remaining players of LMV. And it was just one of those things where Talon looked for the last player of Excuse Me, but it was actually the last player of Excuse Me that took down Talon, got the final kill, got himself into second, and in the blue zone ended up taking him out. And Nexus pick up that chicken dinner. I highlighted that they've improved a lot, and this is the fruit of their labor, right? This is the fruit of them warming up, finding their feet, and really kind of showing up strong as a team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They managed to do pretty well there. I feel like this area of the map is quite an interesting part of ground, right? Because in order to get to that position, you have basically 3 options. You go south of the mountain, north of the mountain, or over the mountain, right? And that is going to force teams to get together a lot sooner than you might otherwise see in these circles, right? Because you had 4 Romanian boys who fought off, I think, about 3 other teams on the top of the mountain, and those passages from the south and from the northern side as well, hotly contested. And I feel like that contributed to the fact that we only saw 2 players alive from all 3 of those final teams, is that they'd been in those fights earlier on. They'd had those meds expended, that armor used on up, and so it was a little bit dangerous for them all. But that was a very open final circle as well.
I love that you highlighted the circle ending, because it was very tricky, it was different, it was unorthodox, and it's a little bit normal in terms of we've seen a lot of weird circle endings and circle shifts throughout this PMPL in the first couple of weeks, but it was definitely a new one inside the Sanhok ground. It was a great early botation from LMV, and it shows that when you do execute the timing of a botation specifically, boom, you have core control, you have core position, and they didn't kind of take it for granted, right? They got 9-10 kills up until phase, I believe, 6, when they lost 2 players at the hands of Xtreme Slayers. So they absolutely were always looking to take control and hold control of their compound that ended up being massively inside the circles right until the very end.
I mean, speaking of inside the circle at the very end, I have to talk a little bit about Exquisite Décode UK, right? I mean, their rotation was wild, and honestly, I didn't like it too much. I mean, sure, maybe their entry into the circle was in a good spot, but I feel like their execution from there certainly could be criticized. It felt to me like they did this wide, sweeping, grand gestures like a magician, and then it's like that. It's like that meme template of the guy with the cape, and he's like, "My job here is done," and he just dies in the end circles. There, it really did not pay out well for them, and I don't know what the idea was. I'm not entirely sure what the goal there was, but it felt like when they got into the circle, 2 players just went off in different directions and just died, and then the rest of Exquisite Décode UK got cut down in the process.
Without knowing for sure, because obviously we don't hear their comms, we don't know what's going exactly through their mind. Based on the end result, straight up panic play. I'm sorry, maybe that's harsh, but if they had have gone into the edge of the circle on the northeastern side as a trio, just crashed a compound as a trio, at least I would be like, okay, they knew they were coming in late. They had a purpose on how they played. But without any real purpose on Will getting picked off, then Alicio, and then the last player, Daddy, going down, that honestly, that rotation, that absolutely wild world tour of Sanhok, it was very much we don't know what else to do, so let's just do this. And that is definitely a little bit sad to see.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not the best of situations, but I mean, they got some points. Sure, fantastic. But the win in the end goes to Nexus Gaming, who were able to hold out from down the hill all the way from the northern edge, and they will be able to get that chicken dinner. We're going to head to a break and head back over to the analyst desk to break it all down.
I feel like Maxman has the power of foresight because Nexus take home a chicken dinner, though he said it in the prior match to happen. But either way, also give a shout out to our sponsor of OnePlus. You know, there's 15-minute recharge time for you, and that, funny enough, it's 15 minutes between matches, so all the players with their OnePlus 9s can get that full recharge on and make sure they can continue to frag out. But gentlemen, Nexus, they get a victory. They don't have Dexter and Sushi on the team yet again here for the Super Week. I'm not sure if that's a permanent thing or a temporary thing, but Nexus, they finally close it out.
I'm not gonna lie, I was looking at the game and I realized towards the end that, oh wait, there's still a team up north, and it was Nexus. I don't know how they got there. They just rotated down and picked up a few kills towards the end, but they had a strong position, had a few buildings to work with, and there were teams that were forced theoretically downhill and teams that were forced to cross over the road. So Nexus just waited in that position, had the kills come their way, and of course off the back of that resulted in a win. So yeah, 24 for a team that this is their very first Super Weekend, right? This is going to allow them to play catch up to the team that were at the bottom. They were doing that with the Unicorns of Love. And I think they just game alone was 24. They might have overtaken Deus Sirens. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they're close. Yeah.
Yeah. The cool thing about the where you're seeing Nexus all north here on this island is that normally it's Game Lord up there. Normally it's one of the big heavy hitters of the lobby to be able to hold down that position, then kind of move down and probably get themselves like at least top 3 or something like that. But Nexus Gaming was able to defeat them up there and then be able to stage their campaign from that point on. So I think a great result from them. Not exactly the wildest number of kills coming in from them, 9, but it is Sanhok, and I'm imagining we'll get some Sanhok numbers later, Jason.
Yeah, these are Sanhok numbers, but LMV, 20 points. This team has been consistently in I feel like our top 2 every single match, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Like they're put on such a performance. I mean, they're not getting victories, they're not getting chicken dinners, which obviously hurts because you don't get the extra 1,000 per win, but they're still doing a fantastic job of just racking up every point possible today.
I have the impression every Super Weekend we have a newcomer team that does extremely well. It was 4 Romanian Boys last week, and this week it seems like it is LMV Gaming's week, so they're doing really well. Though Eastern Stars, only 2 points coming their way, and I think we have a lot of things to talk about, Kalaris, on Eastern Stars and them going down. We'll touch upon that in a bit, but looking at the top players, of course, Dorian, again, even though we haven't seen too much from 4 Romanian Boys throughout today, but Dorian's just consistently been up there instead of Redox, which it's good to see some newcomer players actually being consistently at the top, not just every once in a while.
That's because this was Redox's first game.
Also true, yes.
Also true. But yes, you're right about Dorian. We've seen in multiple games being able to pump out the numbers, so nice to see as a whole. I'm always concerned though, because his picture makes him look like he's a little bit sad, but he should be happy with these numbers, Jim.
Looks like he has a frog in his mouth. Like it's like Spider-Man actor Holland is the same thing. I don't know. Oh well, I don't know.
What?
That's Tom. No. Like there was a picture going around, like Tom Holland had a frog in his mouth, and he has the same face there. So I'm comparing him to Tom Holland, which he is good looking, Tom Holland. So it's a compliment indirectly.
I reiterate. What?
he's talking
You know what?
about?
I don't know. Fair
I
enough.
feel like
The
is
Sanhok
Max gone
numbers.
crazy.
Yeah.
If you just realize that now, Jason, I think you have the issue here. So just Sanhok numbers. Wow. Yes. Xtreme Slayers high numbers. Why am I alone here? Jason, come back.
We save him yet.
Just a little bit longer. Couple more seconds.
Okay. Go, Max.
Yeah, it's LMV high damage too. It's really good. Wow. Love it.
There's this brutal situation, I think, Jason. Where, like, you know, we're so old. We know what's going on. Poor Max. He's a young one. He doesn't know what's happening.
You know, clearly Max can't solo a show, unfortunately.
I mean, I could
maybe
try.
one day. Maybe one day. Take a look at Nexus's stats. We're going to compare league play day 1 and 2, so for the first week, up against how they've been doing so far in the Super Weekend, and we're starting to see like a steady improvement out of them. I'm not sure necessarily the reasons why, or if this is a momentum they can keep up over the next few days, but it is an improvement, and that's what we expect to see, to be honest, out of every team participating this week.
Yeah. And we talked, of course, about Sushi, Rana, Dexter, and having some of the players actually being fielded out, especially Dexter. We thought that was going to impact the team. Maybe because of that change, they just needed a little bit of time, a few days, / maybe a week to actually try and lean into that a little bit more, maybe try and build some new synergies and decide who's going to be communicating, who's going to be the IGL. We don't know what's been happening internally, but it does feel there's been a drastic change, and they've been getting a little bit more consistently towards the finishing moments. Maybe not always the team to frag out and get himself consistently in top 5, top 3s, but it seems like they are steadily and very close to actually improving every single time. So I couldn't pinpoint exactly what's happened internally, but it seems, as long as it works for them, and it seems like it is, just keep on going.
I will say, Max, I'm still sus of Nexus. I mean, yeah, they've got themselves a win. I think that's brilliant for them to get themselves a win on Sanhok here. However, when they were still having maybe troubles in the previous EU West, and they did actually, I think, have themselves wins, but there still wasn't quite that consistency there. I'm still a little bit sus. I need to see a bit more out of Nexus before we, push them up there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think we were even saying that last season as well, is that we would see like glimpses of their team, especially when they got better towards the very end of the season, but we're not seeing any sort of consistency out of them. I mean, even the roster hasn't been consistent. We're not seeing Dexter, we're not seeing Sushi, and I think a little bit later we're going to look actually at the player sets to see how many games everyone has played for their roster. Actually, you know what, we're going to look at it right now. Let's throw it up on the screen and get an idea, because that's been our question, right? Dexter was the standout player for the team. He was the biggest player for the team, but right now it seems like him and Sushi are taking a backseat here.
I mean, of course, you've got to keep in mind, right, there's a very big disparity in how many games have been played every single time. But when Creator and Duo are not in, it seemed like Dexter and Sushi are the one fielding in because they both got 8 games, and Creator and Duo have himself 12. But yeah, Bam and Rana have been the 2 players consistently in. But when you have 8 games less than Bam and Rana, and you have this many more kills, you have 23, and Duo was actually part of the top 10 fraggers. And I think that after these last few games, he might be even higher. Duo being that high up is very impressive.
He's
and
got 12 games played and 23 kills, and then you have Rana who's played 20 with 9 kills.
I mean, I guess subconsciously this is why I picked him yesterday when it came to the previous day when it came to the MVP, because geez Louise, the amount of work he's been able to put in across 12 games for this team, that's extremely impressive, and definitely, I mean, that's effectively rivaling Dexter numbers if you think about their previous season. So
you gotta wonder if Duo and Dexter played together, would that be like the dream team for Nexus?
Yeah, probably.
Probably, yeah.
That would be probably a significant bump up.
I think that's something we'll talk to him about before tomorrow, get an idea of why Dexter and Sushi aren't playing at the moment. But let's take a quick look at our overall standings to see if anything has changed up here. Game Lord still going to be ahead by 3 points here up against Eastern Stars, but we have Exquisite Décode still in 3rd place. Conqueror still holding on to 5th place at the moment. But LMV, man, this team, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised to see them actually easily pass
Conqueror's not here
by the end of the 3 days. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Conqueror's not here. They could make it happen tomorrow minimum, maybe even potentially 3 days, just if you want to be really cool about that. For Romanian Boys not having the most insane results as of recent times. So I think a top 5 is definitely an eventuality for LMV Gaming at the end of this Super Weekend, yeah.
Let's think about this quickly. LMV coming in had 61 points. That's all I need to say.
They doubled in a day.
131. That is crazy stuff coming out from them for the day. I mean, there has been slight moments where, there have been fortuitous circles going there, but you've still got to work with it. You've still got to be able to hold people out of these positions, and LMV has been doing brilliantly today.
Interesting. Well, let's take a look at our second page here. I mean, Excuse Me have been able to make their way up as well. They've had a pretty damn decent day, but still there's a lot of teams we're not seeing here on this front page. Super Young roster, I believe, have fallen off the top 8. Team Doom as well. But Destiny, another team that's not participating, Xtreme Slayers, have had a pretty good performance. Vodafone seeming to slip further and further behind. But this is getting like really, I'd say, frustrating for teams like Destiny and Vodafone Giants, who did so well in the first week, that they're just not here yet again. And hopefully it's kind of the fire they need burned under them to help them wake up and start to perform here in week 3.
I mean, teams that are performing well, like Nexus Gaming, they are just 3 points behind Deus Sirens. And once again, that is with a 15 gameplay difference. Really, to put that into perspective, that is insane. If you have strong performances, that could be about 150 points if you're a team at the top. And Nexus Gaming here, in what might just be a day, overtaking Deus Sirens, so it's very impressive from this team.
46 points from 4 games is great. Skip team, though, 4 games played, 3 points on the board. Where's that meme where we poke them with a stick and ask them to do something? Because right now, it's not happening.
Well, all they really need is a prediction out of you, Kalaris, to back them up. Though I don't know if you're going to be giving them your prediction here in our final match as we head over to Erangel. But what would be your prediction then?
Oh, damn it. You're watering down my excellence here, Jason.
I feel like you're doing that yourself. You haven't had any correct predictions today, mate.
It's Battle Royale. You can't. It's difficult. Where are we, Erangel? We're at Erangel, right?
Well, if you think about this, right? How consistent Max is wrong with his predictions, I feel like he's super consistent overall.
True.
Consistently wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
No need for watering down there. It's all water.
I want to help you out here, Kalaris. I can help you out.
Go on.
Unicorns of love. Unicorns of love.
What? All right. You know what? Yeah. Let's do it.
Fair enough.
Okay. Max?
I go with Game Lord. Let's go.
Okay, well, let's hop into our final round of the day. Let's bring back in our commenters as we have Imperium and Blake join us once again. We'll check in with you, Kalaris and Max, in just a few seconds. But gentlemen, take us into the final round here of our first day of our second super weekend. Oh my God, Blake, you were so short.
I'm a short man, okay? I am not tall whatsoever. Watch. Wait. I was like...
Is that better? Is it better? Oh, okay. Yeah. I think if I squat, it'll look better. Yeah, is that?
Yeah. 100%, dude. That's how it works. That's just how it works, man. That's how it goes.
I'm getting in my leg day, mate.
Military base though, heading up towards Mansion. Easy days.
Yeah, it's a good playing path to kick things off.
Sorry, brother.
Look. You know what, mate? I want your predictions. Who do you think's gonna win?
Okay. I'm gonna give it over to Super Young roster. Look, I want to see these guys do well. I've been happy with them. How they've been playing, all that good stuff. Hopefully they can continue that. I feel like they deserve a win. They've really been pushing for it. But LMV, currently the stars of the day at the moment, are already bumping themselves up all the way to 131 points. Starting off this super weekend with 61, I believe. I think actually even less than that, I might. But they've had an insane day so far. Insane day.
You were bang on. They started this super weekend with 61 points. They've scored 70 points in 4 games, none of them being chicken dinners. And even out of the 70 points, they've gotten a hell of a lot of kills with that. They've gone 6, 4, 10, 10, 20. They've gone like 30 kills out of the 70 points. So that's a very healthy balance between placement and kill points. So yeah, like Kalaris dead on the desk, as much as there's been a little bit of circle look involved, you still need to do something within that circle, and LMV have done a hell of a lot.
Yeah, I think that maybe too much in some cases though, right? Imperial, they've made some big splits, and that's acceptable. I'm okay with that. I think at some point they have to think to themselves about maybe regrouping. This is a rough line path for the considering the circle, so a lot of these teams got to be very wary that majority teams won't be all the way on the western side, so a little bit difficult to cross over towards there. Romanian Boys heading towards Gatka should have nice cheeky approach into the game, and Unicorns of Love currently vying for position with Super Young roster up towards Kameshki's side.
Yeah, your pick for the chicken dinner, Super Young roster, gonna have to take possibly a little bit of an early battle against Unicorns of Love. What Unicorns of Love could do is possibly go for a couple of early vehicles if they know where they are and shoot themselves over to North George. But for now, Team Big gonna be facing the challenge of Excuse Me. An initial knock will allow Prada to move away, but he is surrounded by the rest of Big as the revive is pulled off. Prada does have the support of his teammates. You can see they're all now rolling in onto this compound. So, excuse me, not ready to give this one up. We're going to have an early game fight between these two teams. Big, they haven't really had the best of days yet to get a chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. So, I kind of want to see them win out on top of this one. But I also appreciate how good of a day, excuse me, I've had.
I mean, excuse me, is looking strong. I mean, this fight was most likely going to happen with teams having to push up towards the western side. This is a pretty important crossing as well, an important compound. Excuse me's found their way into a couple of buildings on their west. Nade's been throwing through. Mango's trying to get into that building and just get a foothold a little bit for Excuse Me at the moment. But whoever wins this should have a good time. But again, this fight's on a timer because most of the teams dropped over to the eastern side. Again, this is a popular crossing for a lot of these teams in terms of the road. So finishing this fight quickly would be good. And it looks like we just saw a quick peek of a shotgun. So those teams aren't particularly geared up just yet.
Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. Like, Cossie doesn't even have a backpack or a level 1 helmet. You're running around like a headless chicken to an extent. Swave is on the roof. That's very good. He gets dropped. Mango opens the door. Doesn't even have a vest. Doesn't even have a helmet. All he has is his body, his gun, and a pocket full of dreams. But he's opened that one up. Mango switches over to his shotgun. It's a good start once again for the side of Excuse Me, picking up a kill. And you're dead right about what you said. Both of these teams really need to clean up this fight sooner rather than later, because the longer they leave it, the harder it's going to be as teams will start to wrap around them. It's a good response. Wave gets dropped down. Beast, he's left on his own, and Mango recognizes this. He's on a little bit of health. He's going to play him towards the upstairs area, and Beast is maybe going to be able to catch him out, but that's going to be a good turnaround and a clean squad wipe onto Big.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the way they controlled that as well, even going for the res there was smart from Excuse Me, considering that he was so close to the wall it was almost impossible for them to come across and grab him, whereas Excuse Me still held a lot of cover. So a good fight from Excuse Me. We'll finish them out nice and quickly. Can loot up, grab some of the loot that's scattered around this building as well, and have a decent run of it heading towards the western side of the map. Unicorns will love fast movements over towards North George. I feel like this is the fastest we've ever seen them trying to get home towards that position they want to hang out for so long. It's so strange. It's like, you know, for the rest of the game, when it comes to rotating away from North George, oh god, it's a grudgingly slow experience. But getting to North George, on the other hand, that's fast. That's gear 5 right there.
My one potential problem with it is that they hang around in North George for too long. And then as phase 2 shifts up, they lose that element of control. They lose that element of information. What is a positive for the time being is that Fresh is much further away, still coming along the shooting range hill, so he might be able to stay around that area. Maybe he feels like he's looted up enough. The rest of the team will pick up any extra ammo, any extra smokes, any extra utility needed. Hand it over to Fresh. They have a bit of a controlling position. That might work out, but it all depends on where Fresh ends up going. If it's into North George or if it's out on towards that shooting range high ground.
Yeah, I mean, if you can have a landing point to hit towards and then be able to jump out from there by, you know, grabbing the rest of his team and pulling them over his way, that'd be good. I think that with this kind of circle, though, you can be fairly certain that these crates positioned North George are going to be strong positions throughout the majority of the game anyway, until we hit those very much later circles. For Romanian Boys, they're in Gaka. You know, we know they control this position and they have good control of this area anyway. So, for Romanian Boys should be absolutely fine. But LMV, this is probably the easiest time that they've had here on Erangel. We know they spend so much time outside the circle for so long, but usually can find a very good opening to get into the circle itself. This time, they don't have to move too far and can even head towards the western coast and have a very, very easy drive through up towards Hospital.
Driving down the road like a... I'm trying to think of a song, but that didn't work out too well. I was just thinking of a nice Sunday morning drive song of just kind of, you know, going through the coastline. LMV are just kind of, you know, enjoying the wind blowing through their hairs. I know they'd have helmets on, but they'd probably take them off while they're driving. And, you know, just enjoying the scenery.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no better way to enjoy the scenery than with a couple of backflips from the car itself. You know, you get to see what things look like from a different perspective, which is absolutely fine. I'm okay with that. Team Doom, though, they're on their approach, you know. They're going to hit towards Exclusive position towards apartments, but looks like they're heading towards the hillsides first. A good rotation, say at least, will provide them a lot of that high ground to be able to watch down on their targets and see what's up. But for the guys for Exquisite Décode, they've got a long way to go. And realistically, they do rotate over and underneath Stalber, and that usually works out in their favor. So they should be fine, but in this game, it's so sad that Big went down early, and ChasMac have identified that, seeing that no one's around Severny, trying to give it caution, but I think they're realizing that there's no one here.
I think for Exquisite Décode's rotation that is on towards the north of Yasnaya, south of Stalbar, I think one of the weaknesses with the way they rotate on that is more the timing of it. I think that kind of variable, more off-the-cuff rotation is very much rewarded when you pull it off earlier. Whereas Eastern Stars, they're clearly initially heading for a little bit more of a direct rotation. And that's the time where you maybe wait until Phase 2 pops up. Whereas Exquisite Décode, to me, they're kind of losing out compared to Game Lord, possibly maybe compared to TSC. Just something for them to think about as we are getting into Phase 2. LMV have made their way up on the western coastal line.
Yes, this is what I thought would happen from LMV. So they take the classic approach towards the crates in the hospital, and it's a very easy rotation for them as well, down from Primorsk, and a fast rotation as well because they're on the roadside. I think with Exquisite Décode UK, you know, yes, they're behind Game Lord and TSC, but they kind of go for this rotation to give themselves opportunities. I think with it being so far towards the northwest, those opportunities weren't so important, so crucial as if we had a Rozhok circle where you've got to really decide between those bridges. And Will already takes a knock from SKP. There is a return fire, but will be out that vehicle, and Reznov's desperately trying to skirt towards the rest of his team.
You know, smoke's being thrown out so you can get put back up to full health. Reznov is looking into the distance, just shooting a couple of blind shots, hoping a couple of them connect. Back in his buggy he goes. Everest, looking like a very core place to hold on to in this Phase 2 because it's quite heavily up and towards our northwest where you can control Everest looking down the south while also keeping an eye up north, and 4 Romanian boys have gone in towards that area. And surprisingly, Blank, and I know it may not be the best place to be in this Phase 2, but nobody's in the cube compound by the river.
Yeah, no, and that would afford you a lot of control over this next circle. And I think that's partly due to the fact that the playing path was so far towards the eastern side. A lot of teams are still making their way up here. Excuse Me is heading towards that position right now on our screen. So Excuse Me should be able to hold that one out. SKP, they're very, very far out in the blue, all rotating in one vehicle, which is a very, very dangerous precedent to set for yourself going forward over a lot of land. Like, one team sees you, you're going to get absolutely beamed to death, and you'll all go down to one vehicle explosion. So slightly unfortunate. TSC, though, they've made their way in. They were in a good spot beforehand, but now have a little further to go. But Crates is becoming increasingly crowded.
South George, a great place to drop when you're in a bit of a classics game for a bit of early game action. LMV's spread of a 3-1 I think is great, but I would prefer to see that one player on the western side of the road rather than the eastern side of those crates. I think that would allow them and afford them a lot more information, plus that tiny bit of an anchor point should the circle on Phase 3 shift a little bit more on the west, because they kind of allowed Nexus to get much closer to their South George area from their rotation because they don't have that player in the anchor point across the road. But we'll have to wait and see, while Unicorns of Love, of course, going to be challenged a little bit by Excuse Me. Excuse Me went a little bit deeper than the cube compound that we predicted them to go. But for the time being, no losses yet.
No, this is fine. I mean, approaching this compound is not the worst thing to happen to them. And I think if they can get a little bit more control towards North George, you know, this northern side of the map is not hugely saturated in terms of players. So Unicorns of Love, they will have to rebuff Excuse Me for them to hold on to this strong position, which allows them abilities to rotate out as well as affords them that comfortability of having a compound. But also it does invite threats like this, of Excuse Me.
Oh, a lot of utility being used between smokes and nades between these two teams. And one thing, Excuse Me, really needs to be careful of is a potential third party by getting more from behind. As it happens, the circle has gone down to southwest, so this area is definitely less of a priority for teams wrapping around, but it doesn't mean that it isn't possible should a team find an opportunity to third party.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, again, Excuse Me, been put on another timer here where they want to finish up this fight so they can start to move across the bridge before too many players get over this location, and that crossing becomes so much more difficult to make happen. Unicorns are starting to just walk back just a touch here, Imperium, trying to get away from this fight. But ChasMac, TSC, they're both looking to make that cross. You can see super young roster towards Crate side, and just more or less towards South Georgia at the moment, though. I think it is currently Game Lord who's passing underneath Crates. But I think South George, yes, there's so many buildings here that players can take up residence in.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Lots of buildings in play. Lynn, oh, yeah, hate to see it. Bit of a failed molly, but he'll be able to throw the second one in to confirm the kill on the Cossi. Now Unicorns Love are going to look to sweep in to the large building. It is easier said than done to really push in across the way. Michi behind, hanging onto the wall. Fresh is aware of that, and GK the first is going to hang around on the other side. It's a two-man push, a little bit of damage. Delty does get a knock on the Rokas, but in return, that's going to be a counter knock. And GK gets a backstab and takes down another player of Excuse Me. Just Mango left on his own.
Yeah, sadly though, this isn't a clean fight and they do lose Rolkis, which is going to hurt them in the long run. I think that when you start to play these compound-focused circles like this one, you know, having 4 players alive is extremely important, as LMV will have certainly known from last game on Erangel, where honestly having that 3-man split came back to bite them, and it would have been lovely if they could have had a 2-2 split instead.
ChasMac are in the middle of that bridge between the North George and South George. They are the diplomatic team of, like, we are the peaceful side. They are the UN, so to speak, of this game for the time being, holding it down. But how long will they be able to stop these teams from pushing in? As Exquisite Décode and TSC using the high roof area of the North George buildings. Exquisite Décode, we were wondering about their rotation. Well, for the time being, it's working out. A lot of the traffic, though, as you get into this phase 4, is very much on the southern side of the circle.
Romanian Boys just hanging out. I think they're in a... Oh! What is that? That is unacceptable. Oh, it feels like the circle has just taken a big fish out of that water and literally gone round and slapped every one of these players across the face with a salty little thwomp. Jesus, that is awful.
I feel their pain. I feel their pain so much, Blank. Like, there's not even really much to technically, analytically break down, because the circle is about like 80% water. It's just every man, woman, child, brethren, fish, whatever, for themselves between these teams. Nexus, Xtreme Slayers, you have 4 Romanian Boys. Third party, fourth party, fifth party, more. This game is just going to heat up until the very end.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I think that it kind of speaks for itself as soon as we cut over to South George and all you can hear is this. Every team's like, we need this spot more than you, like 100%. Looking at the screen right now, Nexus though, with a few knocks their side, we're able to get them back up again. Xtreme Slayers not able to quite hound them on that position, but it is just a small little house. Nothing too special yet, Imperium.
ChasMac have opted to move to the south side. They got there quite nicely, sticking to the coastline. I believe they swam there from the riverside, Poco for Romanian Boys. Looks to try and reposition, but his tires is going to get blown up. That was a bit of a risky play. I don't even know why he really looked to make that, not really knowing exactly where everybody was around him. You have Deus Sirens coming in from behind, could be looking for a little bit of a fourth party in amongst all of this action. Exo Machine and Dor in the last few players up for 4 Romanian Boys.
Could be rough for these two guys, honestly. They're right at the back of the queue to get onto the bridge and save yourself should we get a little bit more water. Unicorns of Love, a dead stop though on the northern side, and why not? Like, you're so confused with what to do next. They're currently just taking pot shots at TSC, who had considered making the crossing, but now aren't so sure.
I just feel for every team, for every IGL on what decision to make. I would argue just make a decision and somewhat commit to it and hope for the absolute best. I believe that's what Deus Sirens have been doing, at least since this last circle shift. They have opted to stick to the coastline. ChasMac can get angles onto them. He can see in the minimap that that's exactly what they're doing. So really, this position is very much pinched for the Sirens.
Is definitely a struggle to get into here. I mean, as soon as they start making movements, they're going to get shot by a lot of people. And realistically, they need to get a knock before they move up. Making this crash over such open ground as well, without any smokes, to say the least, it'll be very difficult. Sending in a smoke train would be nice, but Doobie hits the nade right off the noggin. Very beautiful.
The desk have highlighted how good Doobie has been, and the statistics speaks for itself, so there's no surprise that he got that nade, not got that nade confirmation, and suppresses the Sirens even more. The next circle shifts up, and we are ending on North George, technically, but that's a good, like, 80% water.
Yeah, I'm a bit upset with this circle, realistically. I think the circle was like, yeah, there's definitely land, right? And they're like, no, there's a bridge that connects the land. Like, no, that's land. That's definitely land. And the player's like, this is the worst, but we are going to have an interesting approach where we literally have Thermopylae here and the Spartans in Unicorns of Love and Exquisite Décode UK, who are going to have to stop this approach of a huge army of players. But first of all, this army of players is going to have to backstab one another to even try and get across the river itself.
I love it. Eastern Stars are like, you know what, screw this. We're full sending into the river. Hey, Geronimo! 3 to make it in. Super young roster. Try to pick up a kill here or there, but Doom are going to be the next team to follow Eastern Stars. Super young roster already has a player inside the river. You have Game Lord with a player up. Extreme Slayers take down 4 Romanian Boys. LMV going to third party that one. They are somewhat the gatekeepers. And here's the thing. LMV know that they realistically probably can't win the game, so they've really got to do what they can to hoover up as many kills from the teams that are down the South George area.
And they're already making that happen with a massive squad wipe over towards Xtreme Slayers. They will have to move shortly. A lot of these teams that had vehicles have, as you can see, sent themselves into the water, masquerading as fish at the moment. So, you know, our sea life in PUBG Mobile is quite rampant. Don't you worry, we do have lots and lots of wildlife ahead of us. As you can see, as everyone begins their little marathon, a little Iron Man, get in the vehicle, get on your bike, get in the water, try to get to the other side. Unicorns of Love and Exquisite Décode UK, by virtue of their long rotation on the northern side, whereas everyone else is comfortable just to head up towards hospital, have been saved just a little bit of breath.
And as far as you know, nobody's on the bridge except LMV. So that's why it was so easy for them to enter that circle. Everybody's underneath the bridge. This is absolutely crazy. I would reckon a good 85% to 90% of the remaining players in the lobby are all in the water.
Yeah, I'm for Exquisite Décode UK and Unicorns of Love. There is a modicum of trust at the moment. Not a lot, but they are taking shots at one another now and again. But they're like, what? We'll just kill the people in the water. Let's take our points and then we can resume this duel later.
Quick question, Blank. If you could be any fish, what fish would you be?
I would be question.
I know.
A dolphin. I reckon a dolphin, dude. Yeah.
That's a damn good answer.
Either a dolphin or a hammerhead shark. Because I like to look dopey and I feel quite sleepy sometimes.
I would be catfish, because that's technically 2 animals in one, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good one. I mean, you could come up onto land at some point, evolve, and take over. That would also be good.
Either
Circle
that
does not want to move away from the water, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, mate. Either that or a penguin. I would definitely be a penguin.
Look at this. This is incredible. I've never seen anything quite like it. I have never seen anything quite like it. This literally is like when the turtles all come home to their one island and try and make it up the beach as fast as possible. But instead we have a lot of players. We'll see how fast they can get up the beach side. I mean, there's really not a lot of places that you can make it onto open ground.
Lynn does get taken out, so that's definitely troubling for Unicorns of Love ability to close out the remaining moments of this game, because Exquisite Décode, who are the only other team in North George, do have 3 players up. LMV are still on that bridge. You can see Result, who was in one of the first players in the water for his side, has been able to cross over to the northern bridge. Hold on, be avoided by Exquisite Décode and Unicorns Love, and now he's doing a hell of a lot of work, and because he has teammates blank in the water, they're giving information over to him.
Yeah, I mean, he's managed to make it in, and so it's becoming a lot easier for him. It's so crazy to have 25 players alive at 23 minutes in the game. All these players just dipping in and out, but there's absolutely no way that they can remain in this position. It's Exquisite Décode UK, Unicorns of Love, completely perplexed by the scenario, and Alicio realizes as the circle tightens, he needs to start putting his attention over towards Unicorns of Love and add a little bit of pressure to their side.
Because what doesn't help is that you have a road directly outside of these buildings, so the ability for both of these teams to really kind of play around what is the only land area inside the circle is way harder for them. Octavian picks up a kill onto Sakura. Now, one thing these players can do, one thing these players can do, Blank, is if they kind of try to step on top of each other in the water, you have a very split solitary second where you can get your gun out and shoot it. It's very split, but it can happen.
Wait, so Octavian's standing on top of Bazzi right now to take shots?
Yeah.
That's nutty.
Yep. It's crazy, but it can work. Plus, the circle shifted down south, Blank. We're having a bridge finish.
What the
Is this
hell
going to be an
is
LMV
this?
win?
It's an LMV circle. Who would have thought?
Now, they don't have a compound to control, but they certainly have the only real landmass availability for themselves.
Not land, it's a bridge.
Okay.
I mean, Unicorns of Love, as well as Exquisite Décode UK, were so happy and so fond of their positions. And you know, that trust I was talking about earlier, they were had a gentleman's agreement, they were going to shoot each other, and now they realise that we are ruined. This is going to be so difficult. We have to walk on the open ground. And you said it earlier, Imperium, just commit to one thing. And LMV were like, if we're going to go down, we're going to go down on the bridge with 4 members. You know, we're not moving. Let's just hope there's a chance in hell that this moves down on the bridge. And it has. And LMV, I don't see them losing this game. I do not see them losing this game.
They get a very important couple of shots onto SYR, who are having their own little fight against Unicorns of Love. A third party in play, hit down with the red dot. M4 shooting over, and that is going to be Unicorns of Love taken out. One of the only few remaining players in the water. There's technically 9 to 10 teams, but there's only 16 players, so it's absolute madness. And 4 of those 16 players is one team.
Oh my god. The problem is that literally only 3 of these teams have a chance in hell of making this happen. And that's Unicorns of Love, Exquisite Décode UK, as well as Super Young roster. But I think Unicorns of Love are out now. So Exquisite Décode, they're probably the only ones left. They're pretty much out now. Result managed to stay in it. Now, Result's job is to try and kill as many of these players as possible. But luckily, because he's been out of the water for so long, he is very, very high HP, which means he should be able to survive this blue longer than most. I hope he stimmed up before he got in the water, though, because that would be the key factor.
ChasMac, can you just give like Trazen a prize for being always the last player alive for your team? It's insane. He's the solo player for his side, still up and running. 9 teams left, 14 players. The next circle shifts.
It's on my back.
Down south, but like, you know what LMV should do for absolute poops and giggles?
Here we go.
Just send one player into the water. There you go. Talon's on the buggy. He can shoot on the passenger seat of that buggy and get a couple of kills.
Maybe. I thought you could only throw grenades from the back of the buggy. But that'll do the trick regardless. Okay. It's on the backside.
Look! On David! On top of Bazzi!
I know, he
gets a kill!
On top and he... Oh my god. Yes! It begins! It's perfect! Don't move too much. Don't move too much, Bazzi. Come on. No! He's actually killing them all!
Yeah!
He's actually killing them all!
Like, that reminds me of when I was a child and I was on, like, my dad's shoulders in the pool and he'd throw me off, that kind of thing. This is, like, insanely well played by Octavian. He could pull off a first aid, but I know he wants to shoot as much as he can, but it is Daddy that comes in to get the final kill. Octavian goes down, so do the players from Eastern Stars, and we technically have 7 teams left. But
what was Daddy even on? I think that's like a little bit of vehicle that he's managed to stick down there. Oh god, this is quick thinking at its finest. How can we get the most kills possible in this odd scenario? Bazzi's like, stand on my back and get into this corner. Daddy's like, I'm gonna go find that vehicle over there and stand on that and shoot you guys. But yeah, this is an interesting game.
I find it interesting that LMV have got 3 of their players in the water, but it seems like they've given all of their meds to Hidan, and I'm okay with that, right? I'm absolutely okay with that. We do hear a couple of shots being fired inside the water between these teams. LMV are trying to group up together and make some kind of super player like the Power Rangers, you know, Go Power Rangers, the Mighty Morphin LMV Rangers. But the rest of the players are still huddled around that tiny little pillar on the bridge that is just absolutely crazy for this end game. This is phase 9. We're going to come down to a technical heal strat, but nobody in the water can pull off heals. Oh, a creator gets in. He gets a kill on the perks. That's another kill in the favor of Nexus. That's 2 on the board.
Oh, this game is an absolute wonder. The thing is, though, is that Hidan will definitely win this game out purely because he'll be able to stem up before everyone else, and that sliver of healing might just be enough. Again, though, I think the only other player in the water that has enough health is Result, unless, Result's still alive, so that's the only other player I can see winning this game, but I think even so, Hidan should just be able to eke this one out.
Don't even really know what to say as Faker picks up a kill on the Talon. That's another LMV player going down. Technically, they're left with 2. We still have 7 teams up and 9 players. I don't think I've ever commentated a game like it. The last one I remember massively like this is in the PUBG Mobile World League when Ted got the punch of death on towards the members of, I believe, RRQ. Back in the day, and that was insane in itself, but this is next level. Hidan will need to start healing up soon enough. He throws his hand into the water to try and pick up a kill, but it doesn't connect. He's on the pillar.
A grenade and just underhand it.
I don't think they have a nade. They were using a lot of utility.
True. So Hidan kind of has to drop now, though. If he doesn't drop, it gets hairy.
He can heal up. He's not fully stemmed, though, so I don't know how many first aids he's going to be able to pull off.
Circle's going to hit him first, though. That's the thing. Circle's going to hit him first. He's an idiot! He's an idiot! What are you doing? What are you doing?
No, Lou is still on full health, and he's the only one out of the remaining players with full health, so should still be a free win for LMV, but you are right, a little bit of a
Result also had full HP. Result also had full HP. Result also had full HP. Are you kidding me with this game? Just stim up. You wait to use your stims, jump in afterwards with the full HP. I said it right at the beginning that Result retained full HP, so potentially had a chance. Why? Why, LMV? I don't understand. Please, reason with me.
Like, oh my lord! What? First of all, Blank, what in the blue blazing hell was that game in general, right? Those circle shifts were crazy. They initially looked okay in terms of like that western side of the map, the Everest play, the South and North George, and even when it did shift towards that South George area, I was like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's going to end in towards South George. But then that gigantic shift back up onto the northeast, and then I had like a good 30% land in play. That's when all hell broke loose.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I 100% agree.
I know, man.
It's an interesting one, to say the least.
Welcome.
We haven't seen one like that in a long time.
Welcome to the PMPL, man. Welcome to the PMPL.
I had to witness something very strange today.
Are you going to be able to recover, Blank?
I think so, yeah. I think I'll be fine, but also, what a weird game. I saw people standing on other people's backs, learning that you could do it, trying to force themselves into a corner. I saw a man with full HP try to heal Zone 9, which
without
was
any
interesting.
stims.
Yeah, without any stims. I feel like that should be the first thing. If anyone got any stims, drop them to Hidan. He will drink them all in final zone, after which he will throw himself into the water and remain in the center. Result is a genius because he dives. He dives with full HP and make sure he's underneath Luff. It's a gamer move. And I saw it from a long time ago where he had full HP getting into the water, but yeah, go on.
Didn't you call Super Young Roster to win this game?
Yes, I did. Yes. I don't feel proud. I don't feel proud of that.
No.
Yeah.
You have to. You have to feel proud of that.
I said that they deserve to win, to be fair. The result... It was a good... They got to the beach. Which was good. They fought against Unicorns at Love, and Result came back with full HP, which is fantastic. Sure. Managed to retain full HP, all the while dodging and ducking behind the pillar as nasty Octavian was trying to shoot at them all. But yeah, incredible game. It just one that I'll never ever forget. I'll put it that way.
Trying to kind of take everything aside, we do have to give a lot of credit to LMV for today's performance. Every single game, they've gotten over 10 points with a number of second and third places across the board. They started today's games with 70 points in 4 games. I believe they got around 20 points in that one. So that's 90 plus points in one day of games, in 5 games. That is an incredible amount, a level of consistency from this team.
Yeah, it's really quite good, to say the least. I think LMV is just determined not to win those final moments, though, by one way or another. I am so proud of LMV, but the late game decisions seem to be where they get caught up.
I would argue,
all things considered, great day, right? Like, every single one of those players played phenomenally well, and realistically, I can't be that angry with them. I wouldn't even know what to do in that situation. I'm Captain Hindsight here.
Well, could you put that, because it's a bit of a genuine question, and you do bring up a good point, their kind of failure to close out these games. Could it be because they haven't, in this PMPL at least, they haven't been in this position yet, right? They had a okay start league play-wise, but they haven't really been in this kind of, hey, we control this game position, and that can not catch some teams off, but if you're not used to it, you can slip up.
Yeah, I think that for them, what I see from them is a team that is very good at controlling space and area towards the latter half of the game, and then they don't know how to transition into late game of let's group up, commit to one compound, and then play from there and just try and hold this one out, because you know they're playing for the impossible win when they should be playing for the doable win, because they play for a win that looks extremely flashy, that happens maybe 10% of the time, instead of a win that doesn't look so flashy but wins 60% of the time, right? That's the win you want, and I think they put themselves in a great position to get that 60% chance, but don't flow into it. And I think you make a good point as well, Imperium, that they're not used to it. They're not used to it.
Yeah. Just a hell of a game, and what a way to close out the first day of the second super weekend.
It was interesting.
Like you said, I don't think I'll ever forget this game.
Yeah. You can forget us though.
Okay, yeah, that's true. You can't forget us, as we're gonna go for a bit of a break, and then the desk are going to attempt to break this game down. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are. See you after the break.
I don't know what to say about that. That was a ridiculous finish. What the hell just happened? Colaris and Max might attempt to break that down for me.
Go on, Max, before I explode.
Lot of water and a bridge. There you go. That's all I have, Jason.
Right, yeah, I'll take it.
Oh my god.
This was gifted to LMV. They've had such a good day. Hey, Dan, if you'd have just repositioned yourself and played that a little bit differently, this was gifted to them. Never mind all the ridiculous situations that go on with this circle. Never mind, this circle is like 0.01% chance of even occurring, Max.
I know my math skills aren't good, but Hiran's geometry skills are definitely not that strong either. Like, it's not that hard to find the center of the circle, mate. Come on. And he tried to out-heal. You cannot out-heal that circle. It's just not possible. So that is something that unfortunately did not work out. And then it's just about certain mechanics being used in the game at some point while in the water. But yeah, I have nothing else to add other than that should have been an LMV win. And that is one of the biggest throws I think I've ever covered in
well, I can tell you.
Ever.
Go on, Jason.
I'm reading the chat right now from the players. And Imperium's asking, what was that game? And he was saying they were kind of gifted a free win. And he then says I can't say exactly what he said, but he said he messed up. He was not centered at all.
One way to describe it.
But to be fair, if we push past that, LMV still had an amazing day overall.
Yes, they did. Can we keep talking about this game though? Is that okay? Jason,
free.
Right, okay. Wait a minute. All right. So the circle goes center on the bridge, right? Okay, LMV has the perfect position to be able to make this transition happen. Here, Dan, doing some big numbers. That's great. On the other side, though, everybody in that south side is committing to the water. It's understandable. It's crazy. There's no way they're going to be able to get on the bridge with LMV in the position that they are in. We have Exquisite and Unicorns of Love. In my mind, one of those early-ish, if they're not holding each other off, makes the move to the other side of the bridge and then makes it effectively a Exquisite Décode for example, versus an LMV. That doesn't happen. LMV seizes control of the entirety of the bridge. How only one team ended up on there, considering that there is some cover, is beyond me. But sorry, I'm a bit wound up. I'll calm down.
But you're fully right though. They had the most advanced position in the north, and if you tried to push on that spot, it was barren land. It was completely no man's land, even, I would say. There was no chance you're going to push that. And even just to survive in the northern side, they used all the resources, all the utility, all the smokes that they could. So to push that is basically impossible. So, I mean, yeah, LMV had the strongest position, and the fact that they were so late to rotate down south allowed them to get access to the bridge. But there were definitely some things that should have been done better. Not could, but should have been done better at the end.
I like the pivot as well, Jason, of kind of super young rosters, kind of their mindsets. Like, okay, well, we can't really surely we can't win this game. Ha ha ha, chuckle, chuckle. We'll go to the other side of the embankment and then just fire at everything. I love that decision. The fact that you're just looking for the consolation points wherever you can find them, then for them to win the bloody game, I don't know, Jason. This is all sorts of crazy.
Balanced as all things should be here. They take home 15, almost 1,600 damage with 8 kills as well. You know, LMV. Yeah, I mean, we could talk probably all day about it. I'm sure they're feeling a little bit upset about it as well, you know, in particular. But in the end, like, obviously it was a very crazy game. I'm sure tomorrow we even like relook at some of the points that happened. But LMV, they took home 94 points in total across the day. Without a chicken dinner. Like, this team put up so many points that I'm curious to see where they've moved in the rankings.
This is something I'm gonna have to check out for tomorrow's pre-show. I think in a singular day, that might just be a point record in a day alone. For both PMPL Season 1 and Season 2 combined, I would believe at least. So I'll have to check that one out to make sure. But LMV player stats onto this one, of course. I mean, such consistency in general, and we talked about every single one of these players, right? If you have been watching the EU scene of PUBG Mobile Esports for a long time, these are names that have been continuously coming back, and now part of this team together, they have created such a strong team, and it really showed today in general. And if they can continue playing this well every time, I mean, we talked about them being top 5, top 3 might even be possible at the end of this super weekend.
It was so close to wins though, Jason. So close.
Yeah.
So many times today. I need that rounding out of a game for them.
But the thing is, right, like, realistically, it's not that many extra points you do get if you go from second place to first place. But the thing is, you miss out on $1,000 every time. And also you miss out on the pride of having it. And to be fair, Chicken Dinners is the first tiebreaker as well, which I don't think they're going to be ever in a situation where a tiebreaker would hurt them too badly. But either way, here's the recap of the day. Team Doom started off strong, but unfortunately did not live up to that first match hype as they fell off throughout the day. But we had Exquisite Décode take a win, Eastern Stars, Nexus take a victory, super young roster as well. We're starting to see a lot of names, or at least we're seeing a majority of names we typically don't see taking victories do it today.
I think today is one of the best examples in a long time that I have seen of the case study that chicken dinners don't always mean you're the best team on the day, right? Like, we have absolutely seen LMV be the best team on today by far, despite Team Doom, Exquisite Décode, you know, Eastern Stars, Nexus Gaming, Super University getting themselves the wins here. So as much as brilliant, you've got yourself chicken dinners, you've got yourself 1,000 points on the board. Kudos, I have to reiterate, to LMV for looking so good throughout the day.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, when you look back also at last PMPL was an absolute great show to look, but you had a team that was running away with the lead that was also always going to be Panda, right? You look at this one now, I have so much more hope for the EU scene when it comes down to it. The level of competition is so much higher. Everyone is contesting, especially in this second super weekend. Teams that you might not always expect getting himself a win. Team Doom able to get himself on Nexus Gaming, super young roster. I am just hopeful for the future of the EU scene. This year's has been getting even better as time goes on, but man, imagine 2022, 2023. I mean, the region on the international stage might have a chance in just a few months or a few years' time.
I can't decide, Jason, if I want more of those circles or never that circle ever again. I'm really torn.
I think it should be pretty simple. More of those circles.
Yeah, give me more, yeah.
You get to see teams taking advantage of situations, but it's come time to... I think Kalaris is pretty undefeated when it comes to our predictions here of what our MVP of the day is going to be. And him and I have already traded our answers to each other privately at the exact same time.
Oh, wow.
Now, Maxman, the question is, will you key into what we predicted? What's your prediction here for the MVP?
I mean, it's definitely an LMV player. Okay,
he's gonna get it.
So I'm hesitating between Perks and Talon.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go with Talon on this one. I think it might be Perks, but I'm gonna go with Talon.
Sure. Final answer?
Yes. Yeah, final answer.
I don't know how you seem to do it time and time again, Max. Let's take a look at our MVP of the day. It's going to be from LMV, and it's actually going to be Talon. It is.
Oh my god!
I mean, let's be honest, Max. You just saw the player stats from the day, and Talon had everything lit up blue. He led his team, so it was really easy. And what's really disappointing, you actually thought it was going to be maybe someone else.
I mean, to be honest, I was thinking of different things. Okay.
Jason and I said this at the start of the previous game, I think. Was that when we said it, Jason?
Pretty early, yeah.
He's looked great, and it wasn't even necessarily this game that he put up the big numbers in. It's just been constant consistency throughout the entire day from Talon. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, I want to be nice to you, Max, but you keep giving me opportunities to be mean.
You got it.
Maybe tomorrow.
You got it. It's fine.
Yeah, but he was like, it's between Talon and Perks.
I would have, if I was going to pick two, actually, I would have picked Talon and Hidan, apart from that last
of course, the last one,
death situation. No, I mean, even in that game, apart from the actual death that occurs, he put up a huge amount of damage, right? So those are the two names that I would have navigated to for the roster, but yeah, Talon hands down.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Max. Don't look so sad. I'm watching your face and...
I'm holding it together. I'll wait for the appreciate then.
Well, are you guys ready to see, though, the overall rankings to see how far LMV has shot up the leaderboards? Are you?
Top 5? I mean, I'm ready.
It wasn't a question about where they placed. It was like, are you guys ready to see?
Oh, yeah, but I think that they're all just shy. I think top 6, or maybe they've even overtaken. Like, what was it? 94 points in 5 games? That's insane. But they've jumped a huge amount.
But they only had 61 points in the previous Super Weekend, so I don't know if they'll have been top 5.
Yeah. They're close at least. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll answer for them. Yes, they want to see the overall rankings.
That's correct.
Well, we can see here, East of Stars, like even with the chicken dinner today, Gamer was still able to keep ahead of them. I think the gap closed down to 2 points early on in the day, but they do have that first, second, and even third place for Exquisite Décode here with 203 points.
Oh my God. I don't know what to really add on top of this entire day that we've been having today. But yeah, Eastern Stars able to they've been trying to close that gap continuously with Gaylord. Things have been pretty close between these two teams, of course, and we're already halfway done with them potentially ending the 10-point 10 chicken dinners that Jason said at the very start of this PMPL. So they're getting close. We'll see how it's going to work out for the next 2 days. But Conqueror, their leader they built up at the start of the first Super Weekend, right, is already gone in a singular day. LMV, Romanian Boys Super Young roster, one good day. Tomorrow might be the day where Conqueror just falls off not only their top 5, but also off the first page. So Conqueror is definitely going to look and sweat a little bit in tomorrow's games.
What a little bit indeed, but we'll see as we head on to the second page now and see what's kind of gone on towards the lower echelons of our top 16. I think that's the important part, right? To see where they've placed. And Nexus actually have broken through into the top 16 with 5 matches played compared to teams who have 15 matches more than them. That is phenomenal today.
Yeah, super important. And you know, that kind of the musings of what we had in the middle portion of the day here is like, what could be if Nexus's roster was slightly shuffled about, right? If we had Dexter and Dew being able to kind of be a dynamic duo for that roster. I would love to see it. I don't know what's happening or why we're not seeing Dexter just now, but Dew alongside him will be brilliant. I think they would be much closer to middle table compared to being just that borderline 16th.
Yeah, and Destiny, Vodafone Giants have, especially Destiny, has slipped down a lot faster than I thought. I thought they would be in this type of position potentially tomorrow or middle of tomorrow. It's pretty quick. These two teams are definitely in the danger zone. Of course, you don't make in a Super Weekend, so that goes without saying. But especially Nexus Gaming, right, was only 5 games. That is very impressive. And now Deus Sirens looking at this, they're also going to be stressing out in the next 2 days of play for the Super Weekend. They can't afford bad results, so otherwise the finals are going to be out of reach pretty soon.
You know what? Are we going to make a bold prediction here together that Vodafone and Destiny will both be out of the top 16 at the end of the Super Weekend?
I would have to say so, especially with how Nexus has been playing. I think so.
Yep, I would agree.
Well, what worries me, though, if we're going to talk about Nexus in particular, is look at the placement points to kill point differential. Like, I mean, we've known Nexus in the past to just play for placements when it came to Season 1, and kills were really lacking. But 17 kills compared to the 41 placement points, that's kind of ridiculous, in my opinion.
Yeah, Their team is very smart about their macro, about how they rotate into circles. We saw that Rozhok finish, and they had 0 kills when they were, I think, top 6, top 7. They had 0 kills, no kills whatsoever. So they're a team that knows and understands the value, but I think that when it comes to using a strong position for kills especially, that's where maybe they're lacking to try and get a little bit more aggressive. And that's something, if you add Dexter to the roster for these types of games, and he likes to frag out, he can frag out as we know it, that might change how Nexus approaches these a little bit more and help them go even higher in the rankings.
Hilaris, look at Unicorns of Love.
That's quite the disparity between kills and placements. I mean, if it works, it works. They could in theory stay on that track, that train of thought with those ratios, and make top 16. If you're just blasting out and really not caring about your placement points and just killing anything that moves in your path, eventually, yeah, you're gonna die in those games. But you probably will do what they did on Miramar, which is, you know, take out 8 kills, 13 kills very early in the game.
Yeah, I feel like if we were to judge what would be a better team to have higher placement points than kills or have higher kills and placement points, I feel like all three of us would agree that generally it's better to have more kills because you're able to play for placings a lot easier than you are to ramp up your aggression and lock down kills that you're previously struggling with.
Yeah, a lot of times kills come first and placement would come second. When you see a team that's valuing the placement over the kills, oftentimes they're not rounding out games because they're not able to take those final fights that come along, and then you know you get yourself a second place or a third place, which is cool, but the kill points mean a lot.
And especially if you're able to frag out consistently every single game, it shows also you have a really good understanding about how you rotate and how you approach fights. So by default, if you get kills, you're clearing out the lobby, you're going to get by default extra positioning points. So yeah, I think kills, if that's your focus a lot of the time, it might help a little bit more in the long run.
It's why a lot of people, when they're advising new players, like, how do you get better at this game? People are just like, well, just hot drop, and then just try and get used to, you know, the gun play, the gun mechanics, try and get yourself there. And then once you're really racking up the kills in those hot drops, then all of a sudden, time to start focusing on the macro.
Well, I am being told to end the show. However, I wish we could have a 6th round today because of the exciting zones we've had throughout today. But I guess we'll have to wait till tomorrow, which will, funny enough, be at the exact same start time. So we'll have another 5 rounds coming your way as we kick off our 2nd day and our 2nd Super Weekend. But ladies and gentlemen, thanks again for tuning in. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.